Bye, Ryan. Okay, Skype caller. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm just going to recite some days here: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You know the thing, they can no go? Thanks. Stand by. Okay. Did we lose him on Skype? Try him again. Check. 1, 2. Can you hear me say check? 1, 2. I'm going to go away from the phone. Just listen on the Skype call and let me know if you can hear me. Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2. And we're waiting for you to type in the captions. Yeah, can you hear me, Chase? He can't hear us.
He's connected on Skype but can't hear you?
Yeah, but he can see the picture, but he can't hear.
If he types anything,
Can you type something? Can you just type something for us, Chase, and let us see if at least you can type and it comes through? Okay,
Yeah.
test. You just sent that?
yeah. So
he can.
he just can't get our feed. That's all.
Well, he should. Stand by.
So you're good. You're good, right?
She's going to the speaker room and she's gonna get him. Thank you.
Great.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. All right, I don't see the level there. Chase, I'm going to call you back. Time? Okay. Okay, you should hear me now, Chase. Mary had a little lamb. Just if you type that, I know you can hear me and we're good to go. I'm waiting for Mary had a little lamb on the screen. If you can hear this, I'm waiting to hear it. Mary had a little lamb. You there, Chase? Yeah. Mary had a little. Okay, Chase, the show starts at 9 o'clock, and I'm not sending any music through now, so you won't be hearing anything because we're live on YouTube. But the show should start around 9 o'clock. And thanks again for your cooperation. Have a good day.
I think you hold ISO. Oh, ISO. Yeah, I believe as you turn it on, then you might have to take it out of this. It's like, yeah, you have to hit register. Hit it right now. You may need to take it out of the sleeve for it to get like the IR correct channels. And there's a way to raise the gain of the mic. Yeah, the problem with these units is like when it's like dense RF and whatever going on, they fail. I kept having that issue at E3. Like,
Yes, thank you. And there's water on stage, yeah?
Rachel, what do you think? Yeah. That's, all right, cool.
It totally is. You're absolutely right.
All right.
Is who are you? It totally is. Yeah. Just go like this at some point and flash them. Yes.
So, I'm gonna,
Awesome.
so how long after you finish, then I'm gonna announce Abby and Evan to the stage?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Perfect. Awesome. Good morning, everyone.
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. We're excited to have you all here. A year ago, Wayne and I stood on the stage at our first conference, and we had, in total with the conference and the career fair, we had 1,000 people. This year, over the course of the next 3 days, we have about 3,500 people coming through.
You're scaling.
Yeah. I think it's not just about this conference, it's also about the tech industry really moving in a direction of being more inclusive and really looking for solutions. So really excited to have everyone here and wanted to let everyone have this space to really explore. We're all on a different path around diversity and inclusion. We're all in that path of change. And so one thing that really we need to do together is really have empathy for each other and open ourselves to the change that needs to happen in order to really shift the industry. So please allow yourselves to have that shift in yourselves over the next 2 days, and also allow others to do that as well. It takes a little bit of being uncomfortable, and that's part of what this is all about. The more we embrace that uncomfortableness, that discomfort, the more we become comfortable with change. And along those lines, we have gender-neutral restrooms, which might be new for some people, and embrace that discomfort. There are no other restrooms, so be there, be in the space, and know that that's a safer space for others.
I'm just excited to be here. Excited to get started, and we feel like we know a lot of people, but we didn't introduce ourselves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And our pictures is up on the wall, so our names, but that is.
Melinda Epler, I'm the founder and CEO of Change Catalyst, the company behind the Tech Inclusion Conferences and Career Fairs.
Yeah, and I'm Wayne Sutton, at Wayne Sutton on Twitter. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And I get just a little details. I believe you all seen the hashtag everywhere, so feel free to use it, share the story, share what's happening here. Our theme is like focus on the solutions, and so just remember that in the content you share. We believe in one of the hacker statements: "Good is better than perfect." So, but we're doing the best we can. And thank you all for the support, and thank you all for attending and joining us on this journey. And
absolutely, and I have a few. Just in terms of inclusion, we have gender-neutral restrooms. We also have a mother's room on the second floor. The volunteers in the red shirts will know where that is, and they can point you in the right direction. That's the mother coder's mother's room. We also have live cart captioning here. So on the other end of this text here is a real person who's typing everything that we say on stage, which is pretty amazing. Thank you. We have ASL interpreters as well. So now you all know that's there. We have ASL interpreters as well. So if anyone needs an ASL interpreter, please see the registration. They can point you in the right direction. We also have two here right up on the front stage. Thanks to the LinguaBee team. We have a lunch meditation at 12:30 if anybody needs kind of recharging and refocusing. We have a Culture Amp recharge room as well throughout the conference. And then the ThoughtWorks Solutions Lab, which is a space for you to take some of the ideas from what you're learning and put them into action, into an action plan. So we have introvert spaces and extrovert spaces.
Yes.
Please feel free to use them. And one more thing, which for me is very important, is there is free coffee in the Walmart e-commerce cafe. So please feel free to have your caffeine.
Yes, and on to a little bit of business. Conferences, events like this, especially in the D&I space, can't happen without amazing support from our sponsors and friends. So I'm gonna do the roll call, so bear with me a little bit. And please tweet at these companies and thank them for their support. Last year, when we did the conference, we had, I think, maybe 5 or 6 sponsors. And this year, we have scaled that as well. So I really want to thank our sponsors. So the roll call: Google for Entrepreneurs, Salesforce, Capital One, Women Tech Makers, Asana, ThoughtWorks, Reddit, Twilio, Galvanize, Pinterest, Automatic, Facebook, Portland Development Commission, PayPal, Clover, Culture Amp, Airbnb, Walmart Labs, Snap Inc., previously Snapchat, Infosys Foundation, Credit Karma, Yelp, Zendesk, Nutanix?
Oh, Nutanix.
I tried. The Innovation Hangar, Comcast, NBC Universal, Rapporteur, an amazing AV company.
Yes.
Yahoo, Medium, and Uber. So I'll give a round of applause to our sponsors.
Can I just have hands of people who were here last year at our first conference? Awesome. Welcome back. And hands if you are a sponsor or from the sponsor team. Awesome. Thank you. And hands if diversity and inclusion is something new to you. This is about being uncomfortable and being okay with that. Okay, great. Welcome to you all as well.
Great.
So make this a space to really create change inside and outside, and let's together help change the tech industry.
And change the world.
And change the world.
Oh, Michael, and change the world. Okay, well, we're gonna bear with. Cool, ready? There we go. And change the world.
Change the world. Okay.
All right. So now, on to our first keynote session. Melinda's going to stay up here and moderate a fireside chat with Evan Sharp and Abby from Pinterest. Thank you.
Hey, hello. Welcome. Welcome.
Hey, Melinda.
Hey,
And,
good morning.
where should I sit?
Have a seat right
Okay.
there. So, thank you both for being here. A year ago when we started, we brought people together, and one of the big questions people had is how do we bring tech CEOs into this conversation? And I wanted to really welcome you, Evan, and thank you for being a part of this conversation and really helping to move things forward.
Sure, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
So let's start with just a brief introduction. Can you tell me who you are and how you got here? Just a real brief how your journey led here.
Awesome. So I'll kick off. My name's Abby Maldonado. I've been at Pinterest for about 2.5 years now. I started out on the university recruiting team, not necessarily thinking that I would end up working on diversity and inclusion, but found my way into a role focused on diversity recruiting and programs. Been in that role for about 1.5 years now. And as I mentioned, diversity wasn't something that I kind of aspired to when graduating college or when I was studying, but when I joined the tech industry, I really recognized how there weren't a lot of people who looked like me, there weren't a lot of women, there weren't a lot of people of color, and that was something that I really wanted to work to change. So I kind of was working on a number of side projects with someone at our company who was focused on diversity when I first joined, and then had the opportunity to move into a role focused full-time on diversity, as I mentioned, about a year and a half ago. So it's been a really exciting journey. We've had a lot of awesome support from our leadership team, a lot of buy-in, which has been incredibly helpful and really allowed us to kind of make progress. So really excited to be sharing some of those strategies with all of you today.
Awesome. Yeah.
Sure, my name is Evan Sharp. I'm one of the founders of Pinterest. Today I mostly work on running our product teams and design teams, but I also am one of the executive sponsors for our diversity and inclusion initiative, and so I'm relatively involved in the day-to-day operations of what we're doing.
Awesome. Why is diversity and inclusion important to you, and why is it important in tech? I'm going to start with you, Evan.
Why is it important? I mean, I think for us, we think that building a diverse team will build the best product, and therefore the best business. And there are lots of personal reasons why I care, but that's ultimately why we're so invested in this. We're running a business, and we need to be successful, and we think that the more creative our teams, the broader their perspectives, the more the product will be useful to a broader audience, and so we're trying to build a very diverse company.
Awesome. Awesome.
I would add that I think diversity for Pinterest is really key because of who our user base is, because we're trying to be a product for the entire world. It's really, really important that we get people from those different backgrounds into the company so that we can focus on reaching those markets and building for those users. I would also just say from kind of an industry level, when I think about the tech industry and we're building the future, right? This is all about products and services that are going to be used for years to come. And when we think about what the future of this country alone looks like, it's extremely diverse. And so the fact that certain groups are being completely left out of that conversation is actually really scary. And so for me, that's a lot of what motivates me in doing this work, is just ensuring that we're representing those groups that aren't currently well represented so that we can build a future for everyone.
Fantastic. Pinterest has grown quite a bit, has grown substantially in a short amount of time. So part of this is really building and growing with inclusion in mind, really being mindful of inclusion. Part of this is just starting somewhere. So can you talk a little bit about how you started? How did you come on board, Abby, and how did you really start to work together to create a shift in the company and in the recruiting process and in the internal process?
Definitely. So early on, we had an engineer at Pinterest, Tracy Tao, who I'm sure many of you know, who was really, really keen on making sure that the industry, we actually knew what the industry numbers were in terms of women and people of color, particularly in tech roles. And so she was a really early advocate and really well supported by the leaders at Pinterest to kind of push forward and make this a priority. So we're still a relatively young company. We're only about 6 years old. Mm-hmm. And so we started focusing on this pretty early, which was one of the things that really attracted me to the company. So when I joined, there was already somebody focused 100% of their time on diversity and inclusion. So as I mentioned, I was partnering with her on some different projects in my work in university recruiting, and then had the opportunity to shift into her role as she transitioned into another role. And so as we were getting started, we really wanted to, we thought it was really important, since Tracy had released that blog post around where are the numbers, to actually do that ourselves. So in July of 2014 is when we first released our numbers. By July of 2015, we had realized, wow, not a lot of progress has been made since we last released our numbers. Let's actually set measurable goals around this. And I know Evan can speak a lot to kind of the decision to do that and really why we wanted to do that as a company, and the fact that that decision really came from the top, which is what really makes it successful. And kind of since then, we brought on Candace, our head of diversity, and have built out the team from 1 to 3 in less than a year. So it's just been really exciting to see our company taking it really seriously and trying to make progress.
And investing.
And investing.
Yeah, when we were really small as a company, It's only like 5 years ago, I guess, but when we were really small, the team was really diverse, totally unintentionally. We weren't thinking about it deliberately. And in a way, we were kind of proud of it, when we did stop to think about it. And then as we started to grow and scale really quickly, it wasn't top of mind. And I think we sort of assumed it would take care of itself, right? We have a diverse team, they'll hire diverse people. And about 2-3 years ago, we stopped and looked around and realized, well, that actually didn't happen. And one of the things we learned is that if you wanted to make this part of the DNA of your company, you need to constantly be working on it and making it a focus, because there's so much going on when you're growing a company really quickly. If this isn't one of the top priorities, it won't be part of the DNA of the company.
Fantastic. How does diversity and inclusion relate to your product? How does the internal diversity of the teams of the company relate to the product?
It's a great question. I mean, I think that's a question that we have a never-ending series of answers to. We're still learning a lot about it. Pinterest as a product has a stereotype, especially in the United States, of being a product used primarily by women. A lot of women even say it's kind of their place on the internet. And there's some truth to that in the numbers. And so just on that level alone, the idea that we need a more diverse workforce to make sure that our users are represented in the product development teams is pretty obvious to me, almost common sense. And I think we see the result of that. There's some popular use cases on Pinterest that, again, to focus on women, are more female-centric. For example, beauty is a category that's very big on Pinterest that is much more used by women. And so having people in the room who can understand and articulate why that's valuable and what aspects of beauty make that product useful is just essential to building it effectively.
One thing I would add is we're thinking a lot more lately, I think, about identity on Pinterest. And identity is really important to the diversity conversation. One of the things that drew me to Pinterest as a product before I even started working there was the fact that I could go onto Pinterest and find hairstyles for hair that actually looked like mine. I have gone, and I've had a lot of bad haircuts in my day because I've gone to hair salons, and you look at those catalogs that they have in the waiting room, and they all seem to be, they would have curly hair sections, and you all seem to, you'd go to the section, and it was all white women with straight hair that had been curled. And I was like, that is not my hair. I'm never going to be able to achieve that style. But I would ask them, can you do this? And they would try, and it would just be a disaster. So the first time that I actually had a haircut that I liked and that I felt good about was when I was able to show my hairstylist a pin, and now I have a hair board that has grown. And every time I go, it's like I want to try this, I want to try that. And since then, I've really been able to achieve the look that I want. And I think for women of color, especially, your hair is such a crucial part of your identity. And so the fact that Pinterest has allowed me to achieve that, a place where I feel good about how I look is so important. And I think that's what we're trying to do as a company, is make people feel that in whatever area of their life that they're at. And so I think the fact that we're thinking a lot about that relates to the diversity conversation, because we have to have people like that at the company thinking about these challenges and these issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's a good point. For a second, I was like, wow, we're talking about hair on the main stage. But I do think that, one of the things about technology and about that technology really integrating into our lives is it becomes a part of our identity. And so the technology does need to help facilitate creating that identity. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So how are you ensuring accountability from the top down and from the bottom up in terms of diversity and inclusion, in terms of your executives, in terms of your managers, in terms of everybody all along the spectrum? How does accountability work within this space?
It's messy. It's tough.
Yeah.
I think what we've learned, and this is probably obvious as well, but what we've learned is that, again, it needs to be an articulated priority for senior leadership if there's really going to, an impact is really going to be made. And so tactically for us, there's a lot we do. Myself and the other leadership team members at Pinterest meet with Candace, who's our head of diversity, every other week, and go over the goals that we're working against and make sure we cascade any action items down to our teams. Ben, who's the CEO and the founder with me, he's deeply invested in making sure that we hit these goals we've set for ourselves. We have people like me, diversity sponsors on the executive team who make sure it's top of mind in conversations. And then the leadership team has gone through some basic training, unconscious bias. We just did growth mindset recently. And that's been valuable not just for diversity, but just I think for leadership and management in general. So those are some of the things we're doing.
And I think that last point is really key, right? A lot of the work that we do on the diversity and inclusion side is actually making us a better company overall, because it's helping us make better decisions, it's helping us make more fair decisions, which just lead to better, more productive, more creative results. So that's why I think it's just such a top-line initiative. And with accountability, it really does have to come from the top. There is, of course, a specific expertise that we as the diversity team bring to the executives, but ultimately at the end of the day, they have to hold people accountable. So I think that relationship that we have has been really important in making sure that we're able to work towards our goals.
And one of the things that companies often start with is recruiting and the hiring process, because obviously that's one of the things that can really help change the numbers. It's not the only thing by any means, but it's often the first step. How are you working with your recruiters and making a shift in that hiring process?
Definitely. So I think recruiting is definitely a huge challenge. Getting people in the door is really, really important. Inclusion, another part of the conversation that we can definitely have. What we're doing on the recruiting side is trying to show people that we need to think broader. We need to broaden the pool from which we traditionally recruit, because the talent that we're looking for at only certain schools or only certain companies is already very limited, and even more so limited when it comes to underrepresented groups. So in thinking about how we work with the recruiting team and kind of how we work towards these goals, we've developed a specific program called our apprenticeship program, where we look for candidates from non-traditional tech backgrounds. So maybe they are self-taught, maybe they went through a coding boot camp, and we know that this pool tends to be a lot broader. So that's one way. Another way is thinking about the schools and universities that we recruit from. So we've kind of, in the last few years, revamped the schools from which companies tend to traditionally recruit, and expanded to schools with greater demographic diversity in terms of gender and ethnicity. So just looking at the pool of talent at the university level, I think, is really crucial, because that's where you're starting to see a lot more growth in the number of people studying computer science. So those are just some of the strategies that we've implemented on the recruiting side.
Awesome.
Yeah, and at the leadership level, we instituted the Rooney Rule. And so the last 5 leadership hires we've made, I think 4 of them have had, there's a diverse background there somewhere. And it's actually, I was a little skeptical.
Can you just unpack what's the Rooney Rule for those
Sure,
who
it
don't
means
know?
when we're going to hire someone into a very senior leadership role, we make sure that before we make a decision, we interview at least, in this case, 1 female, usually, although often many more than 1, and 1 person from an underrepresented group, just to make sure that we're getting the most diverse candidate set. And we made the decision to do that at the end of last year. I was excited about it. I also wasn't optimistic, just to be really candid, that it was necessarily going to have an impact on the spectrum of our leadership team, but it actually has. It's been amazing. We've been hiring incredible people, and often the best candidates are people we've found from that diverse pool. And they're just the best candidates. And so I'm really excited about the results of that, more than almost anything.
Yeah, I think the Rooney Rule is really incredible, and I know a lot of companies have been implementing it in different ways throughout the industry, but what it really does is it makes you slow down and find the absolute best person. And I think when, at the end of the day, that's what it's about, is everybody saying, oh, we want to hire the best people, and that's what we're always going to do. But in order to do that, you have to make sure you see the whole playing field. And oftentimes, if you hire the first person that you see, that's oftentimes a referral or somebody that you've worked with in the past, or that you just pull in from that company that you worked with. And those pools tend to be pretty homogenous. So making sure that you see the entire playing field is so important. And the Rooney Rule really kind of helps you slow down and do that to find the best person.
Yeah, it kind of makes you stop and broaden your network. Makes you have to broaden your network, which I think is a big part of the success, of the changes that need to happen, is to really, we all have people that we we turn to, that we trust, and those are generally people that are a lot like us. And so the Rooney Rule, I think one of the things that it does is it really opens up that network and widens that pool of trust.
Definitely.
Were you going to say something more?
Nope.
Okay. So obviously you're still on a continuum of change as well as everybody is here, and not everything has worked. What are some of the things that haven't worked?
I mean, I think it took the organization a while to understand why we were doing this, and part of that was poor communication, honestly, on our part. But part of that's also just misconceptions and biases people bring to the process. And so we tried a bunch of things to get the organization real excited about it. It finally happened, but it took a lot longer than I'd hoped it would. Maybe you could speak more to why.
Yeah, I think the education component is so important. Like, all of us are in this room today because we believe in this and we understand it, but I think oftentimes people tend to fear what they don't understand. And so there's a lot of work you have to do. You have to meet people where they are and help them understand why diversity is so important, both from a business imperative level and also just a future of the world level, and kind of find what it is that motivates people around this work and kind of meet them there. I would also say one thing that we've definitely learned over the past year or so is that you have to bring everybody along who's a stakeholder in this work, right? So you can't even just the executives can't do this work alone. Like, they need the support of the rest of the organization. The diversity team cannot do this alone. They need the support of individual contributors, of managers, of execs. And so bringing everybody along and letting them know what their role is in doing this work. So recruiters, you're going to have to broaden the pool from which we traditionally recruit. Managers, we're going to have to start to think a lot more about how we make decisions, why we put people in certain roles, who we promote, how we manage across difference. And so there's a lot of groups that you have to bring along, and I think in a rush to kind of make as much progress as possible, that can sometimes get lost. So bringing it back to that, educating the company on why this is important is so crucial.
And what does progress look like to you? I mean, we have diversity reports that come out every year, and for the most part, those are really focused on the numbers. But is there a bigger picture of progress? What does progress look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts with the numbers. They're a foundation, and that's why we laid out numerical goals at the end of last year, like we would with any initiative at the company. But there's a second half of that, right? And that's once you have a more diverse workforce, how are they represented across the spectrum of seniority in the company? And then how inclusive is our environment, right? So how much are we harnessing the creativity and diverse perspectives we have on our team? And so I think the numbers are a really important foundation, but they're the only beginning of using diversity to your advantage as a business.
Absolutely, and if you bring all of these people into your company and they don't necessarily have the psychological safety to feel like they can be successful, or they feel like there might be certain things holding them back because of their identity, then you lose all of those benefits of diversity. And so, that the research show time and time and time again. And so it's really important. I think the bigger picture is we should also be measuring inclusion, not always the easiest thing to measure, like a number, but you can measure it through things like engagement surveys, through kind of like different numbers around who's getting promoted, who's represented in leadership, who's getting those kind of key projects that the company really values. So I think there's different measures of inclusion that we can also be measuring on top of just those numbers.
Awesome, and what does your progress look like in terms of the numbers, but also in terms of the inclusion of your teams and your company?
Definitely, so we've been measuring inclusion kind of on our engagement survey for a few years, and it's kind of early because we're, again, a pretty young company, just started doing engagement surveys, but we're seeing some positive trends in making sure and improvements in certain groups feeling welcome and like they have a say, like they're not held back because of their identity. And then in terms of the numbers, we're going to be doing our next report by the end of the year, so we'll have a progress update then. But we're really excited about some of the progress that we've made this year, and particularly some of the exciting trends that we've seen in our leadership hiring. So yeah, we'll have a more progress update by the end of the year.
Okay. Cool. So at the end of the year, we'll kind of see. I know you set some goals last year, and you were one of the few companies that did. And this year, at the end of the year, we'll see kind of how you are benchmarking with those
Definitely.
goals. Awesome. Evan, wanted to talk with you a little bit about just there are a lot of people in the audience that are probably wondering, they're really passionate about diversity and inclusion and wondering how to get their CEOs to care and to work on this. What would you tell them? How would you, how did you make the shift in thinking, or did you make the shift? Maybe you always had it. And then how would you recommend that others approach their CEOs?
It's a hard question. I don't know that my thinking shifted, but it definitely wasn't top of mind for several years. And then once we did invest in it, I think I've been kind of astonished by how low the bar is, to be really frank.
Yeah.
The bar is really low. It's a little depressing, but it also means I'm excited that we can have a big impact. In terms of having that conversation with the CEO you work for, my background is in design and architecture, and 5 years ago, design in the Valley was kind of a new idea, I would say. The idea that there'd be a design team that was as pivotal to building a product as, say, an engineering team was a novelty and was something business schools were really interested in. And I think the design community, which is small, relatively, what they realized they had to do was learn the language of business, frankly, and speak that language, because that is the language of the Valley. This is a business environment. Don't mistake it. This is not a nonprofit community. This is a business community. And when you forget that, you're hampering your ability to have an impact. And so I guess what I'm saying is learn about business, right? And study and focus on the aspects of diversity that drive business results. And they're real. And the science and research prove that. I have a pin board, if you go to my Pinterest, which I have my favorite diversity research articles. But I think that's one of the things that I've learned that's really given me a lot of motivation at Pinterest has been, wow, this really does have such a big impact on the end product we're building and the business we're building. And that's really given me the strength to push this through and have conviction around it.
Fantastic. And Abby, would you add anything to that in terms of what you have done to really build relationships with the executive team and make change happen?
I would agree that leading with the business imperative is so crucial. When we were first working with the executive team, a lot of it was securing executive sponsors, and what we led with was, hey, we should be focusing on this because it's going to help us build better, more creative products for a broader audience. I think where companies might tend to focus too much is on the social good aspect, which is, I'm 100% on board with that, and I agree with that. But again, this is not a nonprofit, as Evan mentioned. Like, we are a business, and so focus on the metrics that are going to help drive that narrative forward. I would also add that companies often, I think leaders often respond well to just very almost like quick sound bites of what is going to, why should we be focusing on this? So kind of like pulling out a few important lines from the research, sending them not the entire research study, but a really great public or popular press article that kind of describes it. So the one I always recommend is How Diversity Makes Us Smarter in Scientific American is a great one that we've led with. So kind of just finding what makes them click and building those relationships through the business imperative.
Awesome. One of the things that has always struck me since I first met you, Abby, is the storytelling component of all of this. And Pinterest is a storytelling platform in a lot of ways, so it makes sense but what is the role of storytelling in driving that shift in culture and that shift in perspective of others looking outward, looking in at Pinterest, and of the company itself internally?
Well, I'll start. One thing I feel strongly about is that we don't always talk directly about diversity internally. And the more we talk about diversity as a distinct thing, the more people can focus on the complexities of the issue. I'd much rather you just feel diverse. And so we do things strategically, like we demo every week. We have the company demo products they've built. And we try and make sure it's a diverse set of presenters. Nobody knows that, but I think you feel that if you work at Pinterest. And so part of the story of Pinterest is not talking about diversity, but just showing the results of diverse teams and making that part of the environment itself.
Definitely, and I think even though it's, you might not notice it kind of intuitively, I've heard from a lot of groups at Pinterest who are underrepresented, like they notice that. They point out, oh wow, it was really cool that like 50% of our demos this week were from women engineers, or what have you. And so it does matter to those who oftentimes are thinking a lot more about identity at work. I would, to the storytelling from kind of the outside looking in, I think one thing that again, like attracted me to Pinterest was just the authenticity around this work and the transparency. So we're really willing to try things that we're not totally sure will work, but we want to do something to try to make progress and then share our learnings in forums like this along the way. So I think transparency has been a really key component to our work.
Yeah, that sort of agile design within diversity is something that I think is really important to really take that in. I'm going to ask one more question and then open it up to a few questions in the audience. So think about what those questions are. So, what next? What's the next big step for you in terms of diversity and inclusion at Pinterest?
Yeah, so we set pretty aggressive goals last year, and we're going to do it again. I think we're going to keep pushing forward. We have kind of company-wide 18-month strategy, and diversity is absolutely a part of that. So we'll be pushing forward to figuring out what that strategy is for 2017. And now that our team has grown and expanded, we have the opportunity to focus a lot more on inclusion. So thinking a lot more about inclusive management, developing an inclusive management scale, really thinking through how can we make sure that once people are at the company, it's a culture where they feel like they can thrive and they can excel, so that we can continue to maintain those strong diversity numbers once we bring folks into the actual company. So an increased focus on inclusion and just continuing to be aggressive with our recruiting goals.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to stay focused on leadership hiring and leadership development. You know, the core company value at Pinterest is knit, like K-N-I-T. It used to be a kind of a joke because early Pinterest was a lot of people who were knitting.
Knitting, yeah.
But what we mean when we say knit is that the core value of the company is actually bringing together different points of view, different kinds of expertise to solve a problem. That is the core philosophy behind the way we build products. And embedded within that, implicit within that, is diversity of a kind, not just gender and ethnicity, but all aspects, all facets of diversity. And I think when I say leadership and leadership development, what interests me is, well, how do we harness all of this diversity, right? How do we harness all of this creativity at the company to build better products? How do we make sure it's represented throughout every aspect of our product teams? How do we make sure that it's every level of seniority? And how do we make the conversation not about diversity, because that just puts diversity up as a topic to debate and argue about? No. How do you make the conversation about building great products through diverse perspectives and knitting different points of view together? So that's I think, our focus next year.
Fantastic. Questions? And do we have a mic runner? Just literally running.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello, loud.
Hi.
What are you doing specifically to promote diversity in non-engineering roles?
In non-engineering roles?
Non-engineering.
Awesome.
Because, like, the reason why I asked this is because I've just been finding that, you know, when looking at a lot of the tech companies, they have a diversity officer, and they're primarily focused on engineering, and I don't do engineering, so. Yeah, that's something I'm really interested in finding more about.
Absolutely. So I think this is a really important question because so much of the tech industry is focused on engineering and kind of engineering being the center of gravity, but we're both not engineers. I don't think any of us are engineers up here, but we're all contributing to this tech ecosystem. And so in thinking about non-engineers, I almost think of it as like companies actually don't have as much of as an excuse because that pool of talent is a lot broader. So you actually have a lot of a big ability to make change there and kind of think beyond just the limited engineering scope. So some work that we're doing, we have partnerships with organizations like Jopwell who are kind of helping us match folks who are good fits for our non-engineering roles. They have a pretty vast pool of talent there. And then just partnering a lot with folks on our partnership side and on our business roles to make sure that they're thinking a lot about the top of funnel so that we can bring a diverse slate of candidates in early on.
Go ahead and talk. It'll come on.
Thank you. I am a Colombian designer, and I've been here for a year doing an MBA in design strategy. And one of the greatest learnings has been creating effective teams from people of all nationalities. How do you work into getting identities and leaderships in teams with such diverse cultural backgrounds? And this is something that happens almost everywhere in San Francisco.
I want to make sure I heard the question correctly.
There's an echo. I don't think it's your fault. Was it about international cultural perspectives? Was that the question?
Yeah, integrating all these teams with such diverse backgrounds into one cohesive leadership and identity structure.
So how do we integrate teams from all different types of international and cultural backgrounds? Definitely.
I kind of love that part of this. We're a global company. More than half of our users come from countries outside the United States. And one of the joys of building our product teams for me has been that more than half of our designers and almost half of our product managers were born outside the United States and now live in California, and they work at a company in San Francisco. And so part of that for us has been hiring. And it didn't start out as a deliberate decision, but it sort of evolved into one as we realized the trend that we had. But also 2 years ago, we made international growth kind of the core focus of the company. And just like anything, doing that well required bringing in people who understand the local culture really well and can represent it as part of product development. And so we built that capability into our team. And it's part of the reason why we do have such a diverse product development team in terms of nationality and cultural background.
Great. I think we have time for one more question, maybe two, but.
So in the tech industry a lot, companies will start out small and pretty flat. And, you guys talked a lot about accountability and leadership, and those are all things that in practice you need to actually have defined management roles for that. You need team leads and directors who actually part of their job description is having that accountability. So, you guys have grown really rapidly as well. So I guess my question would be, as you've been growing and have had to probably introduce different layers of management, how does that fit into those goals? And have you found if we want to be accountable for this, we actually need a director in place in this part of the org? Can you even solve these problems if you are just flat? Or is more hierarchy part of it?
Yeah.
That's this. Sometimes I feel like we're just living this stereotype of a growing technology company. And I'm living this stereotype as I just used to code all day, and now I'm managing a big team, and that transition is like a stereotype. Everything's a stereotype in the Valley. And I feel claustrophobic about that. But that is, that's the reality, obviously, of scaling at a certain size. If you want a group of a lot of people to be organized and actually working in the same direction, you need processes and layers in there to ensure through communication and goal setting that people are working towards the same goal. And there are a few companies that famously don't do that, and somehow they survive. It's not a very common model to not have hierarchy. I think the relevance to diversity and inclusion for me is most of the processes that this industry or this field advocates for require really solid management structures and processes. And frankly, at most companies, they're a mess everywhere. It's not about diversity, right? All companies are poorly managed because management's impossible. It's so hard. And so a foundational layer to doing this well is having a good, well-managed organization, whatever managed means for you. And I think some of the places where we've failed to make progress with diversity and inclusion has been places where we're just not managing the company well, frankly. And we don't have the right leaders in place, or they don't have the right authority to do their jobs. And so those two things are deeply entwined.
And I would just add that I think that flat structure comes from this idea or myth that the tech industry is a meritocracy, which we've all heard. And I think that so people just think, oh, like, you know, it'll all even out because people who work hard will get to where we want them to be, but, you know, unconscious bias and all these other things start to get in the way of that and create systems that aren't necessarily fair. And so adding structure is just such an important part to not only diversity, but just having a successful company and being able to make hard decisions and being able to make decisions quickly, which is so important in an industry where we're trying to constantly innovate. So I don't think hierarchy is as evil as the tech industry thinks. I think structure is a friendlier word we might be able to use, but it's really important.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
You bring up like the panel, not. Okay, and standing by, and go music, please.
Where is everybody going? Have a seat. I just got on the stage. I haven't even said anything yet. What is happening? Hey, everybody. Rachel Williams, Head of Diversity and Inclusion at Yelp. How awesome was that last conversation? Give him a round of applause. Yes. I cornered Evan moments before he came on stage. So any new product features you see on Pinterest, me. All me. I'm a big pinner. Anyway, just want to say congratulations to Wayne and Melinda while I'm up here. This is amazing. From last year to this year, started from the bottom, now we're here, right? Yes. So I'm going to be calling you guys inclusionists. You're going to see me a couple of times this morning. You all right with that? I think everybody is opted into being inclusionists, right? Yes. As a matter of fact, add that to your LinkedIn profiles and whatnots. So I appreciate you guys rolling with the punches around here. Apparently there's traffic in the Bay Area. Who knew? So some of our panelists and guests have run a little late. So we were going to have our Oakland mayor. I'm not sure she's in the building yet. Is she in the building? Anybody want to give me a signal? She is not in the building yet. So off we go with the next panel. The next panel is Pathway to Leadership. Anybody interested in leadership around here? Nice. Cool, we got a great lineup for you. David Ortiz from Oracle, really tall guy. I mean, like, he's really tall, you'll see. And then we've got Sarah Clatterbuck from LinkedIn. She's doing some stuff in engineering over there. We got Kinjal Mathur. She runs her own shop. She's the CEO. And Cody Foster from Viacom, Mike McDonald from Pandora, one of my faves. They'll be up here in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Yeah, they're comfy, right? Just be here all day.
Disco nap.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, that's what I wanted my phone for.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are we ready to get started? And have some great conversation? Okay, I see a thumbs up right there. In the interest of time, we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is David Ortiz. I'm a senior diversity and inclusion consultant at Oracle, and I'll be the moderator for today's panel. We are going to discuss pathways to leadership. So we have a diverse group of individuals here in the tech industry, leaders who are going to share information about themselves and also share some tips and facts and stories to enlighten and illuminate the individuals in this room. We talk about the lack of diversity in technology, but it's more than just getting individuals in the door. It's helping them grow and thrive in their careers as well. So we're hopeful that the dialogue we have today with these individuals on stage will share some insight with you. But let's start with some introductions. We'll start all the way at the far end. Mike, just a brief introduction, your role, your organization, and if you don't mind, a fun fact about yourself. So a fun fact about me is I have a moderate fear of clowns, so I find them a bit creepy. So that's my fun fact I'll share with the group today. But Mike, let's start with you.
Yeah, hi. It's great to be here. My name is Mike McDonald. I lead recruiting at Pandora, which is in Oakland. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'll start over. So I'm Mike McDonald. I lead recruiting at Pandora, which is located in Oakland. I've been there for about 5 years. When I started, Pandora had about 300 employees. Now we're just over 2,000, so about 2,200. Fun fact, when I was a kid, I used to love to sing and dance. I did some jazz dancing, spirit hands, and had a chance to be a player in Oliver Twist, Syracuse, New York. So I tell my kids I was off Broadway, about 5 hours off Broadway.
Okay. Thanks for sharing, Mike.
Awesome.
Kinjal?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kinjal Mathur. I am the Chief Marketing Officer at Foursquare. Been there a little over 2 years. Fun fact about me, I discovered 3 years ago that I am pretty good at sharpshooting. So have started doing that and picking that skill up.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. And you can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Kinda. Can you hear me now? So I'm going to do this very awkwardly for the duration of this panel. I'm Cody Foster. I'm the Senior Vice President of Data Strategy at Viacom, which is a really fancy way of saying I run a product development department. I've been at Viacom for a little over a year. And a fun fact about myself, I don't know if it's a fun fact, but it's something that people are constantly surprised at when I tell them where I'm from. I'm actually from New York. And you know, in New York now, when you meet people, almost no one is actually from there. So I actually was born and raised in New York, and happy to be here today.
Okay, thank you, Cody. Sarah?
My name is Sarah Clatterbuck. I'm a director of engineering at LinkedIn. I lead a team of engineers in our application infrastructure group. And a fun fact about me, or as we say at LinkedIn, something not on my LinkedIn profile, is I've had the privilege of racing my bike against 3 Olympians here in the Bay Area.
Wow. So they did not disclose any of this information during the panel preparation session, so I was pleased to find out these fun facts with our panelists here today. So we're here to talk about pathways to leadership, and the interesting thing is, when you ask somebody what is leadership, they each have their own definition. So my first question to kind of level set this conversation is, how do you define leadership? And we'll start with anybody who wants to answer first.
Okay, I'll jump in.
Okay.
I think for me, leadership is pretty straightforward from the standpoint of it's really about empowering and motivating, people. And they're not necessarily people that are reporting to you. You don't need to be someone's boss to be a leader. I think anyone in an organization can be a leader. And if you can sort of serve first and be the first one to give or to help, then I think that's, you know, the first step and the primary priority of a leader, of a good leader.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd echo some of those points. I would say that it is a position of service first and foremost to your team and to the company. It's a position of influence. And for me, it's really about bringing people together from different perspectives to solve problems and empowering them to solve problems, empowering them to navigate conflict and to be great as a team.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of core competencies that make leaders who they are and good leaders. But I think what separates, in my mind, like the good from the great are leaders that really recognize that they do come from a place of influence and have influence, and they decide very proactively that they are going to be change agents. And they recognize when there's a problem in whether it's the culture, the strategy, the team, whatever it may be, and they advocate for their team, they advocate for the change, and they use their influence to really impact the org. And I think that's what really separates good to great for me.
Thank you. And Mike?
You know, I think you know, service to others is a very important part of leadership because, you know, there's only so much that one person can do. So there is an element of really connecting with people and in trying to help them do their best. I think there's another element, which is sort of maybe the classical definition of leadership is someone who has an opinion or an idea, a vision to solve a problem, and has a passion around doing something about it. And so if you take that, you know, seeing something that maybe could happen a different way, and then the ability to mobilize a bunch of people in order to help solve that problem. And then I think if you add the sort of maybe more popular or more sort of emerging understanding that we're really in service to others, then that's kind of what I think about as a well-rounded leader.
No, this is great stuff. So we heard some common themes here. We heard service, influence, and action. And we need to take a point to differentiate between diversity and inclusion. And one of the consultants I've worked with in the past at Korn Ferry mentioned that diversity is the mix, inclusion is making the mix work, which leads me to the concept of inclusive leadership, because we realize individuals don't necessarily leave companies, they leave managers and leaders. So the concept of inclusive leadership is something that I've been reading about, and you've probably read some information in some of the trade journals, particularly in diversity and inclusion. But these are leaders who are always asking, who is not here that needs to be here? Whose perspective do I need? And they're culturally competent as well. And they mentor and influence others who are not like them in some way. So my next question for the group is, what role has mentoring or sponsorship played in your advancement in your career? Now mentoring, I've heard it explained, is the conversations they have about you when you're in the room, your one-on-ones. Sponsorship is the conversations they have about you when you're not in the room. So when individuals are identifying talent for succession planning, for example, is there a sponsor you have at the table throwing your name in the hat? So who would like to take that question? So again, what role has mentoring and or sponsorship helped in advancing in your career?
Yeah, you know, I'll maybe jump on that. So I think I've been a little late to the game in my career about appreciating and leveraging other people for my own development. And I think one of the takeaways, there were people that were early in their career here that I would want to impart is the importance of, even while you're trying to demonstrate your capability, having the humility to not be afraid to basically share what you don't know. And I think that's the role that a mentor can play, as someone that can trust you, you know, someone that you trust who's looking out for your best interest, that you can open up to and say, you know, I'm motivated to be really good, but there are areas that I don't know. And so I think that's, you know, I think that's something that a mentor can do. And then, as you said, a sponsor is someone who understands what it is that you're up to in the world and can help find opportunities for you to apply yourself in that way.
Okay, good information.
So I'd actually think about these two things in complementary ways. I think of mentorship as sort of a basic requirement for success. Everyone should have a mentor, whether that's their boss or a friend or someone in the industry that they can ask questions of, and who can ask them great questions during important decision points in their career. And I've definitely had that, somebody that I've known since the first company I worked in tech, and she's been that person that I can ask questions of and who asks great questions of me. But I actually think a sponsor is more key to your career advancement, and that's what I've felt personally. I had a sponsor at LinkedIn for a couple of years who was a vice president a couple of levels above me in the management chain, and he really advocated for my growth, and it was the things that he said about me when I wasn't in the room to his peers that I think really paved the way for my advancement. And so I actually think that's really the level up in terms of empowering career growth, is having a sponsor within your organization.
Very powerful.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sarah.
I mean, I agree. I think, you know, mentors and sponsors are wildly important. But there is a problem because there really aren't enough for, you know, to be frank, you know, non-white tech, you know, workers. You know, there's a massive gap in, you know, I've been, you know, plenty of companies and, you know, large corporations and startups where I'm like, who am I going to talk to here that has any concept or any context of what I'm going through from, you know, a cultural, professional sort of, you know, dynamic. And, you know, I think, you know, I would love to see more effort put, you know, sort of established around setting up, you know, outside, you know, in company programs for mentorship, but also I think there's going to have to be outside of the company programs for mentorship where someone can maybe, you know, contact me who doesn't work at Viacom and say, hey, I don't even work at your company, but I need a mentor. Can you be my mentor? Because otherwise, I think there's going to continue to be this really wide management and leadership deficiency where we all get the jobs because I think initially we're really technically proficient, and so we keep working our way up into the room because like, oh, we need like the tech guy to like you know, explain to us how this works, and then it's like, all right, you're ready to graduate into a management position, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, I'm not writing code anymore, but I don't know how to manage or lead because no one ever took the time to like walk me through that. Yeah. And I think that's really where you start seeing, you know, people running into a brick wall, you know, especially, you know, if you're a diverse tech worker, because you didn't have the exposure to boardroom level people up into the point where all of a sudden you're supposed to know how to interact with them.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Cody. I think in my career, I wouldn't be where I'm at without mentors. Like, and I think it's like any other relationship. You're not going to always find them in the company. You have to proactively look outside. They should be different experience levels. You should have male and female mentors. You should have people that are in industry, outside of industry, like constantly giving you feedback and perspective and broadening your horizons about different types of career paths that are out there that you may not know of. It's a hard journey, and we all have insecurities, and that mentor-mentee relationship is can be a really profound one and can impact you. So, you know, I've had people come up to me after meeting at a round table or at an event that's like, hey, let's set up coffee, and then they become my mentorees, or I've reached out to people proactively that really inspire me and said, you know, hey, like, I'd really love to get to like know you a little bit better and work at that relationship. You have to date them. You have to, you know, make sure that you're keeping in touch with them, that they're invested in your career. But it is, for me personally, it was kind of a make or break point at certain points in my career, depending on the advice that I needed.
And that's great insight that you shared, that balance between internal and external. That's a very valid point.
You know, one of the things I was going to add is oftentimes it's sort of put on the individual to go and find a mentor, and it takes a lot of chutzpah to go to someone who you think you can learn from. You know, it takes a lot of confidence, and confidence isn't necessarily something you're born with. You know, it's something that you develop over time. So I think if there aren't leaders that are out there that look like you or come from your background, it might be hard, you know? So I think it's incumbent on people that are leaders, that are in service to others, to really extend yourself to individuals to help bring them up so that they can then develop a sense of confidence. I think if we have a lack of a pipeline of leaders, if that's an issue that we think that it's out there, part of it is just, at what point are you developing the confidence to put yourself into those positions? So something that's important.
Good point, Mike. And I've experienced both formal mentoring programs. You usually would have a formal mentoring program administered by the HR department in your organization, but there's also informal mentoring as well. So if you're an individual who's looking to grow in your career, if there's somebody you look up to, maybe somebody on this panel, feel free to reach out to them and go with a purpose. When you ask for mentoring, the worst that they could say is no, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. But we see here that sponsorship and mentoring are both very some crucial pieces to advancing in your career. And the mentoring, you have to be open to the mentoring also. You will get a lot of advice, but it's what you do with the advice that has the impact on your own career, which you take ownership of. So it's that having that confidence to go out and seek individuals, doing that self-assessment, acknowledging what skill sets you need to develop. I have another question here, and this is where we get to some of the meat of our conversation. As you were on your path to leadership, what obstacles or barriers have you experienced, and how did you overcome them? Perhaps you leveraged some of your mentors and they gave you some advice, but again, what obstacles or barriers have you experienced? And I'll share an example in my case. I was in the healthcare industry for about 18 years total, working the last 12 years in diversity and inclusion, but in about 2001, I transitioned from New Jersey to Chattanooga, Tennessee, of all places. And the culture change was an obstacle. It took me a while to get adjusted, so I had to have conversations with individuals, get connected with the Latino advocacy organization to find people like me and to deal with issues that I was experiencing. So from your perspectives and based on your stories, what obstacles or barriers have you experienced, and how did you overcome them?
I mean, at a broad level, racist, to be honest with you. I think at the end of the day, there is this really deep-rooted, endemic sort of passive racism where, especially, being black and being in tech, it's always this issue of, being twice as good to get, half the credit. Yeah. And I think that's something where, sort of having that obstacle of knowing that you're going to have to sort of quote unquote eat it from time to time, to take a step back so hopefully you can get 2 steps forward, is something that I think early on in my career I struggled with. Sort of the political jujitsu that you have to use within a corporate environment to be heard and to lean in and to be taken seriously. I've been in rooms where, in meetings where someone turned and asked me to go get the coffee. And I was like, I'm giving the presentation because I built the thing that we're talking about. Yeah. So I think, that's something that obviously exists. And I think, the more we can sort of be frank and talk about that openly, and then also empower each other to stand up for our colleagues and to stand up for, our work friends, I think is important too. I think, I mean, raise your hand if you've been in a meeting and some, senior executive was just wildly mansplaining something to a woman in the room. That happened to me last Tuesday. And, you kind of have to, like, after the meeting, throw side-eye at that person and be like, yo, that wasn't cool. Yeah. And I think that's important. And I think that's, a really sort of hard thing to do because, we all have a certain amount of political capital, quote unquote, within an organization, and expending that for other people or choosing the wrong battle is scary sometimes. Yeah.
And how do you develop that confidence? And anybody else, feel free to chime in, because there is that skill set. You may not be comfortable, and it takes a tremendous amount of courage to speak up and speak out, particularly for those who are not in the room. But part of the diversity and inclusion work in organizations is speaking out and calling out individuals when they make an offhand remark and using that as a teachable moment. And I'm glad that you brought up the issue of racism, because we do realize racism exists, and there is unconscious bias and overt bias. And so how do you balance the political awareness, that being aware, and then calling individuals out on things? Anybody?
I think the overt problem is a little easier to take on head on because everyone knows when it's happened and it's very clear, and then there can be, sort of a tactical organizational approach to that. I think the more subtle forms of bias that happen are more challenging, and that's where we really have to all look out for each other, and we need allies in the organization who will look out for us in those circumstances.
Okay.
I think it's fascinating that the tech industry is dealing with this situation because honestly, a lot of people that work in tech consider themselves to be pretty progressive. Tech is a meritocracy. That's kind of the sense. But at the same time, this is a a palatable discussion that's going on, and I think people are being faced. And I know that I am too. I was adopted by two white parents. My dad was a professor at Syracuse University. Where I grew up in upstate New York, you had basically everyone who was black lived in the lower income part of Syracuse, and it's where most of the crime was, So I grew up with progressive parents who adopted me, and still I grew up with that. That was kind of like the water that I swam in, right? So now I lead recruiting at a tech company, and it's all about how can we find these workers fast enough to get on board, to build a product, to ship it so we can survive. And everyone thinks that they're progressive, but now we're being faced with biases that well-meaning people have, and I think that it's a really, really good conversation that's happening right now. I don't think the solution is going to happen very quickly. I think it's going to take time, but it starts with awareness.
Yeah, and the conversation we were having in the green room, everybody wants a quick fix to the problem, but think about how long it took us to get here. So it's not going to be a quick fix. It's going to take dialogue, such as we're having today, and being authentic in that dialogue, which requires some sense of trust. But if you don't have that trust, you won't have that ensuing conversation. So, anybody else have anything they want to add?
No, I think Mike made a good point from the standpoint of most people are well-meaning, and I think that's where we sort of struggle. It's very easy when you have a villain in front of you to attack the villain, but when it's sort of like this, ethereal, layer that you're sort of wading through, and you don't really know who to attack or how to attack them, I think it creates a sense of not hopelessness, but just what do I do? Like, how do I bring to someone's attention within the organization, whether it's HR or someone in the diversity inclusion sort of department, that I feel like there's a bias that's happening against me? And I think because it's very difficult to prove, a lot of folks just sort of sit on their hands because they don't know where to go and what to do about it. And I don't necessarily have an answer to how to fix that, but I think that's the discussion that needs to happen. I think almost every senior executive needs to realize that I am probably wildly biased. I took an implicit association test recently myself. I realized I'm a horrible person. I mean, if it's on, you can go on the Harvard implicit association website, find out, I had to reflect on life choices. What am I, who am I? I think, more self-awareness is the beginning of that, where a lot of these well-meaning people, they sit around and say, hey, I'm well-meaning, so I can't be biased. And I'm like, probably that's wrong. And I think that's something that, we should just, the first step is just accepting it and saying, hey, look around the room, we need to, tackle this head on and be truthful with ourselves.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that information on the implicit association test. And you could search for it online and able to take it online. You don't necessarily have to share your results on a panel here, but thank you, Cody, for sharing.
I'm burying my results.
But that self-awareness, people think about diversity and inclusion and they have a tendency to think it's learning more about others. But the first component is really learning about yourself. It's what biases, unconscious, for example, do you have? What's your biography? We each shared our stories up here. That has an impact on you. Both my parents were blue-collar workers, and I enter a corporate environment. That did something to me based on my background. So the concept of managing my own career and mentoring was a foreign concept, and you don't know what you don't know coming into organizations, and that's what the roles of mentors make so important. But thank you for sharing that information, Cody. Anything else we want to add before we get into the next question?
Yeah, I would say that the fact that conferences like this are happening, and art and media and news, like everything is focused and trying to help bring awareness to a lot of the challenges and the biases that we have. Like, that didn't exist for a very long time. And when I think about my career, like now, after tons of conversations, I can look back and be like, holy shit, like that was wrong what that person said to me. That was shitty feedback that went in an HR file that called me aggressive, which I know my counterparts weren't getting. Like, things are starting to click now, and like give yourselves a pat for even being here, because I think that's like phase one. Like, you talk about biases and you talk about like that person saying something that doesn't feel right to me, like recognizing that you don't naturally recognize it sometimes. And so what I have found really helpful is like I've sought out people that I think are so much more well-versed on this topic than I am, and spending time when they're like, hey, that's actually a gender bias way of leading a meeting or having a conversation. And I'm like, wow, thank you for pointing that out, because I can't tell you how many times that's happened. And so now that I understand what some of the biases are, I can actually take action. And so, don't feel bad if you don't really know kind of what those behaviors are, like they're not really apparent to you. Have conversations, start to recognize them. That's the way we're going to create change, because a lot of things go unnoticed. And I think that that's like step one. Even all the conversation that we're having around this topic, there's still so much of these kind of recognized biases that we all have that we need to like raise the awareness about individually.
And I'm happy, Kinjal, that you mentioned the information in the HR file, because I find that performance reviews and evaluations are a two-way conversation, and what happens shouldn't be a surprise, but you may have some situations where people tend to be a bit passive-aggressive and they bring everything up. But as an employee, you could challenge some of those comments also. So you don't necessarily have to agree with that feedback, but it opens the door to dialogue. And I've had that happen to me also. So you have to just engage in that dialogue and get to the root cause. And because it's perception, the individual rating, you may see it one way, but you come from it at a different perspective. So thank you. I have a question here about micro-iniquities. And micro-iniquities are ways in which individuals are singled out, overlooked, ignored, or otherwise discounted based on a characteristic that they can't change about themselves. So gender, race, height, for example. Have you ever experienced any micro-iniquities, and how did you deal with that? And the example I share is, I was born in New Jersey. My parents are Puerto Rican, and I moved to Chattanooga. So when I talk to individuals, they say, whoa, I was expecting an accent. So how do I process that as a Latino from New Jersey? Were you expecting a thick Spanish accent, or were you expecting that New Jersey accent? So I just said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I grew up in New Jersey, moved to Milwaukee, was an English major, and here I am. So kind of diffused the situation there. And it took me a long time to get to the point where I was confident enough to answer it in a semi-smart alecky way. But have you experienced anything similar during the course of your careers on your path to leadership, and how did you address it?
I think. I'm like, where do I begin?
Let's start with one.
Yeah. So one of the classic ones that I've sort of dealt with is people being sort of surprised. It's like, wow, you're so smart. And it's like, why are you surprised I'm smart? So it's kind of like, wow, that's a compliment, but it's like a totally backhanded compliment. So that's one. Oh, and the whole you have a really well-spoken like white voice.
You're so articulate.
Yeah, so, because, when you're black, you have to bring your white voice into the office, every day.
Yeah.
I had to explain that to a group of senior executives recently that were doing a recruiting, initiative. And so these are the sorts of things that we think about, people, they'll comment on my name, Cody. And then they're like, oh, I didn't expect you to, you don't look like a Cody. And I'm like, what does a Cody look like? And I think that's another thing too. Black families think about what to name their kids because they need to get over the HR biases in the application process to get jobs. Because if my name was more black sounding, it would probably be 50% harder for me to get an interview. So, I mean, these are the sorts of like micro inequities that I think a lot of times are really, they're unspoken, but if you're living them, it's sort of like the everyday sort of acknowledgement. And a lot of the times, depending on which side of the bed I rolled out on, I'll throw shade at someone for making a comment, being like, man, that was like really good work. Like, you're really smart. Or sometimes I'll let it go. And I think that's, just depends on sort of where I am in the moment as far as being, fed up with it or not.
I have much more trivial examples, but it happens like all the time. Like being in a board meeting and everybody's making small talk and it's all white males and they all ask each other about the game last night, but nobody asked me about the game last night, as if I don't watch basketball or don't know what football is or anything like that. I think bonding between male executives happens over a glass of whiskey, and they feel comfortable asking their male counterparts to go out for a drink after work and take their one-on-one at a local bar, but they don't feel comfortable asking me that. And so I feel like I'm missing out on a bonding experience. Things like that happen all the time. I haven't quite figured out exactly how to address it, other than going back to my aggressive self and just inserting, my 2 cents in the conversation to just talk about the game and, overcompensate for their micro inequalities that they're throwing at me. But I haven't figured out a more effective way, other than like me making up for it, how to address them.
Okay. And if you had an inclusive leader, they would notice that you weren't being included in the conversation and ask a question that would draw you in. And that's why inclusive leadership is so important today, because we want those cultures where people feel inclined to share their perspective, because it really is about engagement and individuals sharing their thought process, because we don't see things the same way. Anybody else?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I think the most common thing that I see in my own situation is being the only woman in a room and then being either talked over or saying something that then someone else says 10 minutes later and everyone kind of gloms onto it. I have a specific story, though. I mean, I think this is kind of a happy and sad story because my opinion was actually solicited in one of these meetings by our head of engineering, because we were kind of wandering into my area of expertise. And so I felt like that was an act of inclusion on his part to ask my opinion. And then as I started to give my opinion, I said, well, I have 2 thoughts on this, and I got through the first one, and then someone started talking over me. And our head of engineering interrupted him and said, hey, I don't think Sarah was done talking. I think she had one more point. So again, it was like an act of inclusion. I felt the micro inequity that happened, and then another act of inclusion to make sure that my voice was heard. So, I think people are being very intentional about this. And then I think I also have a story of when I saw this happening to someone else and attempted to be inclusive on their behalf. There was a young woman coming through an interview process, and I had been following her progress. And when I was reading the feedback for one of the interviews, I saw that she actually got the technical question correct. And the interviewer said, well, but she wasn't all that confident in her answer, and she took a long time checking it after she wrote it on the whiteboard, so I don't think we should hire her. And so I actually read that and thought, well, this was actually a biased interview, and basically went and spoke with the interviewer directly about it, and then advocated with our recruiting team for her to have another interview.
Wow. And that's what it takes. It's challenging some decisions, and seeking out those different perspectives and calling out things as well as you see them. And I'm inclined to say in a respectful manner, because you don't want individuals to shut down. But we also need to be aware that privilege exists also, and having conversations around privilege, male privilege, white privilege, heterosexual privilege, ability privilege, but the climate has to be right to have those conversations, and if it's not right, individuals tend to shut down. So that's why you see a lot of focus on unconscious bias, just raising that awareness to have that dialogue. This is a panel on path to leadership, so we're going to have one more question for the panel up here, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. And do we have mic runners? Okay, we do have mic runners available for questions. So the last question for the panel here is, what advice do you have for individuals who want to achieve a leadership position in tech? So what advice would you give to the aspiring individuals in this room who want to be an inclusive leader in tech?
Well, first, don't think because you don't have a quote-unquote traditional path that you can't do it. I think a lot of people psych themselves out from the word go because they didn't know from they were 9 years old that they wanted to be, an engineer, or they wanted to be a front-end, web developer. I think something, we need to, sort of get rid of that myth of, you have to go to, Stanford or Caltech or MIT, and that's the only way to work in the tech industry. And then I think from there, it's just, perseverance, really, because it is going to be hard to break through, especially if you're in Silicon Valley, which is maybe why I'm in New York. But breaking through that there's really no way to do it other than try to be as personable and charming as you can, because you don't have the luxury to be some weird Aspergery, engineer. Like, you can't be black and Mark Zuckerberg and succeed, where you're not looking people in the eye and you're not charming and you're not really dynamic. You can't be one of these sort of antisocial tech types if you're going to break through. I think, Kinjio made a great point earlier. Like, you have to step up and say, you know what, I'm going to fake like the stuff that you guys like so that I can get into the conversation with you. I'm going to wear those like really ugly like orange red pants and like talk about the Hamptons and like play golf. Like you're going to have to get involved in that discussion, because then you won't get invited out to the whiskey where all the actual business and opportunity is happening.
Yeah.
And I think that's, again, part of the theater of being a diverse candidate or a diverse, tech worker, is that it is stagecraft. And I think, acknowledging that stagecraft at a certain level so that you can get to the point and finally say, haha, I tricked you, I don't like to wear that shit, I'm gonna, wear my snapback, Yankees cap and a pair of dunks and say, fuck off. Yeah. But you have to get to that point where you have the power to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna hit roadblocks. I mean, there are times where I've walked into rooms and I could tell right away it was, haircut or the way I was dressed, or an idiom or colloquial piece of slang that I threw out in a meeting just sort of slipped out because I got too relaxed. And then people were making comments. I think I used the term swagger jack like 9 months ago, and one of my bosses still brings it up, like, oh, you taught me a new term. So these are the sorts of differences that get identified, and then I start worrying, like, did that hurt my professional aura? Am I deemed now less worthy of, promotion? Am I sort of this anomaly that people, bring to meetings so that I can represent my entire race when someone needs to know something about, black audiences or black something? Everyone sort of turns and looks at me and like I'm the spokesperson for, that entire community. Yeah. And I think that's just, it is what it is. And like I wouldn't want to sugarcoat to someone to say that you don't have to play a little bit of that game.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to mention. Some folks call it politic interplaying the game, and one of my mentors mentioned it's like using the wind in the sail. Sometimes you have to use it to get you where you want to go, and then that level of self-awareness as well is important. Anybody else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the fake it till you make it is a really big part of it, and that usually means blending in to some extent. I think I described the problem a little bit as we have a standard deviation problem. So basically, we have a very big in-group, and if you deviate too much from that, then you stand out too much, and that could be anything. But then once you do make it, I think it is sort of a responsibility of ours to then sort of push the edge of the standard deviation out just a little tick. So earlier in my career as an engineer, I did try to fit in by wearing the logo t-shirts and the jeans and everything. And now I'm very intentional about dressing more feminine because I want to just push that out a tiny bit and say, like, yes, there is room for a feminine woman leading in engineering.
I think companies that create environments where people can be their true selves are going to have a competitive advantage. And I'm very proud to work at Pandora in Oakland, and we have an environment, perhaps because it started off with artists, musicians, that is fairly soulful. And when you have an environment that is accepting of people from different backgrounds and perspectives, and by the way, we're by no means where we'd like to be. But I think that, if people can be themselves, they can bring forth into their environments, their true selves, it creates a place that's people are happier. So I think the advice that I would have for people that, that want to be leaders of successful companies is you've got to be curious about people, where they come from, what their perspective is, and seek to create an environment that's inclusive.
Okay. Yeah, good information.
I will say, in my experience, yes, you should remember your differences, and yeah, you should fake it till you make it. But ultimately, you have to be able to impact the business, and results speak for themselves. It doesn't matter what race you are, what gender you are. If you're delivering, like, nobody can look past that. And about the perseverance, like, it's fucking hard work. Work hard. Like, I came over-prepared to every meeting. I tried to stay 2 steps ahead. I figured out opportunities when I was really young in my career of how to impact the business, and sought kind of like carve that out and would present that back to management and say, like, here's a project I think I should work at. I stretched. I put in the hours. Like, nobody can fuck with ration, right? Like, if you're like a rational person that's speaking about the business, and you're showing results, and you're talking about a test design, your shit, like, it doesn't matter who you are, people see past that and they get excited about what you can deliver to the company. And so don't let your differences always stay top of mind to the point where it's a handicap. Like, ultimately, it's hard work. Like, pathway to leadership is, making up the differences by really, really showing how you can deliver to the company. And you can't skirt that. So, I would say that that's kind of first and foremost, is figuring out how you can deliver and make an impact on the business.
Great. Own your stuff and get results. I love it. Love it. So we have no questions from the audience. We have like 2 minutes on the clock, and they're going to start the Grammy music now. So we are at a close for the panel now. So I want to thank our panelists, and thanks to Wayne and Melinda for putting this together. So thanks, everybody, and I want the audience members to enjoy the rest of the conference, so thank you.
Well, thanks.
Party people, where are you going? I'm getting back on stage. Don't move. Where's everybody going? I got a big surprise for you. Not break time yet. I have a very important guest here. Siéntate, or have a seat, or come back. Everybody come back. Come back, come back. Lovely ladies in the front, may I ask you to move the conversation to the side? I am the MC and also enforcer, apparently. So, coming to the stage. They lost last night, the Warriors, but we have the mayor of my city, Oakland, coming to the stage right now. Oh, fellas, do you mind to move that somewhere else? Thanks, booze. Whew, y'all are rough. Inclusionist, who's ready for Mayor Schaaf? Woo! All right, she's gonna come up right after I go down. Sorry, gotta keep this rolling, Get this good music. People are chatty right now.
All right, good morning. Thank you for your patience. I actually was supposed to be your welcoming speaker, but I'm sure you'll all be shocked to know that I was stuck in Bay Area traffic. But the good part about being late is I just got to listen to that last panel. How many of you were here for that last panel? Wasn't that great? Although I did have this horrific flashback to when I worked for the Port of Oakland, which is a pretty male-dominated workplace. And I remembered wincing my way through whiskey. They were talking about how you have to sometimes drink whiskey when you don't like it. And then running up to my hotel room, putting on my breast pump, pumping out my milk, and dumping it in the sink. And any women familiar with that kind of thing? Yeah. So, my job is to talk to you today about stretching. And if you've already been sitting here, this is a great time. Stretch a little bit. Because that's what we need the tech sector to do. We need the tech sector to stretch a little bit. I know that a lot of the focus of today's conference is on how we can hire more diverse workers. But we've got to stretch beyond hiring. We have got to stretch around making a diverse workforce feel valued and celebrated once they've come into the workplace. It's not just about the hiring. It's about how you make people feel once they are in that position. We also have to stretch because I do not want to be back at this conference in 10 years. I want this to be a non-issue in 10 years. And that's not going to happen unless we stretch back and start getting involved with organizations like Level the Playing Field or the Hidden Genius or all the things that the great Kapor Center for Social Impact supports. We've got to start building that pipeline because I can tell you, I have a whole bunch of brilliant, young, diverse people in the city of Oakland that are dying to get into your sector. But we've got to give them a pathway, a pipeline, to be prepared and to have the skills and, just as important, to have the confidence to see themselves in these companies right now. So building that pipeline, supporting those organizations, Black Girls Code, Hack the Hood. Oakland is full of them. I know you're going to hear later on today from Yes We Code. That's another great one. And then the last stretch I'm going to talk about with regard to going beyond your hiring practices is re-examining policies and practices. And I will tell you that as the mayor of a major American city, this is deep work for us, particularly around policing.
Big government affairs stuff here.
We are looking at, for example, our police department and asking ourselves, yes, we've got to do better to ensure that someone who is overtly, consciously racist never makes it into our department. But where we're going to have the bigger wins and the bigger changes in policing outcomes is re-examining these policies and practices that have been in place that we thought were fair, we thought were serving a good public service purpose, but in fact are not. Things like consensual searches, the stop and frisk. By re-examining your policies and practices, you will change outcomes. I won't name names, but I was at a big tech company a few months ago asking them about their internship program. And they named the schools that they recruit their interns from. Harvard, Yale, Stanford, UC Berkeley. I said, do you ever go to the community colleges? No, we never have. That's an example of a policy or practice that companies might re-examine if they really are committed to inclusion and diversity. Go to the colleges where the diverse talent is. That's the end of my little lecture on going beyond hiring. The last thing I want to talk about is how we define corporate citizenship. In Oakland, we've had fun with kind of a new word. We call it tequity. Tequity is this idea about kind of challenging the tech sector. How can you help us promote equity? And we've talked, you might have heard that Uber is moving to Oakland. Anybody heard of that? And on one hand, we're excited about that. That is, 2,000 to 3,000 jobs in my downtown. That's taking an underutilized building and bringing it back to life. There's a lot of good things about that, but it's also caused a lot of fear and trepidation in Oaklanders about how is our city going to change when we start having this big influx of very high-wage tech workers come into our city. And so we sent a little welcoming letter to Uber. Welcome to Oakland. We're so excited you came. Now help us preserve the magic that attracted you to our city in the first place. And we gave them some suggestions. Obviously, we talked about wanting to see a more obvious commitment to a diverse and inclusive workforce. But we also talked about how their employees can give. Traditionally, when we talk about corporate citizenship, we talk about philanthropy, like please write a check to this charity. And yet in the tech world, a lot of companies say, I can't be writing big checks. I'm not even profitable yet. So what are some new opportunities for tech companies to exhibit corporate citizenship? And I challenge you with 3. One is getting your employees more engaged in the community. I know Pandora does a great job with their volunteer program. And a lot of new workers want to be part of a company that cares about its community. This is actually good for a company's bottom line. But you as workers can also demand and even create those employee volunteer opportunities. Because you want to be seen as an asset to the community where you're working. You want to be seen as part of it. Another thing I love about Pandora is they don't have a company cafeteria. And they are proud of that. And it's because they want their workers to go out on their lunch hours and support the mom and pop businesses, small restaurants that are around their workplace. And they have been a great support to that local economy in our downtown. Another opportunity is what we call impact purchasing. When Uber announced that they were coming to Oakland, and we suggested this idea of impact purchasing, we wanted to be a resource. And so one of the things that we immediately thought about, and I don't know if any of you are software engineers, I happen to be married to a software engineer. For me, it's a very boring work. Does anybody find it boring? Just judging from my husband, I know he needs to drink a lot of coffee to get through his day of coding. And so that is something that a company like Uber is going to need. It's going to need coffee. Well, we have a great coffee company in Oakland, and apparently you're drinking it here today, which makes me totally happy. It's called Red Bay Coffee, It's African American owned. It's a workers' cooperative, so the workers share in the profits, and it hires almost exclusively formerly incarcerated workers. It's a B Corp, it is a fabulous company, and the coffee is damn good. Has anybody had the coffee here today? Isn't it not damn good? That is some good coffee. And Uber was thrilled because this is a win-win. They need coffee, and we had a great local and also socially conscious business to supply them coffee. Uber didn't even want to wait till they opened their Oakland offices. They actually entered into a contract with Red Bay to supply their San Francisco offices with this coffee, and that alone created 20 new jobs at Red Bay Coffee right away. That is an example of impact purchasing. That is something that tech companies can do more of. And the final idea, and this is just getting started, so I really want you to be my evangelists on this idea, is companies could be lenders. So you don't have to give us your money, just lend it to us. We will give it back to you. And we can do great things with it. We can give zero-interest loans to entrepreneurs of color through the Kiva.org platform. Does anyone ever make loans on Kiva? Kiva is awesome. If you haven't done it, check it out. It's really fun to be a banker. You can lend as little as $25. Come on, we can all do that. So check out Kiva.org. And then the next thing, I don't know if you've heard, but the Bay Area has an affordable housing crisis. And a lot of people feel that the high-wage tech jobs are a part of that, are exacerbating that crisis. And so here's another opportunity for tech companies to lend money for workforce housing development that is locked in affordable. Again, they'll get it back even with a small amount of interest, but this is a way that companies can actually kind of enter a new space of being good corporate citizens. So those are some ideas of how we can all stretch. I invite you to stretch again, and I'm sure you're excited to see your next panel. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Mic 8, please. Mic 8. Yeah, all right. If you're going to move, move now before I call you out. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Do you guys enjoy hearing from my mayor? I live in Oakland. Any other Oakland folks? East Bayers? Yes, where you can at least afford to live. Hello, San Francisco. Anyway, coming to the stage next, we have someone from NIH. So we're going to switch gears just a little bit and talk about another part of inclusion and diversity, which is around disabilities. So we have Teresa Boer, who is from NIH, and she's going to talk about access and inclusion as it relates to folks with disabilities. Come on up, Teresa. Awesome, all you?
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We've heard a lot about inclusion, and I want you to think about inclusion and your definition. We all have slightly different definitions, and that's from our experience. And I challenge you today to think about diversity and inclusion and include people with disabilities in that. Oftentimes, I think the population of people with disabilities becomes overlooked. We think about racial diversity, we think about gender diversity, age diversity, but do we think about people with disabilities in that diverse community? The US Census Bureau tells us that people with disabilities is the largest minority population in the United States. The Social Security Administration predicts that 25% of today's 20-year-olds will have a disability by the time they retire. And that's age 69 for them. 25%. And further, the National Eye Institute estimates that the number of people with eye disease will increase by 200% by the year 2040. 200%. These are staggering statistics. And I never thought I would be included in this statistical population. And yet almost 10 years ago, right before my 25th birthday, my kidneys, liver, and pancreas shut down and the oxygen was cut off to my retinas. Virtually overnight, I went from being a normal 24-year-old to being blind. And I knew nothing about blindness, nothing about functionally being a blind person, using technology, working as a blind person. And all of that changed. It was an immediate crash course with no alternative. And the change was beyond anything I could have expected. So the first step was to get some skills. I went to an adult rehabilitation center for the blind where I learned how to do everything non-visually. Cooking, cleaning, traveling, Braille, using a computer, and all of that was to get me back in the workforce. And we all know how hard it is to look for a job. It's one of the hardest things you can ever do. And it was even harder as a blind person, a newly blind person. It was hard to be rejected because of my blindness. It was hard to keep looking for that job. And I know that there are laws against that, but the truth is it still happens today, where people are excluded for a number of different reasons. And the fact is that I also don't want to work somewhere where I am not wanted or appreciated for my abilities. Eventually I found a position, not what I expected, and I took a part-time job for a vending company. I started out doing telemarketing a couple days a week from home. I'm one of those odd ducks. I love telemarketing. It's a numbers game. It's fun. People think I'm crazy, but, and in a couple of months they figured out not only was I very good at what I was doing, but I wanted to do more, and I was more than capable of doing more. And I became their marketing director, training their sales staff and the sales staff of the sister company. And it was a great way for me to get back on my feet, to gain my own confidence back. But it wasn't a career. And a couple years later, I found myself looking for another position, thinking, maybe the federal government is the place to be for me. It's supposed to be great for people with disabilities. We have Section 508, which is part of the Rehabilitation Act. And as of 1998, it stipulates that all federal agencies are required to ensure accessibility of their electronic and information technology for persons with disabilities. So I had this pie-in-the-sky idea that I would be able to do my job as well as any of my other colleagues who are not assistive technology users. And I came to the National Institutes of Health in 2011 with this idea of access and equal access at that. And what I found was that was not exactly the case. I was surprised to find that we still have a long way to go. The federal government has done a great job of ensuring that their public-facing websites are accessible. But on the back end, systems, communications, products and services that we're both procuring and developing, we have a long way to go. And you might be thinking, why is this relevant to me? I don't work in the federal space. And I would argue that it's relevant to everyone, particularly in the tech industry, who's looking to be successful. Those numbers that I started with about disabilities are real. The number of people with disabilities is on the rise. And it was that lack of knowledge and education that really spurred me on. I started a group at the National Institutes of Health called the Three Blind Mice. We are a blind and low vision resource sharing group. And the point is to educate people, to be a resource to one another, to talk about technology, how it affects us, and how we can be a community voice for improvement. For those who are in the private sector, we've seen companies who work to integrate accessibility and inclusion into their technology, and the financial benefits are real. The return on investment is real. We've also seen companies that have been further incentivized by our justice system to do just that. And that loss is real. By thinking about access and inclusion in technology, particularly for persons with disabilities, you're opening yourself up to a whole nother market to grow your business. Today, technology is so ingrained in everything that we do. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to be without technology for an hour, for a day, and much less a lifetime. When we think about access, we think about usability, technology, of where we are today, we're also planning for our future by making a difference in today's actions and usability. At some point, everyone in this room will be affected by disability. It may be as an individual, it may be as a spouse, it may be as a partner, it may be because your parents are affected or a child is affected, but disability will touch all of us. And if we make that investment now, we're not only planning for our own future, but the future of those around us. We want the ability to work for as long as we choose. It affects us financially. It affects our economy. And the fact is that when you think about accessibility, when you think about usability, it benefits all populations. At the end of the day, the word inclusion is an action word. Diversity alone does not cut it. And to be inclusive, it means seeking out people who are different. And that cross-section includes people with disabilities. There are a number of stigmas that still exist. And today I ask you to challenge yourself, challenge your own notion of inclusion. Put those words into action, whether it's on the street, whether it's in your professional job, and certainly within the tech industry. It will make a difference. October is National Disability Awareness Month, and this year's theme is #InclusionWorks. So if you're tweeting today, #InclusionWorks. This is the future, and I ask you all, again, the challenge is expand your definition of inclusion. Think about people with disabilities in a different way, but we are part of that diverse group of people. And disability does not discriminate. It is the one thing that breaches all barriers, whether it's gender, whether it's ethnicity. We welcome everyone, whether you want to or not. So thank you all very much for allowing me to be here today. This is a great venue, a great opportunity And as we look forward to the future and reaching out, inclusion is the way to success in IT. So, thank you.
Awesome. Let's give Teresa another round of applause. Woo! Woo! Get some energy going up in here, inclusionists. Inclusion work is fun, right? It should be. You folks in the back, I know it's not easy to hear, right? Come closer. Come closer. And the reason why I'm telling you to come closer is because this next panel is fire. Work that I do as a head of diversity and inclusion at Yelp needs to be backed up by policy from our government, both local and national. And this next panel is going to talk about the policy around diversity and inclusion that they are putting together and fighting for at the White House and in our local government. So please welcome to the stage Joe Miller from Washington Tech, panelist Laura Wiedemann Powers, who is now with the White House, Tony Williams, Comcast, Colin Lasson, City and County of San Francisco, and Raymond Chung, US EEOC. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. Oh, that's a lovely. Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Miller, and I'm the founder and host of the Washington Tech Policy Podcast. I like to think of the podcast as a mobile think tank, giving the tech community a weekly update on all of the national level tech policy developments they need to know, plus an interview with leading folks affecting tech policy. My interview with Wayne Sutton is episode number 40, and you can find it on iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. So the focus of this panel is looking at the intersection of tech policy and diversity. A few years ago, Washington and Silicon Valley were like night and day, and the tech sector would avoid Washington like the plague. Today, though, things have changed. Now, according to the Center for Responsive Politics, the tech sector outpaces Wall Street by a factor of more than 2 to 1 in terms of lobbying investment within the Beltway. On top of this, the current environment of repeated hacking and intrusions into critical infrastructure, some of which have been designed to undermine our electoral process, underscores the need for tech workers who can serve on the front lines of cybersecurity. Our national security depends on a diverse workforce with the skills to defend American interests here and abroad, and part of that means looking at what local governments are doing right and scaling that to the national level. So my guests today are Colin Lakin, Siri Thanasambat, Laura Wiedemann Powers, and Tony Williams. Colin Lakin is currently the Mayor's Director for Strategic Partnerships for Mayor Ed Lee in the City and County of San Francisco. His responsibility includes creating, coordinating, and facilitating public-private partnerships for the benefit of the residents of San Francisco. Previously, Mr. Lakin served for 10 years as the President and CEO of Northern California Grantmakers, the regional association of grantmakers with approximately 200 member organizations and individuals working to support and strengthen its members and promote effective philanthropy in the region. Mr. Lakin holds a Master's of Science in Financial Management and Policy from Carnegie Mellon and a Bachelor's from Cornell, and he's a professional instructor at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business. Siri Thanasambat is a trial attorney for the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, based in San Francisco and Los Angeles, California, where she litigates employment discrimination cases and multiple claimant civil rights lawsuits. She's a graduate of New York University School of Law, where she was a Ruth Tilden Kern Fellow and an editor for the NYU Law Review. Laura Wiedemann Powers is Senior Policy Advisor to the U.S. Chief Technology Officer within the White House. In this role, Powers focuses on issues of diversity and inclusion in tech. Specifically, she focuses on efforts related to ensuring hiring, entrepreneurship, and the products and platforms of the future work for all Americans, particularly those from historically marginalized backgrounds. Tony Williams currently serves as the Senior Director of Government and External Affairs for Comcast NBC Universal. A former speechwriter and policy advisor, Tony's work at Comcast has focused on developing relationships, communication strategies, and community outreach campaigns that engage and excite people with technology and media. He's dedicated himself to fostering organizations that engage kids in their education, serving on the board of the Children's Literacy Initiative, Philadelphia Young Playwrights, and the Philadelphia Youth Poetry Movement. So if we could just have a warm welcome for our guests. So we'll start with Laura. Laura, you've inspired countless young people and countless others to pursue their dreams via the use of technology. What are some of the key challenges that you've found among the diverse talent you've worked with? And specifically, what advice do you find yourself giving over and over when you're advising folks on how to overcome the barriers they face?
Thanks for having us. This is a really exciting topic that I think I never even thought about until a few months ago. So I'm at the White House now. I know some of you from my non-US government world, where I co-founded and run Code 2040, and through that have worked with hundreds of students, dozens of entrepreneurs, and had the opportunity to jump over to the policy side about 3 months ago. And a big part of why that was interesting and exciting to me was because a lot of what we saw and see at Code 2040 is that it's not about the individual. It's not that there's something wrong with folks that's not allowing them to get into the tech sector. We're really talking about systems issues. And if you think about what the tools are that are available when you're talking about policy and government, it's really thinking about how you change systems, which then impacts the experience that individuals have. So a big part of what we were seeing was a disconnect in the networks that are sort of the incumbents in the tech sector, and then the folks who need that access in order to get their companies off the ground or get that first opportunity at a company. A lot of entrepreneurs start out by getting work experience in the tech industry first. You hear it every time a company grows and has a successful exit, then the individuals who are working at that company kind of jump out on their own, start a bunch of new companies based on their experience, kind of seeing that path. So if you think about the desire and the opportunity to grow the tech industry, to have it be more diverse, to have more diverse leadership, more inclusive cultures, a lot of times that really starts from the top, and what better way than to have a more inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem. And a big part of that is making sure that the networks of individuals who need that first job, that first opportunity in order to get the experience and exposure, in order to build the network, that they have that chance. And so a big part of what the president has charged us with and what the administration is working on is how we think about getting those who are the incumbents to open up their networks and open up those opportunities so that more people have that first shot.
We'll turn it over to Colin Lake. And Colin, you're a long-term public servant in both Oakland and San Francisco. So you, more than most, have seen the big picture. You've served as the assistant director of the mayor of Oakland's Office of Drugs and Crime. You've worked on the legislative side. You've worked on health and safety issues. Can you tell us a bit about your unique vantage point and how these different experiences have informed the way you develop strategic partnerships for the mayor of San Francisco?
Thanks, Joe, and good morning, everyone. Glad to be here with you today. I think the uniqueness of my past roles is that it's given me an opportunity to sort of sit in two worlds. And I'm going to bring that back together in a second. But the two worlds are the government sector, which has its own language, its own way of thinking of things, always driven by trying to make the citizenry and the community stronger and better, but has its own way of operating. And then you have sort of the nonprofit and philanthropic world that has a whole set of different types of language. On one end of the nonprofit sector, it's sort of service and and delivery of opportunities and connections between communities. But on the other end of that spectrum is the giving part, the part that is looking for ways to invest and how to do that. Bringing those things together, what my background allows me to do is to help communicate across those in a better way. What we have found is that often wanting to have the same goals, but the communication just doesn't occur. And so being able to have worked in local government and state government and understand sort of how it operates, how that bureaucracy works, how do you get that agenda sort of moving and translating that for both the corporate and the nonprofit sector, and then vice versa. So that's the bridge that I see that I sort of bring a value to. The piece that I want to connect around the tech world is that obviously in the environment and in the community that we're in right now, tech opportunities, tech jobs, tech capacity is really, really important. And so being able to bring both the frustrations and the challenges that government may have to not be able to move as quickly as tech or to be able to build those bridges in that communication role, what I'm trying to do is share with tech what those needs are and how they might be of value to be able to do that. On the flip side, for the nonprofit sector and in serving different communities, I'm trying to bring to the tech community a sense of you're moving your agenda and your industry, but here are social civic ways in which you might be able to be engaged with the communities in which you're located, and ways that you might leverage that so that you might get benefit both for the business, but also strengthen the community in the same way.
Now, Laura, when you founded Code 2040, it was based here in San Francisco. Did you notice things about the city of San Francisco that they're doing right that you'd like to see on a more national basis?
You know, I think one of the things that was appealing to us about being in San Francisco when we started Code 2040 was that it felt like you could get access to Silicon Valley, you could get access to Oakland, and you could get access to what was happening right in our backyard. And being able, there's so much innovation happening across the entirety of the Bay Area. Being in a place where we could see all of that and tap into all of that felt really important. And I think creating bridges between those different communities, whether it's figuring out how to get people across the bridge or down the highway for meetups, so that there aren't those silos across those different kind of pockets of innovation, is one of the challenges and opportunities that is true here, and I think is true in a lot of cities around the country. Code 2040 works in Chicago as well, and similarly, there's several different innovative hubs in Chicago. How do we make sure that those are knitted together so that you don't end up having a scenario where there's different kind of places that are home for innovation from different pockets of the community without connecting those? Because there's so much more chance for accelerating what is working when there's more visibility into those different communities and those different buckets, despite kind of geographic disconnectedness.
I want to turn it over to the couple of issues that we mentioned at the top were the issues of cybersecurity, and then the issue of the tech sector's increasing influence in Washington. We had a panel with the House Education and Workforce Committee a few weeks ago where we discussed an executive order that requires affirmative action in the hiring of government contractors. So I want to turn over my next question to Siri. Siri, back in May, the EEOC released a report on diversity in the tech space. Would you tell us a bit more about the significant findings of that report?
Sure. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for having the EEOC here today. The EEOC, you guys might be confuse us with the EEO departments in your companies. We are actually a federal rights agency that enforce federal laws against employment discrimination and harassment. We investigate, we mediate, we litigate, and educate on these issues, and we believe prevention is much better than a cure. So thank you so much for having us here, represented here today. Back to your question, Joe, as to our latest report on diversity in high tech. I think in a lot of people's minds, there's a stereotype of when you think of tech, you think of maybe a programmer, and this programmer might be white or possibly Asian, but they're pretty much going to probably be male in the public's mind, and this is, I know, a stereotype. But I think what what the EOC report found was that in the high-tech industry, they cover a lot of job categories. You have accountants, you have HR folks, you have administrative officers that are part of this industry. And the lack of diversity invades all of these job categories. Okay, so this report looks at these specific findings because if you don't see a problem clearly, you can't effectively address the problem. So just kind of to go over the report a little bit, Section 1 provides a literature review on the high-tech industry. Second section looks at some data that we were able to cull from 2014 data from the census EO1 data. And some of the things that we found in culling that data was, number one, in the high-tech sector, whites, Asian Americans, and men were extremely overrepresented in this field. However, African Americans, Hispanic, and women were severely underrepresented in this industry. I don't think that's surprising to folks. But you can take a look at the report in detail a little bit. But I think what was a little more surprising was in the executive sector. Whites were represented at a higher rate, so 83.3% of the executives in high tech were white. However, for other groups like Asian Americans, Hispanics, and African Americans, the percentage was, for example, 2%, 3.1%, and then 10%. So that was kind of eye-opening a little bit to a certain extent. So you saw an overrepresentation of over 15 percentage points for whites, and then an underrepresentation for the other categories. And then the third section in our report looks at just the top 75 Silicon Valley tech firms. And this is defined by, I think, San Jose Mercury News. They did an analysis of the top 75 firms. So we looked at their data. We looked at who they hired, who they're retaining, and we found out that 57% of their executives were white. Only 36% of their executives were Asian Americans. 1.6% of their executives were Hispanic, and less than 1% were African Americans. So you're looking at not just only getting people in, but moving people up. And I think that's been a prevalent problem in the tech sector.
Thank you. I want to turn it over to Tony Williams. Tony, you were part of the team that created Comcast NBC Universal's Internet Essentials program, which today is one of the largest, if not the largest, broadband adoption programs in the country. Can you give us some insight into how the program came about, challenges you faced along the way? And
yeah, happy to, Joe. So for those of you guys who don't know, Comcast Internet Essentials program, as Joe mentioned, so the country's largest broadband adoption program, started in 2011. And really what it did is it looked at some research that had come out of the FCC and out of Pew that really said that, when you look at who's not adopting broadband, it's low-income families, it's minorities largely, it's folks who are from rural areas. And when you look at it, there's sort of three main buckets, three main reasons they're not connecting to the internet, not embracing, if you would, some of these new technologies. One is a cost issue, and that's the cost of the device as well as the service. But then also it's about digital literacy and really a fear, if you would, a comfortability with using that technology. So what we did is we created the Internet Essentials program to address all three of those barriers. So it's low cost, it's $9.95 for the service. You can get a computer for under $150, and then we built in a digital literacy training, and we began to work with community organizations, governments, to really get the program out there. So today we have about 750,000 families of almost 3 million Americans who are connected through the program. To give you a sense of that size, if it was an American city, it would be larger than all but 2 American cities, and if it was a state, it would be larger than 21 US states. So, it's really had a dramatic impact.
You talk about the challenges and things that we learned. So Laura talked a little bit about approaching the problem from the top down, if you would. How do you address sort of companies, get more folks into companies that exist today? This is really about the bottom up. And so this is how do you build for the future? And the biggest thing that when we look at how do you build for the future, it is both broadband adoption, but then also the key of that is the digital literacy training we found was the most important thing. Actually, there were some folks who were just waiting for the price drop. Those folks joined very quickly. The hard thrust was really working with cities, community groups, governments to then educate folks and teach them what they could do online, get them comfortable online so they prioritized that and moved up their priority list. That transfers, and it's the same challenge that we now see even when you move beyond basic digital literacy to STEM and education, right? So, and it's that same challenge when you look at where we can have the most impact driving diversity, again, not today, but 20 years from now. It's about how can government, particularly municipal governments who often have control of their education departments, and state governments too who direct a lot of that funding, how can they partner, work with companies, work with the federal government, other folks to really institute these STEM programs so that the folks who are trained are not just folks who go to the private schools or go to wealthy suburban schools, but folks who are in our cities, who are in our low-income communities, so that they can be creators, they can be owners, they can be drivers of the next generation.
Great, thanks, Tony. And tell us about how Comcast supports, in addition to the broadband access, how does Comcast support diverse startups that are looking for funding?
Yeah, happy to. So, I mean, the easy or the top level answer is we have something called Comcast Ventures, and it's a VC firm similar to the number of other ones. As part of that, we have something called the Catalyst Fund, and the Catalyst Fund is sole focus is to invest in startups led by minorities, women, underrepresented owners. And so they have invested in, I think, 15 to 20 startups at this point. They continue. But we've also found not only have they been investing in helping these entrepreneurs get started, but we've also been creating new talent. So Tony, who's now with Google Ventures, came through and was part of Comcast Ventures originally. And so we're starting to diversify, if you would, that pipeline of talent, folks who are in the VC industry as well. But the biggest thing that Comcast has done is we took a risk, and we took a risk on two fronts. One, we sort of put our money where our mouth was on the procurement side, and people often overlook procurement because it's sort of from, if you would, an older industry practice and not sort of sexy. But that's really about where do these big companies spend our money? Where do we create partnerships? And so we started first with tier 1 suppliers, and now we've gone to tier 2 suppliers, and we're the first tech and telecommunications company to be part of the $1 billion roundtable. Since 2011, I think we've spent $8 billion with tier 1 suppliers, and since 2012, end of 2012, we've spent about $900 million with tier 2 suppliers. And so we're expanding that, but that's all about, again, how do we partner with other companies who are led by diverse individuals, owned and operated, and how do we bring them into that ecosystem? How do we actually spend our dollars with them to grow their business? And then as part of that, we also have something called our entrepreneurial engagement team, whose sole mission is actually to spend time with diverse startups, diverse companies, so that you can have that interaction, that brainstorming, if you would, that almost that commiseration about what's working, what's not working, what's around the corner, so you can explore partnerships, explore opportunities. So when we are ready to launch into whatever tomorrow's technology is, they're at the table, and their technology, their solutions, their companies can be a part of that conversation.
So for entrepreneurs in the room, where can they go to find out information about how to get support?
So you can Google Comcast Entrepreneurial Engagement, and you will find the page. You can email me, Antonio_Williams@comcast.com, and I'm happy to connect you with our teams there. Either one of those ways are great ways to connect with the team.
Okay, I want to turn it over to the audience, see if the audience has any questions for our panelists.
Thanks. A few years ago, when the merger happened with NBC and Comcast, a number of provisions were put in place to help minority programming and the broadband activities you talked about. And coming up now, we're looking at an AT&T and Time Warner merger. And I'm wondering if there's anything either industry or regulators can do to make sure that people with disabilities are included in the provisions that will come out of that and previous mergers.
So, you know, I mean, I think the answer is that it goes through a process of review. We went through a process both at the DOJ and the FCC. And so the conditions that came out of that deal were part of essentially a negotiation that happens between the company and those government entities. And so for the AT&T merger, I don't know if they've figured out where that will be. I think they're looking at just DOJ right now, but the FCC will obviously have input, as will the White House and other folks. So I think it's through that government process that any conditions, are both that would be placed on that deal.
Is this on? Oh, hi. I was just in the other lightning talk with Leslie Miley, one of my heroes, and he was saying how, you know, if tech wants to solve the diversity challenge, it should locate in Atlanta, Detroit, Richmond, Virginia, which I totally agree with. But the Bay Area is actually the second most diverse region in the entire United States. So why is it, what can really be done to bridge between the local diverse community and the tech sector jobs right here? Why is that not happening?
So I think the question was something along the lines of sort of taking a more local focus on city residents in San Francisco. Which program in Richmond were you referring to? I'm not familiar with that program.
Richmond, Virginia?
Are you referring to a particular program in Richmond?
Leslie Miley, and I've heard a lot of folks in the tech diversity talk about this, that we need to locate tech companies in these diverse cities like Detroit, like Richmond, Virginia, like Atlanta.
Okay.
Which I agree with.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that why we have diversity right here in the Bay Area. We are the second most ethnically and racially diverse region in the entire United States of America. We've been a majority people of color region and a majority people of color state since the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
So why isn't tech answering its diversity challenge right here in the Bay Area?
Colin, can you speak to why how the tech sector is including San Francisco, the city of San Francisco, in sort of its global diversity and inclusion efforts?
Sure. I think I understand your question, and it very much relates to your question that you just asked. First of all, the challenges. Obviously, across the country, we're having some key challenges, but in the city of San Francisco, these won't surprise you. The big issues that come up all the time are housing, homelessness, education, and jobs. And that relates very much to what you're basically asking. So in that capacity, engaging the tech community around those particular issues, because the disparities of the low income or communities of color are much, much higher disparities in their access to any of those particular areas that we were just talking about. And therefore there is, and we see, a little bit of a push out of those communities and those families. And so to your question that's related to this, we as a city are really engaging the tech community and saying, look, you have two ends of this that you need to work on. One end is your employment and your engagement of diversity within your companies, and we want to push for that. We want to push for your recruiting practices, we want to push for your attraction and your retention policies to be able to engage those communities. On the other end of the spectrum, for you to be successful and for us to be successful, we have to sort of seed those programs earlier on. And so we are bridging the tech community to our educational programs. The tech community has become very involved in our middle school programs and our early education programs. Tony talked a little bit about sort of the math and science efforts that we're engaging them in. The second is those issues, those higher issues that I talked about aren't usually seen as tech issues, but they are. Housing isn't just the issue of the tech folks who want to come and work here and can't afford to live here, but the folks who are here are having those struggles as well. So we're really engaging the tech community in terms of what are the new options in terms of providing housing? How do we lower housing opportunities? How do we create tech investment in the opportunities that keep middle and low income? And then lastly, the area of the homelessness stuff that we were talking about, family homelessness in particular. And we're engaging the tech community around this particular issue. And in fact, 3 big tech companies are leading it. One of them is Salesforce, really engaging in saying how might they, either in volunteerism or in providing resources or dollars, help us to sort of move that agenda in a way. And in fact, we're going to announce very soon an effort that will reduce family homelessness to what we call an appropriate zero in the city of San Francisco. So I think that's some of the ways in which we as a city can influence and push the tech community to do that. But your question is really about, if it's here, why don't they using that diversity? And I would just say that we are pushing them to do that. The flip side of that is that the access of those individuals is a big challenge as well. And so we're trying to sort of figure out how do we create a better bridge for that access.
Did I paraphrase your question correctly? Okay.
Can I add? Yeah, I think I would add to that. It's a really important point because it demonstrates that just by locating in a certain place, it doesn't mean that the problem is solved. It's not that simple. And I think some of that has to do with the ways that tech companies, and frankly, it's not specific to tech, but the way that companies tend to recruit and the way that they tend to equate entry level with university, which means that recruiting is about going out to campuses around the country, which is terrific and is not comprehensive of all the ways to think about talent. And there are organizations, Year Up is a great example of an organization that helps to change the way that companies think about access to entry-level talent and to think much more locally. And locating, kind of creating tech ecosystems, supporting tech ecosystems in diversities around the country is a must. And it requires being really thoughtful about how your company interacts with the community and what it means to locate in a place and engage.
Could I add to that too, Joe? The EOC. The EOC is also trying to tackle this very persistent problem of getting access, getting entrance to this field. And there's a few things that we're doing right now. We've just updated our systemic priorities, one of which is looking carefully at the online application process. You know, with regards to disability and age, does this online application process, does that amplify barriers to access and entrance? A second priority that we're looking at is big data, like data-driven selection processes. When you take, data scraping, you're looking at algorithms in order to hire, people. Is that a double-edged sword? Are you promoting bias? Are you replicating bias? When you're just looking at education levels or whatever, schools, are you replicating bias out there? Are you actually being, quote unquote, neutral and objective about it? Another thing we're looking at is barriers, of course, to diversity. And our chair Jenny Yang, and General Counsel David Lopez came out to Silicon Valley and had a convening with some high-tech firms to see what the barriers are in getting access to folks of color. We're also looking at systemic harassment. So now you get people in. Why are people leaving? Why is there such a high attrition rate? Right? Harassment is a big issue. It's persistent and pervasive, even in our age, even in the Bay Area. So we want to look at that, and we have looked at that. There's a report out on our website, eoc.gov, if you want to go there to check out our reports. We have a report on big data. We have a report on harassment. It's called Rebooting Harassment. And we have a report on diversity in the high-tech industry. So I welcome you to look at that. I think one of the things that we find is that folks are afraid to come out. I think one of the panel audience members asked me during the morning session, why aren't people filing with the EEOC? Why are they not coming here? And I think part of the problem is people may not know about us, but I think there's a real fear of retaliation, of being blackballed in the industry. And also, there's a relative ease in people jumping ship and just going to another job. It's easier for me to find another job than for me to like survive in this hostile work environment. So we see those problems. So a lot of the cases that come in are not the typical cases that we hear about in social media or in conferences, but we suspect and we know that the problems that are pervasive in any male, disproportionately male or disproportionately white environment are prevalent in the tech industry. So I think training is part of it, but I think training needs to be more than just, this is the legal standard, and please come to us, but it needs to change the culture of the environment, and I think we've talked about this bottom up, and also, top down and bottom up. It needs to be in both ways. So yeah, I think the EOC can play a role in that.
Yeah, and that kind of speaks to the core issue, is how to get into those local communities and how to identify those skills that maybe traditional criteria is not identifying them, but that's kind of the core issue. So thanks for your question.
Yes, my question is, hello, can you hear me? My name is Pamela Gustav, and I'm the founder of a new startup. It's called Ride a Club. It's Rideshare Independent Drivers Alliance, and I'm a Uber and a Lyft driver, and it's a club for Uber and Lyft drivers so that we become a more prominent, more recognized rather in the rideshare economy, because we're the ones that drive people around. Yet Uber calls us cars, and I know Uber is here. I'm not a car, I'm a human, and I'm a driver, and I'm great. And so I decided to start, like I said, a club, social media networking startup. So I'll talk to you about that. On the issue of outreach, I think we were talking about Hawaii. A lot of minorities, African Americans, underserved communities do not know about a lot of the programs. It's because the government, and I'm going to say it, does not do really good outreach. Mm-hmm. I said it.
That's fine.
You guys just don't do outreach. It's like, so you have all these companies that are, and I'm not like mad at you or anything, I'm just mad, period. But
I appreciate that.
I wake up mad. No, the thing is that that's the thing, because like the SBIR grants, do you know that you can get like $500,000 for every PhD that you have in your startup? And this has been going on for years and years and years, the SBIR, the STTR. One thing that a lot of people don't really know about innovation, I'm an OG like techie from Silicon Valley back in like 1979. Mm-hmm. And so I used to hang out at, Silicon Valley Entrepreneurs Club and all that. I was a recruiter back then, and I also worked for Exxon Office Systems. But anyway, the point is that a lot of the innovation that we have in our country.
Pam, I want to make sure we get a question in there for.
Well, I'm going to. This is going to lead to a question because this is really important. A lot of the innovation in our country is developed by the government, like DARPA. ARPA-E was funded with $50 million budget without $50 million without a budget. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say is a lot of people don't understand the process of innovation. Big companies do not just go and invest in innovation. The government invests first. Mm-hmm. And then from there, that's where all of the foundations of the technologies that we see today have come from. And guess what? That's our taxpayer dollars. Okay, whether you're on welfare or you're a worker or whatever, we pay for that innovation, yet a lot of people don't know that. And I would just like for you to speak on how can we get out that we are stakeholders in these technologies. Mm-hmm.
I think that's a great note to close on. We're actually running out of time. We have about 3.5 minutes left. So let's try to answer that question in the closing remarks, starting with Colin.
So on the local level, there's a couple of ways. One, I alluded to it earlier, but I talked about middle school as a focus. We, as a city, identified sort of where tech companies could really have an influence in both sort of opening the door and showing our community and young people in particular what the opportunities are, what they look like, what benefits do you need to do that. And so we're engaging the tech companies both on a level of the technical aspects. Come and help our schools, come and engage. We have a program called Circle the Schools where tech companies are adopting an individual school. They're coming and helping building labs, they're working with the teachers, they're paying teachers, they're giving teachers flexible funds to be able to do projects with them. And then the tech folks are coming and actually working with the students to sort of expose them to the work. On a completely different level, which we were talking a lot about is exposure, which is your question about, is about the recruitment, is how do we engage folks? And so we've asked the tech companies in our community to, one, create summer programs, to turn internships from individual one-stop kind of recruiting from a college environment to saying, come to the local communities and say, identify, we're going to set up shop for 3 months to be able to engage kids in the summer and really expose them and give them the skills and work to do that. Lastly, I'll say is the volunteerism in terms of engaging the tech companies. If we can engage tech companies, then they understand sort of what the challenges are that these communities are actually engaged in.
Great. Siri, and we'll do about 30 seconds apiece.
Okay, so recommendations, 3 recommendations for tech firms. 1, check under the hood, okay? Do you know what that reference is? Okay, once you open up a car hood, if you see problems, you can't just close the hood. You gotta fix it. So the first is self-audit, open the hood, check the hood. There's problems, fix it, commit to fixing it. Second, bake into your company's DNA from the very start, diversity, equity, inclusion, okay? The very beginning. Don't wait till you hit 100 employees. Start in the very beginning to make that a value of your company, because it starts from the top, right? And then third, as you work on the issues of inclusions, don't leave people out. So, diversity isn't just about the gender gap or equity pay. You want to include a lot of, other people. So, people of different races, of course, abilities, ages. Okay, age is a big deal in the tech industry. So, there's a difference between inviting people to a party. This is a saying I heard, and inviting them to dance with you. Okay, so you can invite them to a party, let them attend, sit in the sidelines, but hey, that's very different from engaging them in the process and promoting them and involving them in the running of a company.
Laura and Tony, can you do this in 30 seconds?
I will try. So I think it's really good feedback that the government is not always that great at marketing. So I'm going to give you all quickly a few different initiatives to check out. So the first one is Computer Science for All. The president has charged us to make sure that all students, no matter where they go to school, have the opportunity to learn computer science. And there's actually commitments for that are open until November 10th. So if your company, your organization is working on more access to computer science education, there's a great opportunity to engage with the White House there, Google CS for All. Tech Hire, going back to the idea of how you connect to local talent. Tech Hire partners with cities, with private sector companies, with computer science education, boot camps to ensure that folks are being retrained and upskilled for the current economy, so check that out. Startup in a Day, run by the SBA. As I think a lot of us maybe have experienced, it can be very tricky to figure out what you need to actually file or do to start a company. So if you search Startup in a Day, you'll see that a few dozen cities have taken a pledge to make it easy to start a company in a single day. And then more broadly, I would say find folks who are in positions of leadership within government, follow them on Twitter and their official accounts, and they will share out these sorts of opportunities, and you'll get a chance to see ways to engage in a place where you already are.
All right, so I'm gonna be quick since I'm at the end here. Really, I want to steal a concept from our future and our next president, I think. And really, Hillary Clinton said back when she was First Lady about education, it takes a village. And so when you talk about this process, it's going to take a village. And what we need to do is move beyond silos. So we shouldn't look at it as a city problem, as a legal problem, as a federal problem, or as a company problem. It's about how do we bring all of those groups together really to solve and tackle this challenge, because there has to be that cooperation and collaboration if we're going to make a real dent in this. And so it means everything from education, it means investment and incentivizing private investment, incentivizing risk-taking, so that you have new companies coming in, you have old companies starting new businesses, bringing in folks, and it's easier for them to both test out folks and to let folks who aren't successful go, and also promote those folks who are successful in those companies, and that you can also then, they're connected to those public institutions, whether they're education institutions, whether they're universities, hospitals, that are investing in that research, that are leading that next round. So again, it's moving beyond silos, it's becoming, getting that collaboration and that teamwork together to work and conquer this challenge.
Great, thank you. If we could have a final round of applause for our brilliant panel. Wonderful, thank you all so much.
I'm back. It's been so nice being your lovely MC for this morning. You guys are going to have somebody different on this afternoon. But right now is lunchtime, so let's go eat. And there is a mindfulness meditation if you need to calm your nerves. I'll probably be there around 12:30. And then I also want everybody to check out some really cool talks that are going on in ThoughtWorks Solution Labs. I was just at Grace Hopper. ThoughtWorks won a really awesome award for having the most gender diversity in any company. So ThoughtWorks is sponsoring some computer science lab discussions in the Emphasis Foundation Center. So go check it out. I'll see you guys back here 1 o'clock.
you're gonna stand right next to me here.
Can everybody hear me now? Fantastic. Hi, my name is Danny Guillory. I'm the head of Global Diversity and Inclusion at Autodesk. I'd like to welcome you to the afternoon sessions. Thanks so much for coming. It's going to be a great conference, continue to be a great conference. A quick thing I'd like to do to get some audience participation going is between the different sessions this afternoon on this stage, we'll be testing your diversity knowledge. So I have the first of a number of diversity questions for you. This first one is, what is the name of the Asian American architect who designed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in 1981? You're going to have three choices. The first one is I.M. Pei. The second one is Maya Lin. And the third one is John Shin. Please stand up or raise your hand if you would say I.M. Pei. How many would say I.M. Pei? Raise it high. Okay? How many people would say Maya Lin? Raise your hand high. Okay? And how many people would say John Shin? Anybody who would say John Shin? Okay, I'm glad nobody said John Shin went to high school with me, so that's incorrect that he's a Trump voter. The answer is Maya Lin. Maya Lin, and she was 21 when she did the design, okay? And we'll do that throughout the sessions today. So the first thing I wanted to do is introduce to you today Cassius Johnson, who is the Senior Director of Public Policy and Government at Year Up, a great organization that we, in fact, work with at Autodesk. I think you're going to have a great time with this talk today. So with no further delay, Cassius Johnson from Year Up.
There are places where it's easier to find trouble than jobs. Easier to become jaded than educated. Easier to fall back on the system than pull yourself up. In the face of so many obstacles, it's easier to make excuses than make something better of yourself. Or maybe that's just what's easiest for people to think. The fact is, there are more than 6.7 million young people living in the US who want to grow up to be more than just a stereotype. And the only thing they want from you is a chance. If you show them the way in, they'll show you their talent and motivation. Provide them with the tools and they'll make their mark as professionals, business leaders, and job creators. At Year Up, we see the same amazing transformation take place every day. We train bright young adults and connect them with good companies where 95% of our interns meet or exceed their managers' expectations. Better yet, 84% of our graduates go on to full-time employment or off to college. There are places where it's easier to keep doors shut than hold them open. But when we all change our minds about what's possible, we'll find nothing but opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of this presentation is Incentivizing Employers to Train and Hire Individuals from Non-Traditional Backgrounds. So in order to consider that topic, I want to put forth two questions. Who has talent in America and in California? And where does talent reside in California and in America? In order for us to have that discussion and a robust conversation, I think we have to kind of come to terms and agree upon something that our presence at this conference, these 2 days, suggests we all agree upon. That is that talent is distributed equally in society, although opportunity is not. Is that something we can agree upon? Talent is distributed equally in society, but opportunity is not. And that's across race, across gender, across ability, across age. So despite that, a divide between the places and people where opportunity resides and where opportunities, the doors of opportunity have been placed historically, there is a divide. And that is a divide that is been created based upon a history, not of inclusion as suggested by the title of this conference, but of a history of exclusion. That history has enabled, perpetuated, and sustained a massive and persistent systemic failures that impact the lives of millions. And in the case of the population that Europe works with, opportunity youth, that is especially true. We have more than 4 million job vacancies in this country, and 6 million youth who are out of school and out of work. According to Results for America, in the Bay Area alone, there are 104,000 of these young people living in the area. And the fact that that gap exists represents systemic failures and a dysfunctional market. And we know what happens with dysfunctional markets. There's craziness, there's irrationality, there's poor employer behavior, there's limited coordination, lack of information exchange, and the lack of replication of effective policies, practices, and programs. So these systemic failures require systemic solutions. Just tinkering around the edges will not resolve the problem. Just, for example, raising the minimum wage or focusing on labor laws and labor protections will not bridge that opportunity divide. In order to bridge that divide, we have to think differently and transformatively about the way we do business. And the way my colleagues and I at Europe think about this is there's 3 Ps, 3 shifts, 3 Ps that need to happen in our system. First of all, the 3 are, we need to shift our perceptions, we need to shift our practices, and we need to shift our policies. First, shifting our perceptions. Those are those stereotypes, those prevailing perceptions of people, groups of people, entities, institutions, government, and politicians. They have to shift. The risk if we don't do that, the risk if we stay entrenched in these false perceptions is that we limit our ability to think differently, to build better relationships and new relationships, and to overall transform this dysfunctional system. An example around perception is we have to shift our thinking about what the goal is. It's not just college for college's sake. That is a mantra that is built upon a theory of action that advantages the privileged. For example, those who have the privilege enough to take 4 years out of their life, incur mountains of debt, and walk out without the jobs, the skills needed to get a job. The outcome that we need to shift toward and make keen in our focus is a job. A job, as my boss often says a W-2 rather, that grows over time. We also need to shift our thinking about business. Businesses cannot be seen as part of the problem. In fact, they have to be seen as part of the solution. Further, businesses themselves have to look at individuals from non-traditional backgrounds and see them as assets, see them as part of their talent pipeline strategy. And despite what the media tells you with regard to youth 18 to 25 who are out of school and out of work, they get it. I remember about 10 years ago, I was working for another organization, Jobs for the Future, and wrote a report called Making Good on a Promise. It looked at NEL's National Education Longitudinal Study data and followed a cohort of graduates to see how they persisted through education and work. And what we find is that they get it. They're keen economists and understand that they need to up their skills in order to get a family-sustaining wage and gainful employment. They are not a disaffected population. They are an available source of talent who bring a variety of qualities that employers need: grit, persistence, work ethic, motivation, loyalty. As a matter of fact, we at Europe have partnered with an organization or initiative called Grads of Life to speak to employers, to get them to shift their perspective and mindset about this population, and to look at them as a part of their talent pipeline strategy. I invite you to visit the website gradsoflife.org, where employers can see tools, and other resources that help them build a talent pipeline strategy. The second shift that needs to happen is a shift around practice. This includes businesses and education training providers alike. And by education training providers, I mean from new innovators in the space to traditional players such as institutions of higher education, namely the nation's 1,200 or so community colleges across the country who play a vital role. They need to align their programs with employer demand so that participants are not just going through the motions and participating in the hoax of a program that won't result in a job. These programs also need to integrate technology to modernize instructional delivery and to enable competency-based education. Moreover, they need to reinvent crediting and credentialing and embrace the notion of prior learning credit and badges. For employers need to imagine themselves as playing an essential role in creating the talent they need. Now, that means changing hiring practices, shifting from focusing on history and instead focusing on mastery. It means shifting for thinking that a 4-year degree amounts to being ready for the job, and instead being very specific about the competencies needed to be successful on the job. Once that shift has been made, there is enabled an ability to have a very different relationship with education training providers. I point to this chart that imagines a talent pipeline strategy for employers where they partner with employers, with education training providers to assess the core competency needs for the job that they are hiring for and working with them to design a curriculum that actually allows the participants to gain those jobs. So an active role for employers in the education training world. Secondly, they need to provide work-based learning experiences so these young people and others in non-traditional backgrounds actually have the ability to practice this, to get feedback, and to grow on the job. And you can do this through internships and especially around the increasing focus around apprenticeships across the country. They also need to do something courageous, and I would argue the right thing to do is hire these young people and others from non-traditional backgrounds. And if not, allow them access to their network, to refer them, give them references, and otherwise help them embark upon a career on their own. And if you hire them, it's also a matter of giving them access to mentors, to allowing them to embrace the power of feedback, and providing on-the-job training opportunities so they may grow and, in fact, engage and embark upon a career pathway. Lastly, we need to shift our thinking around policy. And that's where my work leads me most of the time. And I always, when I start thinking about policy, I want to disabuse people of the notion that policy is the answer. In fact, before we get to policy, we just need folks to do the right thing. Change your perspective and look intentionally at this population. Secondly, change your practices. There's nothing that says you can't do things differently. But in lieu of all that, policy does create the environment in which all this takes place. And it is necessary in order to enable the type of practices and programs that we think work and we know work to go to scale. So first of all, in policy, we need to shift policy to align the funding that comes from public sources to employer demand so that programs are intentionally incentivized to actually design intentionally around career pathways that lead to a job. Secondly, they need to focus policy on building cross-sector collaboration that incentivizes businesses to engage with education training providers in the way I was speaking to earlier. That includes tax incentives for hiring, for training. It includes tapping into the intellect and the knowledge and experience of intermediary organizations to help well-intended nonprofits and providers to make that shift in their own practice. And then policymakers need to engage employers in a campaign to make commitments to hire folks from non-traditional backgrounds, and then hold them account through spotlighting and public release of data. Thirdly, we need to focus more on outcomes. Instead of funding programs in perpetuity without kind of holding them to account for the results they are making in our communities, in our state, and across this country, we have to create some fluidity around those resources. That looks like looking at procurement practices in the public sector and looking at new ways in which RFPs are issued and administered. It means looking at Pell Grant and ways in which Pell Grant can be used in innovative ways to fund non-traditional education training providers. It also means securing opportunity for all youth. And that looks like removing barriers to labor market engagement, such as ban-the-box, criminal record expungement, immigration reform. Now, there we have it. The goal is clear, a job. And this is, I would argue, one of the great challenges in our country right now is how to bridge this divide. It's fueling a lot of anxiety in this country, and our ability to address it will effectively determine how well we do, in the words of Barbara Jordan, ensure that America is as good as its promise. So 3 Ps. Let's shift our perceptions, how we think about non-traditional populations. Let's shift our practices to think differently about how we provide training in this country. And let's shift our policies to more effectively create the environment where all this comes to scale. Thank you so much.
Isn't Cassius fantastic, and Year Up a great organization? That's why Autodesk has been proud to be a partner with both Cassius as well as supporting this conference. Let's see now how you're doing on the next question in our diversity quiz before we come with our next panel. Which of these famous female artists was physically disabled? Before you raise your hand, listen to all 3 options. Georgia O'Keeffe, Mary Cassatt, or Frida Kahlo? How many people would say Georgia O'Keeffe? Raise your hand. Okay. How many people would say Mary Cassatt? Raise your hand. Okay. How many people would say Frida Kahlo? Okay, a lot of movie watchers or a lot of history buffs. Excellent, yes. She had polio, one leg thinner than the other, which is why she wore long dresses, and also was suspected to have spina bifida. We'll move on to our next panel, which is Deaf in Tech. And it's really talking about the deaf culture and how to truly include the deaf culture in workplace culture and make it an integrated part, because really that's what inclusion is about. The host of the panel, the moderator today, will be Bobby Cox. Bobby Cox comes from a great background. He's a software engineer. Right now he's with the University of California at Berkeley, and also does communications, marketing, and has a variety of different talents, a true kind of triple or multiple threat. I'd like you to put your hands together for the Deaf in Tech panel and Bobby Cox, your moderator. Thanks so much.
This is fun.
It's okay. I'll make it work.
Great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our session on Deaf in Tech. This is such a beautiful San Francisco day. I drove across the Golden Gate Bridge to get here, and it just added to my excitement for being here with you today. So let's get started. Let me introduce our panelists. We have an amazing group of people here. I'm so honored to be sharing the stage with them. Next to me is Eli Rossiter. She works at Slack, where she is an iOS QA engineer. And she's also a woman of mystery.
Hi.
Next to her, we have William Albright.
Hey there.
What do you say? Yeah, he's Eugene to some people. He's an engineer. He also is he races, he's a competitive cyclist. How's that been going for you?
Hello.
Next to him, we have Will Johansson, who is an engineer at Pandora. He loves roller coasters. So I do too, so I'm glad we're both here today. And then finally, we have K.R. Liu, who's the Director of Accessibility and Advocacy at Doppler Labs. She's a tech exec here, and has been so in the Silicon Valley for 20 years, which is quite an accomplishment. She's also on the board of the Hearing Loss Association of America, from LA. And she has a twin sister who doesn't have any hearing loss, which I think is pretty cool. So, we're here today to have a conversation with each other and with you about deaf people in the tech industry. There are so many different ways to be deaf. Each of us has a unique story, a unique perspective and background. There isn't only one way to be deaf. Some people may have grown up going to a school for the deaf. Some people may have gone only to public schools. They may have been the only deaf person in an otherwise all-hearing school. They may have had some deaf students in the class with them. Any different constellation of school classroom you can think of, that's where deaf people can be found. Some sign, some don't. Some learn sign from a very, very young age. Some never saw or learned sign language until they were already adults. Some people are what we call oral, meaning they only speak and don't sign. I myself am profoundly deaf, and I learned sign language when I was very young, in school and from my parents, especially Mom. Love you, Mom. So I'd like to go down and have each panelist introduce themselves and mention something about their background, how they learned sign language, what communication method is best for them, what kind of people were around you growing up, and were you the only deaf person in your family? So let's start with Eli.
Hi, I'm Eli. I was actually born hearing, and I became sick with meningitis when I was 1. And from that point on, I was profoundly deaf, like Bobby. I also didn't use hearing aids. They didn't work for me. Fortunately, my parents decided to learn sign language, and so they put me into an oral program. Instead of learning sign language, they put me in an oral...
No, instead of learning an oral program, they learned sign language.
My parents did learn sign, and they put me in an education program where other people signed. It was in a mainstream public environment, actually near here in San Rafael. So that's where I was raised. I went to the University of Santa Cruz, where I completed my education with the support of sign language interpreters. So that's a little bit about me.
Great, so I was born deaf, in a hearing family, and I went to a deaf school, a completely deaf school when I was 3, and then I went to Gallaudet University, which is also a deaf school. I have been signing ASL the whole time since I was a child. And I tend to use interpreters or write back and forth. I have no usable hearing. I grew up in Southern California. I went to the California School for the Deaf in Riverside, California.
I was born deaf, and my aunt, luckily, and dad, my dad's sister, they actually went to Gallaudet University, just as the university that William mentioned. So they had brought many deaf friends over to our family, so I was in contact with members of the deaf community. So when I was born, they found out that I was deaf. It was an easy decision that I would be using, they would teach me ASL from birth on. And I could still use that method of communication with my family members who, like my brother who is not deaf. But I have, and I was mainstreamed, and I have always been able to be able to communicate via the use of interpreters. I went to college at Rochester Institute of Technology over in New York, and there's probably about 1,000 deaf people who go to school there, and I learned computer science, and I have been working with computers ever since.
I'm KR. I have very, very severe hearing loss. When I was born 38 years ago, there was no deaf school. I went to a mainstream school. I got my hearing loss because I was born 3 months premature. So I was a pound and a half when I was born. My twin. So we were very lucky to survive. We grew up here in the Bay Area. And I went straight through mainstream school. My way of communicating was mostly through reading lips. And I basically had to figure out how to adapt and communicate with people. I didn't have technology to help me. I didn't have the option of learning ASL as a choice. I had to basically figure it out on my own. And so I grew up in Silicon Valley, and right when I was a senior in high school, the first dot-com boom started happening, and I got an internship at a tech company doing tech support, believe it or not. Worked my way up into different sales and marketing executive positions over the last 20 years. In the last few years, I've worked in tech companies that are looking at different ways of integrating wearable tech into how to help people with different disabilities. So now I do a lot of work doing advocacy work and pushing some regulation changes on Capitol Hill to get more accessible technology to people who need it.
Great. Thank you for that. So as you can see, we have varied backgrounds up here on the stage, various educational opportunities, various experiences with language. One common thread that I've noticed, however, is that people who went to a mainstream program used interpreters, and people who went to the schools for the deaf still were in programs that were funded by the federal government, according to the provisions of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So we had interpreters in mainstream schools, or you go to a state school for the deaf that receives government funding. So that just shows that we've had a little bit more of a challenge having getting our education growing up. And I do want to make sure that one thing you leave here with is that there is no one way to be deaf. You've just seen we have varied backgrounds, and that has implications for inclusion. So I think I'll just go right ahead and dive in with the first question.
That's fine.
So something that I've seen a lot here and I've heard mentioned a lot in the last few years is to bring your whole self to work. So what would that mean, to bring your full self, your whole identity? Is it ethnic background? Is it just, what does that encompass? What parts of you do you feel comfortable bringing, and what parts do you have to leave at the door? So with your varied backgrounds, I wanted to ask you what your experience has been like trying to bring your full self into the workplace. And anyone who would like to start can lead us off. KR?
For a long time, I hid my hearing loss at work. I didn't want it to keep me from getting promoted or anyone to treat me differently. I just did everything I could to act normal until it became too difficult, right? And I started to have to say, okay, I have to be honest about who I am, and if people aren't going to accept that, that's their problem, not my problem. So I try to put myself out there to see if they're willing to adapt to help me. And that was a really difficult thing to do. But more and more I did that, the more and more I saw people were accepting and willing to help so that I could do my job better, and even did that in my personal life. And that was really difficult to do, but by me doing that, it made them more comfortable to do the same.
Yeah, to be able to bring your whole self to work, it is a little bit complicated. I'm deaf, and that means not only a different culture, but how I get information is different. How I am in a place. So I can bring myself to work. In order for me to do that, I have to do a lot of work beforehand just to get that job. Depending on the company culture, is the culture of the people supportive to provide interpreters at work? Do they have a budget for interpreters, for accommodations? Not only that, what are the people at that company like during an interview? are they really interested in who I am as a person, or they start asking questions about my language? If I end up working for that company, it's a lot easier for me to socialize with the members of the company if they make an effort to be able to communicate with me. Oftentimes I'm the only deaf person in that company. I'm the only one there. So it can be hard. So if there's any after-hours activities for a company, I'm often left out and end up going straight home. If they were open to involve me all the way from the interview process to an after-hours program at work, that's the only way I'd be able to bring my whole self at work and be able to participate fully.
Eli?
It's interesting, some of the threads that are coming. I think a couple of us can kind of pass as far as what that experience is. We kind of exist between a couple of different worlds, maybe our experience in the hearing world and so forth. So I can kind of lip read and can engage people in that sort of speech if I want, but I am profoundly deaf. And so to be able to bring my full self to work, I really, like William was saying, I have to do some background work. I have to prepare first. I have to make sure that I, am prepared before I arrived. That I can, when I do arrive, that there's that kind of, that they're greeted with that my preparation. That I come that way. There's a kind of a. Sometimes that's all they see is that I'm deaf, and so to pass in a situation like that, how do I bring my full self there?
Mm-hmm. Will?
So I would like to add that you're right, like as William mentioned, like the whole process, it's that whole process. It's not just, okay, we have interpreters for the interview and that's it and that's great, but there is a process after that. So I have to feel like I can be a part of your company. And to be a part of your company means that I need to be happy to engage with everybody. And so when I was hired at my workplace, the people there were really interested in learning sign language, and so there was enough interest, so we decided to establish an opportunity to teach ASL to the colleagues. And that way they had more of an ability to converse with me and sign with me. And there's also things like the use of Slack. We use Slack for work. And that's another option as well, which is fine, but it's just, there are different preferences out there, and if the company is willing to match your preferences, then that is really vital, I think.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now, Eli, you'd said something that I'd like to expand on a little bit. As she said that often all people can see is that she's deaf, or it's the first thing they see, and it's the first way they experience her. So I wanted to ask you a little bit to say how that impacts you in the workplace. And the others can answer that as well if it feels applicable.
Well, I think it really depends on the company culture, first of all. If the company culture supports inclusion, and that's from the ground up, that really makes a big difference. And at Slack, I feel like it's a communication platform company that's infused into the workplace. However, to expand that to beyond just meetings, maybe inviting me to speak and bringing different types of support and accommodations, captioning or interpreters, and kind of adjusting the style so that the whole space can be open to that. And I don't know if there's quite the platform in some places to be able to support that type of technology for meetings, but sometimes it involves just even one-on-one conversations where people are communicating clearly. I'm thinking of a coworker who's working on a project, and they had been invited me to participate in that meeting as well, and so I think tech has these great tools. We have these great tools, but there's also this this kind of bias.
So how this impacts me at work, that's the question. So really, people often look at me just like as a robot. Maybe I code, I get there, and they realize, oh wait, hey, you go to music festivals, you smoke pot, you are just like me, you're a normal person. You're just a regular, you're just like me, not just this robot who comes to work and leaves, Once they realize that, I'm able to come out and they see more than just me as a deaf person. So the deafness no longer becomes as important.
For me, it's important to be able to show who I am. I can't just be that deaf guy. I want them to know me as a person who programs, a person who has many talents, not just the deaf guy and who, he's that special one. I want them to look at me as a normal person.
I think for me, how it affects me is if people don't know right away that I have any kind of hearing loss, they're calling my name from behind, or there's a conversation happening and I'm not paying attention. They think I'm ignoring them, I'm being rude, or I have some problem with them. And sometimes I have to be aware of that. And the fact that I read lips has made it great for me because I can read body language really, really well. So I can sense if something's off. And usually I'll go to that person and be like, just so we're clear, I probably didn't hear you that day, And that's actually served me well in my career. I'm able to read body language in a business deal and tell if the words that person's saying is really what they're thinking, right? I can see beyond that, which has been a great asset, and I've actually used that as a strength. So I think it served me well.
Great, thank you for that. It's a lot of food for thought. That idea of being seen as the deaf person is, first of all, what do people actually see when they see you as the deaf person? Some people just see you as someone who's lost their hearing. You can't hear, you can't do this, you can't do that. But do you start your life as an infant? Oh, and when we start our lives as infants, we have hearing tests typically, and parents get told, oh, your child failed the hearing test. It starts with the language there and continues throughout. There isn't any way to really expand parents' experiences to meeting the deaf community or seeing all the things that we as deaf people are and can do. You'll see a lot of hashtags on Facebook and Twitter, the hashtag DeafGain, G-A-I-N, DeafGain, and that's a new concept that's gaining traction in our community. Captioning is, for example, was initially seen as solely for the deaf and hard of hearing, but now we're seeing it's a lot of people who hear benefit from it because they're either in loud situations or the sound is turned off for some reason, they can still follow a program on the television. One thing that comes up quite commonly is that deaf people are really expert communicators. We've had to be. We've been in so many situations in our lives where we were the ones that had to take on responsibility for communicating, which has led to a toolkit, a communication toolkit that allows us to move around the world. If you drop a deaf person off in the middle of any country in the world, we'll communicate, we'll make it work. Trust me. So, actually, to see if anybody has any thoughts to add to that.
Definitely, actually, I was going to talk about that, being dropped in another country. I've traveled the world, I love to travel. And just last year, I went to Istanbul, Turkey last year, and before that, I went to Germany, before that I went to France. I've been to a lot of places. So when I face a situation where I'm trying to communicate with somebody, it's easy for me to write back and forth because that becomes a way to learn their language too. Often that's what happens, and I can just jump right in and communicate with people, and you have to. It's kind of a necessity. So that's definitely something that we do all the time.
Yep. So that's part of what you'll see discussed when the hashtag DeafGain is used. Now I wanted to ask you, in what ways technology companies in specific benefit from DeafGain when they hire deaf employees?
Yeah, I'll answer that. I think one obvious example that you may be able to relate to is Facebook just sent out a new feature where they have live video, and you're able to show your likes, and they'll stream the likes and emotions in real time. which is kind of awesome, but that's covering the captions. So for those of us watching live feeds, we can't read the caption. So if deaf people were included, that would have never happened at Facebook. They would have realized the accessibility issue right away. They would have realized a member of their team wasn't able to get access to the caption. So you have been able to eliminate the problem from the get-go and save money right away.
And to add to that, that's one example, but growing up, I was always interested in different languages. So, and learning about the technology behind the app and how an app would become accessible, and to have accessibility features on an iPhone or language translations. That requires, for example, like German. They're famous for their words to be super long. How's that going to fit on the screen? So that type of thing is to learn about those factors and to bring that knowledge to work. Because there's a lot of people who are just writing English programs, and their UI is fixed to the English language. But that's not going to be, that becomes a barrier when you're trying to use other languages. So I've noticed problems like that in some projects, and I bring it to their attention saying, hey, we need to look at X, Y, and Z first, when they're just coming up with a Band-Aid, and I'm trying to come up with a true fix, a full process. And I'm looking at the whole process and seeing how it's going to work in the end, as opposed to just having to come up with a quick fix at the end when they're just trying to save money. So that's what, with the whole hashtag DefGain, that's also part of saving money.
I have something to add. I'd say that, back to that idea of being seen deaf as a deaf person first. I think that it promotes this kind of understanding that that your company has diversified or has been considering diversity, and I think that really we should consider encouraging people to move in the direction of universal understanding of human beings. And so if we incorporate that idea into design, and that perspective is there from the get-go, and we're thinking of that in all the situations we're engaging, in computers and tech, I think that people will naturally incorporate those other perspectives as a part of it.
Wow, you're making me think here.
I would like to add to that. Bobby and I were talking about this earlier. There's this perception that you either have perfect hearing or you're deaf. It's very black and white. Most people don't realize that hearing's on a spectrum, right? And we communicate all very differently, whether you have mild, moderate hearing loss, some hearing loss, or you're deaf and you communicate in a different way. And I think people forget that, right? And I've had many people come to me and say, actually I have hearing issues, I don't talk about it. Well, why don't you talk about it? Well, there's a stigma associated to that. And that's something I've never understood, why there's such a stigma around that. Why is hearing so stigmatized? I mean, people wear glasses if they can't see. It's hip and cool to wear glasses. So why aren't we changing the perception of what it means to hear and hear differently? There should be no stigma around that.
Thank you. That's very thought-provoking, as the other comments were as well. Well, first of all, I'll have to admit that I'm not perfect. But I think all of us can fall into the trap of exceptionalism. Oh, you're deaf, that means you're really good at this or you're really good at that, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's an important point to explore more. And I'm wondering if any of you have any more thoughts about that.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to piggyback on what KR was saying. I think that as regarding stigma relating to communication, it's really important. I think people are used to communicating in a certain way. And so when they get used to that groove, it's very hard to get out of it and to think about, approaching it in a different way.
Yeah, that sounds right. No other comments? Okay, then I'll move on. The unfortunate reality is that there are not that many deaf people in the tech field. So we were talking earlier, and I'm going to ask all of you to share your thoughts on this, about how it is we can expand that pipeline. There are a number of deaf people already in the pipeline working at tech companies in the Bay Area and around the world. But how can tech companies do better on that other end of the pipeline to get more deaf people started into it? And then how can they improve their recruiting and hiring processes? Do you all have any thoughts on how to solve problems on either end of the pipeline?
I do, yes. Honestly, I'm not 100% no, hold on, let me go back. The CEO of Pinterest mentioned that one way to motivate tech companies to implement diversity is to tell them that it is valuable for your company, for your product and your business. It is profitable. And I'm not convinced that it's a guaranteed way to encourage them. I mean, some companies can, for example, it could apply to other situations, going to RIT, going to schools, going to the deaf school here in Fremont, going to Southern California School for the Deaf in Riverside, to set up a program to teach kids how to code. I mean, it's that same type of relationship. I think the problem is just it's hard to put a number on it. I mean, sure, if we hire deaf people, maybe that might make our business grow and be more diverse, but what does that do for our bottom line? It's really hard to produce numbers for that. So to be honest, I'm still not 100% convinced.
You know, adding on that, you brought up a good point about the the role models that we were talking about before. You'd asked me, and I was thinking about it, I was really lucky to have kind of fallen into tech. I feel like that's a good fit for me, and I'm a third generation tech worker. My grandfather and my father were both in tech, and so it seemed a bit natural to fall into that field. And so when it was presented, you know, when you talked about presenting today, I thought, of course, that would be right in line with my experience. But I also think that I think of children, and I think of them not having the role models, deaf children not having the role models that they need to come up through the pipeline, as we were talking about.
So we have the pipeline of a company who's trying to figure out the best process for that. Like I said before, there's the whole holistic approach from the beginning at the interview, having interpreters for that, maybe. Or maybe if instead you can use the computer to type back and forth during the interview. The important thing is to ask the question to the deaf person of what they want. What communication style works best for them? Have that at the beginning and let that continue throughout the course of them working there, while they're at work, making sure that their communication needs have been met while all the while when they're working there, and make sure that there is some outreach being done as well. For example, like what William was saying, building those relationships with different companies, having educational backgrounds, varied educational backgrounds. Like, and Eli was saying, she was raised in a tech family, basically, and you know, my family is not super into tech, so you know, my dad was an artist, and you know, but so to have the access to computers, though, that helps a lot. And maybe there's a company that wants to encourage diversity, such as William was talking about, like going to various schools and have funding for computers and computer classes, and learning programming, that kind of stuff. It's the holistic approach. It's not just the hiring process and, you know, working in this one area, but it's the whole shebang.
Anyone else want to add anything? No? Okay. Thank you for that. You're giving me too much to think about. I'm learning stuff today here too. But we're here to talk about tech. Now we have video, we have chat in various forms. a lot of different ways to break down the traditional communication barriers. Slack has been a wonderful tool. I use it myself all the time. However, tech also brings with it some of the same old communication issues. I've tried to use the Oculus Rift. I can't lip read the avatars. I can't hear, I can't lip read the avatars, so then what do I do? So that actually increases a barrier. Tech events often don't provide the accessibility resources, or the resources I'm expected to use aren't accessible. So how can the tech industry improve the story around access? I mean, this event right here is one example perhaps, but what else is there?
I think one positive improvement is that the company has to think the long game. They have to hire deaf people, and I think that eventually will ingrain itself in the company, that culture. It's really hard for a company to, just ask what the needs are. They need to learn that from hiring deaf individuals. And also, do A/B testing, test around, ask questions. For example, I forgot my example. Let's save time. Will?
So you were talking about how hiring people can become, that provides more of more outreach, if you will. I work at Pandora, and I used to work at RRDO, and gone to different conferences, and there's always accessibility for me. But that's a good point, is that when you work for a company, that means I go to these conferences, and the more people, deaf people that work there, the more conferences that will need to be attended and need to be accessible. So that's a good way to get that knowledge out there to others. And also, going back to the Oculus Rift, that becomes a problem with people because of design, the design of the product. It's designed for hearing people first, instead of having people who are aware of the different situations that are needed. Which situations, like how can you make certain situations accessible, or all situations accessible for a blind person or for somebody who's having some sight issues. So just the ability to, like mentioned before, I mean, it's all about the process, really. You have to have inclusion in every step of the way. And how do we get technology to help everyone, not just as you're saying, just as what you're saying here.
I also think it's really important, I've always said, and I've worked in many hardware companies, that when you design for disability, you design for everyone. So if you start thinking that way first, and look at the problem you're trying to solve and the solution you're trying to provide, usually that's going to apply to everyone across the spectrum. So it's really important to maybe change the perspective. And if you see companies that are leaving out a different demographic or not looking at the whole picture, reach out and tell them, right? Write them a letter, send them an email, call them. I've had people contact me at companies going, I have this issue. If you could add this feature, it would be so much better. It would help so many people. So I think it's important that on both sides we communicate that.
Yeah, I'd like to add.
Well, actually, to follow up with KR, if I may. You work at Doppler Labs, and I was wondering if you could come up with a specific example of what you just mentioned. How products are designed from the get-go. Actually, it's universal design principles that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, so Doppler Labs creates 2 wireless earbuds that allow you to control how you hear the world. And the product was originally created for you to EQ your live music environment. And when they launched the product, they got thousands of letters from people that say, I have autism, I have PTSD, I have hearing loss, I have hearing sensitivities. It would be great if you added these features to make the product help me live a better life, right? And the founders were like, we know nothing about this arena, and they reached out to me and said, hey, we need help. We need help on how can we take a look at how we might position our product or even consider adding these feature sets that can help people live a better life. And they took that initiative. They went and reached out. So, and that's why I joined the company, because of the potential in the technology, and that they were really serious about including everyone across the spectrum in allowing them to use the product. So, I mean, for me, that was really why I took the role. And even in the company before that, I worked for Pebble, which is a smartwatch company, and I did a collaboration with Starkey Hearing, so that when my hearing aids need to be controlled by my smartphone, I didn't want to pull out my phone in a meeting. It looked really rude. So I helped them create an app so that I could control it from my smartwatch, and nobody knew that that's what I was doing. So again, you take technology that I need to function in the world and technology that everybody uses, and it kind of blends in, right? And you start to change that conversation about technology inclusion.
Inclusion and diversity has such a great impact, even on just from product development. So I think we have time left for one more comment. Eli?
You know, I think KR covered a lot of the points I was just going to say.
Okay.
I did want to add something. I think it is true, not only related to products, but events, really like tech events, are not accessible to deaf people. One simple thing is for having a company have a system ready. For example, on the website for an event, already have a request form for accessibility. So if a person goes to the website, they already have an easy form that they can fill out instead of having to dig through an email, contacting a person directly, not knowing what to do, having to go around the whole system to be able to get their accessibility and watch it break down. So having an easy form, or just something, if there's any accessibility issue, to have a process to go straight to a person that they need to contact, instead of just some random person in the company that may not have any idea about what accessibility needs might be for that company's product. So having that all ready to begin with, because it's impossible to imagine everything beforehand.
See this font of wisdom we have up here? I would like to thank Eli, William, Will, and KR for joining us today. I really, really appreciated you taking the time. Let's give them a round of applause. This is the way you do it. Great, thank you.
Just a real quick announcement. First off, wanted to apologize for lunch. There is lunch now out there. We have an amazing caterer, the Town Kitchen, who sources locally and employs underrepresented youth, underserved youth in a workforce employment project. So they're a great caterer, and there was some happenstance on the bridge. So apologies for that. And then one other thing is I personally made a boo-boo in the program. There's 3 to 350 sessions. It should be 4 to 450. That second set should be 4 to 450. So it's all here in the program. Just didn't change that number. So thank you. I'm going to pass it off to Danny.
Thanks so much, Melinda. That last session was really great, and for me, it brought up a couple of things. One is, it's interesting, even at our company, Autodesk, a number of our software engineers are actually working to solve for different aspects of disability and applying those for larger scale solutions. So I really like the comment that we heard before. The other thing that was interesting is I remember actually a moment that I had once a while ago, a number of years ago, with somebody where I kept talking to the person, they weren't responding, and I remember talking to somebody else instead of talking to the person directly and saying, boy, that, John seems really rude. What do you think is going on with him? And I said, well, he actually can't hear out of his right ear, Danny. And it really took me aback for a moment. So I'm sure that sessions like that continue to bring up different things for each of us. And that's why I really like the next session, because the next session for me will be about really the personal journey around inclusion. I know a number of us are really passionate about diversity and inclusion, but one of the things that I think is important to remember is that if we come from a perspective of being a zealot, of feeling like everybody out there has to change and we're okay, that's not necessarily the best approach. And in fact, it's going to tend to build up walls with people. And so that's why I really appreciate the next session, because it really refers to kind of the personal journey. Our next speaker talking about, and the title of his talk is Awakening to the Freedom of Inclusion. His name is Michael Thomas. He's with Ogletree Deacons, and he's what I like to call a triple threat. He's an employment lawyer, he works on pay equity, and he also has a practice of what he calls active mindfulness. And it was funny, when I was writing it down, I wrote down active mindlessness by accident, and he said that was probably more accurate. With that, though, I'd like to welcome to the stage Michael Thomas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm improvising because I didn't expect to have a handheld microphone, but I'll make it work. Martin Luther King Jr. said a long time ago that we have guided missiles but misguided men. And what Dr. King was referring to is that we spend so much time focusing on systems and institutions, so the external environment, that we often neglect focusing on the need to change our internal environment. The purpose of this talk is to discuss how mindfulness can free us from barriers or boundaries that prevent us from seeing our true self. And if I can see my true self, then I can view the world from someone else, which is inclusion. So inclusion or inclusivity is really freedom from the barriers or boundaries that prevents us from seeing ourselves and seeing the world from the eyes of the other. So what are some of the causes of barriers to seeing our true self and barriers to seeing the world from the eyes of the other? I would argue that it's trauma and aspects of intergenerational trauma. So what is trauma? Trauma is an event that is so serious and so emotional that it overwhelms one's ability to cope. So for example, I was in a law school at Boston College when there was the O.J. Simpson trial. And if any of you can recall that, there was a lot of racial tension about that trial across the country. So at the time of the verdict, I was in Boston College's student lounge, and I was the only African American in the student lounge at that time. When the verdict actually was announced, CNN immediately showed a group of students at Howard University, so it was a group of all African American students, that were celebrating the outcome of the verdict. I too, at that moment, wanted to express some aspect of joy or appreciation for our justice system. But being the only African American in the student lounge of all other white students, I went from feeling safe and comfortable in that environment to feeling very fearful. I knew that I could not express an emotion of joy or appreciation because in that moment, it would out me as being black. In that moment, I went from feeling safe to feeling fearful, and my fight or flight response kicks in. The body starts releasing hormones and cortisol, and physically within myself, I'm experiencing discomfort, and my mind is feeling fear. At that moment, I'm actually making a decision to not view my complete self. I'm making a decision in that moment to not view myself as being black. At that moment, I'm deciding to freeze. At that moment, I'm trying to prevent others from also seeing me as being black. The experience of viewing an external environment and seeing it as being hostile based on my race, it was not unique to that moment. I went to Bucknell University for college, and I can recall the first day of classes thinking this environment's racist, there's no other black students here. And when you have a thought or a belief, there's a tendency to look for things that affirm that thought or belief. So I walk into a classroom environment and someone makes eye contact with me. My immediate response, again, is that this person's staring at me because I'm black. Fight or flight response kicks in. Body again starts experiencing discomfort because cortisol and hormones are being released. But again, I can't fight or flight. Just like the law school example, I have to sit there and freeze and experience that discomfort. So how did I, as an adult, learn how to freeze as a response to an environment that I perceive as being hostile? Intergenerational trauma. So what is intergenerational trauma? Intergenerational trauma is when there's an external experience that's experienced by one generation that now lives within subsequent generations. So I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and my grandfather was one of the first African Americans to integrate the steel mill unions in Pittsburgh. And because of that, he had to fight external racism a lot. He was also one of the first African Americans to purchase a home within a certain neighborhood in Pittsburgh. And because of that at home, he had to fight external racism a lot. Because he spent so much time fighting external racism, he became a very hard and unemotional man. And he expected the same thing from my father, that as a black male in the society, the world was going to be hostile to you. You could not show emotion or vulnerability. You'll be taken advantage of. That was the same environment that I grew up in. This environment that the world was going to be hostile because of my race, and I couldn't show emotion, I couldn't show vulnerability. And when you live in a world that both external real events and internally you believe that the world and life is going to be hostile because of your race, the body is constantly being triggered by being moved into situations where you're experiencing fight or flight. And you're constantly being triggered because you're constantly being surrounded by things that are triggering, which can be something very small, like being the only African American in a Catholic grade school. So when the body's constantly being triggered and experiencing this sense of discomfort, there's a tendency to want to escape that discomfort in the body. So common ways that people escape discomfort can be through alcohol, can be through food, can be through abuse of power, just different forms of behavior that lets one decide that they do not want to be present within the body. Me, at different points in my life, I escaped that discomfort with food, or even at times making jokes about being the only African American in a given environment. I was also socialized to believe that whiteness was the norm and the standard to follow and strive towards. I learned at a very early age if I wanted to succeed in society, I had to learn how not to be seen in predominantly white environments as being black. In that sense, I learned how not to see myself. In that sense, I learned how to freeze. So the external experience of racism experienced by my grandfather now internally lives within me. The experience of intergenerational trauma is not just limited to the black experience. Just think of generations of different messages that have been given to women that cause women to fear being fully present with their own bodies. The point is that most of us are showing up each day with some limiting belief of ourselves, that we're not worthy, we're not smart enough, we're not good enough, we don't belong. And when you have these limiting beliefs as to how you view yourself, you can't see your true self because you're refusing to see some aspect of yourself that gives you discomfort. And if you can't see your full self, you're viewing others through that same exact lens. And therefore you can't express empathy and you're not able to view the world from someone else. So how do we begin to break down these barriers that limit how we view ourselves and limit how we view the world? So it really starts with a healthy relationship with the mind and body. I moved to San Francisco in 2001, and my girlfriend at the time did yoga. So, I'm thinking, I'm an athletic African-American male. I can do this thing that is pretty much advanced stretching. So, doing yoga was one of the very first times in my life that I can recall that I stopped to really pay attention to my black body. The harm that it's received, the harm that it's caused, the beliefs that my body holds about how I view the world. And unlike other moments where the mind goes in fight or flight and I engage in some response to escape that discomfort, I'm forced to stay with that discomfort. I'm forced to be present with my body and with my thoughts and not respond. In that experience, I learned acceptance, forgiveness, and how not to respond to misguided beliefs or thoughts. Meditation, that present sense awareness, allows you to be present in this moment right now. And if you can be present in this moment right now, you can realize that you're not your beliefs, you're not your suffering, you're not your pain, you're not your past. The ability to focus on gentle body movements allows you to activate your prefrontal cortex, which is the noticing part of the brain. And that again allows you to notice that you're not your suffering, you're not your past. And also, your noticing part of the brain lets you engage in more self-regulation and bring more loving kindness to this moment. My mother tells the story of how, before I turned 2, she decided that she was going to leave my father. So my mother, with my cousin Marty, went and got my brother and sister from school, and with me, off we went. About an hour and a half into the journey, my mother heard me wheezing and realized that she forgot my asthma medication. Without blinking, my mother decided to go back, knowing that she could be putting herself in harm's way. My mother made a decision to break a cycle. At some point, we have to stop blindly moving forward and stop and choose a different direction. We too have to break a cycle of not seeing ourselves as complete, and a cycle of not seeing each other. This is a process that I cannot do alone. My mother could not do it alone. Martin Luther King would say that each of us is connected in a single garment of destiny and an inescapable network of mutuality. I want to see myself, and I also want to be able to see you. But in order for us to both do that, we all have to learn to embrace and awaken to the freedom of inclusivity. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. That reminds me really of a Martin Luther King quote, another Martin Luther King quote actually, which was, and I remember it vividly from one of the speeches. I used to listen to his speeches when I was a young child. And he said, "People can't ride your backs unless your backs are bent." I remember that. And so there is part of it, which is where we're working on trying to create an inclusive culture, but there's a part of it that is self-work that we have to do for ourselves. And that's what I really love about the talk that Michael just gave. I think that's a really, that's really the foundational part. Whether or not the system changes or not in the way that we want, there's a lot that we can do within the context of ourselves. Let's see how you're doing on the diversity quiz now. I'm going to give you another question. For those of you who've been with me so far, you're testing your diversity knowledge in the audience. This one is, which of these actors is of Hispanic origin? Okay. One is, to go back, Rita Hayworth. Second one is Martin Sheen. And the third one is Linda Carter. For those of you who don't remember Linda Carter, To date myself, that was Wonder Woman when I was growing up. I don't know if any of you remember that. Okay, so how many would say Rita Hayworth? Raise your hand, Rita Hayworth. Okay, how many would say not Charlie Sheen, Martin Sheen? Okay, not the train wreck, okay? And then the third one, how many would say Linda Carter? Okay, the good news is that all of you are right, all three of them. All three of them are actually actors of Hispanic origin, so a little piece of information for you. This next talk is another one that I'm really excited about, and it's being given by some members of the U.S. Digital Service. And what's fascinating to me is that working with the White House, they're trying to bring tech to government. But when we were back there, it was really interesting because it's a great group of people, but I asked them, so what, I'm going to talk about you, what brings this collective together? And at first, they were a little bit puzzled by my question, but then what they said is that it's because we integrate diversity into the work that we do. It's a normal part of how we do things. The fact that we have a diverse team isn't something that we call out necessarily, but something that we actively do, and is just an embedded part of how we do our work. And I think that's one of the things that we want to consider and think about with diversity and inclusion. We may try to move from 1% to 2% or 2% to 4% or whatever the percentages are, but when we're truly at the table is when it's a normal way of doing business. So I'm really excited to see Todd Park, Sabrina Williams, Courtney Wallace, and Kathy Pham from the U.S. Digital Service. Let's bring them on stage, share a little bit of applause.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Fantastic. Well, thank you for coming to hang out with us for the next 35 minutes or so. I'm Todd Park, White House Tech Advisor based in Silicon Valley. I'm a tech entrepreneur by background. I co-founded a company called Athena Health, built the first cloud-based software and services for doctors' offices, a company called Castlight Health, online healthcare shopping service. But the most amazing experience I've ever had as an entrepreneur, as a professional, has been serving my country for the last few years, working for the US federal government and President Barack Obama. And a big reason for that has been the opportunity to help start and work with an amazing new team in the US government called the US Digital Service, which we'll talk with you more about today. How many folks have heard about the US Digital Service? Oh, that's wow. Above average, awesome. Okay, so for the rest of you, just to give you a quick overview, the US Digital Service is a new startup unit of the American government, sponsored by President Obama, started about 2 years ago, and its mission is to help build a more awesome government for the people, by the people. And specifically, to work with agencies across government to continually improve some of the most important services the government delivers to the American public, benefit delivery to veterans, healthcare for veterans, immigrating to America, federal student aid, and lower their costs at the same time. And the specific approach is to actually take a lot of the best practices that have become routine in, say, metaphysical Silicon Valley, agile, cloud, user-centered design development, and bring those into government and apply them to these critical services, and in doing so, dramatically improve outcomes and lower cost. And the specific way we do that is basically, think of the US Digital Service as a next-generation tech Peace Corps, which now numbers 200 incredible souls. Product managers, engineers, designers, UX folks, operators who are deeply, deeply experienced in how to ship product. They've actually worked on how to deliver digital services to millions, hundreds of millions, billions of people at scale in a way that delights those folks at incredibly low cost. Folks who are actually really well versed in these modern practices. Folks have actually come from all corners of the country, from many top private sector companies, from startups, from everywhere, to join the US Digital Service for tours of duty that range from 6 months to 4 years, serving their country. They are an incredibly diverse team by design, an incredibly diverse team in every possible respect, because we believe and we know that diverse teams are the best teams. We're an amazing team because we're an incredibly diverse team. The only way in which folks actually are not diverse is their hearts are all the size of Jupiter. They love their fellow humans, they love their country, they want to use their talents to deliver services that help people in need and make the world a better place. What we actually then do is, from this pool of 200 amazing people, like the folks you're seeing on stage, we deploy them in small teams of generally 5 to 6 people, engineering, product, design, et cetera, and we inject them into projects to help improve the most important services the federal government delivers. For example, benefit delivery to veterans. On this engagement set, what happens is each of the teams injects into an agency like the VA and teams up with the best people on the ground at the VA who may not have spent 10 years scaling large-scale systems, but who know veterans really well and know the issues that need to be solved really well and how the VA works. And it's the team up of the folks on the ground at the VA and these USDS folks who actually deploy that work together with massive air cover from the President and from the Secretary of the VA to challenge every existing assumption, to change process, change policy, change practice so that modern practices can be applied, which has time and time again now, as we've seen, delivered dramatically improved outcomes to veterans, to students, to immigrants, to the public at dramatically lower cost. And there are two benefits from this work. One is that veterans get health care. Immigrants can come to America to live the American dream. Students can get access to financial aid that can change their lives. The second benefit is that in each of the agencies in which we work, we, with our project, set a precedent for what is now possible. Right? We demonstrate that agile is possible in government. We demonstrate that user-centered design is possible in government. We demonstrate that using the cloud is possible in government, and that then inspires other projects to try to move in a similar direction and help improving more lives. So that's the general theory of the case about how we roll. The single best way to actually understand the work and how exciting it is to talk about case studies in detail, some of the work that's actually been going on. And so to kick off the first case study, please welcome the amazing Sabrina Williams.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sabrina Williams. I am a software engineer with USDS, and I am here to tell you about a project that I worked on called College Scorecard. But before I do that, I want to give you a little background of how I got here. So let's go back to the beginning of 2015. My sister had just had a baby, so I was going to be the best aunt ever. I had just closed on a condo in Redwood City. It was my dream house. I was not thinking about government. I was not thinking about going anywhere. I was happy at Google. It was a good time. And out of nowhere, I sort of got recruited for USDS. And I let them talk me into a 3-month tour of duty. So we have like 3-month to 4-year tour of duties. And so my tour of duty started October 19th, 2015. It is now October 26th, 2016. So clearly, something got me. And I realized that this is the thing that I need to do with my life right now. I'm going to come back home at some point, but the impact and the experience is amazing. So and what I've worked on since I've been here has been with the Department of Education, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, and I'm currently working on a project with State where we're working on modernizing the visa process. But what I wanted to talk to you about was the very first project I worked on, which got me hooked a year ago, which was College Scorecard. So what was the problem? I'll start off with some stats. If you look at millennials aged 25 to 32, if you look at unemployment rates, if you have a college degree, the unemployment rate is about 3.8%. If you only have a high school diploma, it's about 12.2%. Also, if you have a college degree, you're going to earn about $1 million more over the course of your lifetime than with just a high school diploma. But the one that I find most jarring is that 21.8% of people who have a high school diploma live in poverty. So 1 in 5 people who just have a high school diploma live in poverty. So it's clear that the best track to the middle class is to have a college degree. And unfortunately, a lot of people, especially those who are first generation and lower income, have no idea what the value of a college degree is. So the president was very keen on creating a tool that would help people be able to look at a school and understand the value that they're going to get for their money, and also to put out information so that the public can hold schools accountable for the cost and quality of the programs that they're providing. So how do we do this? The first thing we did is we talked to a lot of people. And what we found was that there are really three different groups of people. There are the students and the parents and the advisors and the counselors who want to be able to see a visualization of data, understand what schools are providing, and make good decisions for their lives. Secondly, there are people like researchers and journalists and policymakers who want to be able to take a snapshot of the data and analyze it and put it into spreadsheets or whatever it is you do with that and be able to glean information. And then third, you had developers who wanted to be able to create third-party tools so they could put the information out in a more targeted fashion. And so what we did is we created 3 different things. This is a screenshot of collegescorecard.ed.gov. This is the consumer tool, which I will come back to in a second. Secondly, if you go to collegescorecard.ed.gov/data, you will see that you can download 14 years worth of data about schools and programs and salaries and incomes and all that sort of stuff all at once, so that the researchers and journalists can do that sort of thing. And then third, and the thing I'm sort of most proud of, is that we released an API. And that API is what powers the College Scorecard website. This is actually a reference implementation. And what's fun is that you can see in this data, whereas a lot of times when you look at schools and their rankings and their sort of how they compare to one another, you see things about SAT scores and admission rates. But really, what we put in the forefront here was, how much does the school cost? What is the graduation rate? And how much are you going to earn after you graduate? So for example, are you going to go to a school that costs a ton of money, you're unlikely to graduate, and you're not going to be able to pay back your student loans? And so, and it turns out that there are a lot of schools that sound like they would be too expensive. Like, for example, Stanford is really cheap for people with low incomes. Versus some of the more predatory for-profit private institutions, not all of which are bad, but some of which are very bad. I will say one of my, and also this is the search results page that you can see, and if you click on any of the schools, you can see more information about them. But I wanted to tell you an anecdote. I think one of my happiest moments at USDS was when I was working with Black Girls Code in their camp in DC over the summer, and I was showing them scorecard, and we were talking about schools, and we were looking up schools. And at one point, I asked them, tell me about some schools that you have seen on TV, commercials for schools that you think are good that you've seen on TV. And again, like I said, some of them are some of the more predatory schools that you see a lot of targeted commercials on. And it was a really great moment when we were going through looking at the schools. They had high cost. There was like a 12% graduation rate, and people were making like $14,000 a year. And watching these junior high student girls understand that this is the thing that you need to look at when you're looking at colleges, and knowing that in the future they're going to go to school and not going to come out with a mountain of debt and no good prospects, was a really, really gratifying moment. So, like I said, this was launched about a year ago in 2015, and since that time, about 2 million people have gone to the site, and it's had about 16 million page views. What's more exciting to me is the data site has had nearly 84,000 users and 26,000 page views, which is great because for every researcher that writes a paper, for every journalist that writes an article, for every developer that uses the API, they're reaching far more people than we were ever going to reach with an ed.gov website. And then lastly, the thing that I was really happy about was when we launched, there were at least 7 tools that were launched using the API within a month. And some of them include, one was in Spanish, one was targeted at lower income students. So it was really gratifying. And I also have to say, this project was great because we worked with the Department of Education, we worked with 18F, and it's in the cloud. We used agile processes, we talked to users. It was really a wonderful project. So with that, I am going to pass it on to Courtney.
Thank you. Awesome. So hi, I'm Courtney Eimerman Wallace. I will probably have the longest last name in history, I'm sure. I'm a digital service expert. I do UX design and development at the Department of Veterans Affairs. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a project that I work on called vets.gov, but more specifically, the healthcare application that we built on vets.gov. So just for a little bit of context, the VA currently has roughly 1,000 sites if you want to interact with the VA in any way, right? And then they have about 900 different phone numbers if you want to call and work with somebody. So one of those things that you can interact with is healthcare, right? So we wanted to move the healthcare application onto vets.gov, and so we wanted to figure out how people apply for healthcare so we make sure we did it in the right way. One of the stats you see behind me is these are the ways in which veterans apply for healthcare. At the bottom of that, it said that only 10% 10% of people apply online. So for us, the question was, why only 10% of people apply online? I order my groceries on Instacart, so I don't have to go to the store, so why would people want to go into a VA facility? Well, we found out the answer is because the process of applying for healthcare online through the VA is super, super frustrating. Most people don't want to do it, so they just don't. We found out this is why. When you try to apply for healthcare online, this is the screen that we saw. This is a product, an Adobe product, that can only be opened in IE 8. So for most people, that's not even a reality. Oh. So I actually just skipped one there. I wanted to make sure that nobody thought I was bashing IE or Adobe. But what we do know is that 70% of all government websites are accessed from some other browser that is not IE. So for most people, this is not even a reality to even access this form. So we had to come up with a plan. Our plan involved super routine things in the tech community. One is we had to design and build a front end that people could actually access. We wanted to test with real users, which were veterans. We wanted to refine the prototype. And we wanted to make sure we worked with actual VA employees to implement it, because they know the systems better than we do. So we used a little tech rocket science, HTML, CSS3, and React. And we wanted to make sure we fell back on our USDS pillars to design with users and not for them. So we went to this thing called the Office of Presidential Correspondence. If you write a letter to the president, there are a bunch of people whose job it is to read that letter and file it. So we asked them, hey, can we talk to veterans that have had a hard time applying for healthcare? And they gave us a stack of them. So we went out and met with them wherever they were, in their homes, at their jobs, and we asked them to show us how did they currently apply for healthcare, and then we showed them our prototype, and we wanted to get their honest feedback. We did. Some people said stuff like, this is awesome, this is great, and other people were like, this looks like this isn't for me, this is for young guys who just came out. This doesn't even look like a government website. So we tried to refine it, edit it, and make sure that it was something that all veterans felt like they could access, that they could use. And on June 30th of this year, we launched it. Yeah, this is exciting. And this is what it looks like. You can access it from anything, any browser, even your phone, any mobile device, and people can apply for healthcare around the clock, 7 days a week, right? I don't want to hit it again because I skipped myself. Awesome. In the first 3 months, we saw roughly 26,000 people apply online. If we had left it the way that it was, it probably would have only been like 3,700, because most of the time we were getting about 32 submissions a day, and now we were getting 400 to 500 submissions a day, and half of those submissions get processed automatically. I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to really take a look at this, because stats like that are great, but the reality is that this is affecting people's everyday lives. We found out that there were people that had not seen a doctor in 8 years. We met veterans who had been in and out of homelessness, trying to apply, taking days off from a job they really, really needed to try to apply, calling the VA, not knowing what number to call. We knew people that had used their own personal credit cards to pay for dialysis while they were waiting to hear back about their healthcare eligibility. Those people are now getting processed within minutes, and they're seeing doctors they've never seen before. Even there are people who are getting put on transplant lists now because they're able to see doctors, and they've actually progressed so far. So I urge you to really, really think about the USDS. The work that we do is freaking awesome, and there is absolutely no other job I will have that reaches as many people and has the impact that this one does. Thanks. And now I'm going to hand it over to Kathy.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Kathy Pham. Before I jump into my talk, I wanted to point out two things from Sabrina and Courtney's talk. I don't know if you caught this a little bit, but Sabrina talked about the open API, and then Courtney had a little merge button from GitHub on there. So these are both things completely developed in the open by the government. So not only can you see how we're developing, but also in some cases contribute, which is pretty amazing and pretty powerful, which is something that I never even thought about from the private sector. So I came to the digital service while I was, like Sabrina, having a great time working at Google. And I wanted to come serve. My brother was a veteran, and I myself had been with my mom fighting cancer within different hospital systems around the country and knew that our healthcare system needed a lot of work. And I found this as a great way to lend some of my, my skills and effort. So I'll jump into that a little bit more, but first I want to tell you a little bit more about the U.S. Digital Service. As Todd mentioned earlier, we're here to deliver better services to the American people. These are people who are already paying their taxes, are already paying us to deliver services, and in many cases, that our services aren't doing what they're supposed to do. And we just hit our 2-year mark, which is incredibly exciting. Jennifer Anastasoff, who is our head of talent sitting right here up front, built our group from that little group on the left-hand side of the screen to what we are today with, yes, thank you, and being mindful of inclusiveness and being mindful towards diversity, knowing that many of us come from the tech sector and knowing that we have these issues in the tech sector. So it's been a really inclusive and amazing place to work because of that. We are now across all these different agencies and growing. We started out as a digital service group within the White House. We've expanded to the Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Defense, Education, Health and Human Services, Homeland Security. So it's a series of startups around the federal government, and we're building tech teams and infusing the government with all this energy and all this excitement of how to build great products. And so how do we pick our products? Or how do we pick our agencies and our teams? We think of places where we can have the greatest impact on the greatest number of people with the greatest likelihood of success. So we don't want to set our teams up to go into a place where we absolutely cannot do anything. And thirdly, the ability to scale across government is really important as well. So what that really means is that at the end of the day, all the products and things we build and things we work on impact millions of people. Sometimes they're billion-dollar projects. They're incredibly far-reaching. And they are by far the most rewarding things we can work on anywhere in government. I always love this photo just because it shows the very diverse core of who we are. So I want to end by pointing out something that Megan Smith, who's our current CTO, tells us a lot. There are kind of 2 ways to think of our careers. One is to be surrounded by, go somewhere where we're surrounded by a lot of people like us, like here, where you're surrounded by a lot of amazing designers, software engineers, product managers. You have the support, the encouragement to build amazing products, ship it. You can fail as often as you want, and it's great. It's a great place to have a lot of momentum, a lot of drive. And then sometimes it's also important to go where you're rare, to go where your skill sets are really, really needed. Go where maybe your whole demographic and makeup is not, just does not exist, right? And Courtney, we were having a discussion earlier, and she made a amazing point of, yeah, we're going to the government to build great products, but some of the things we're changing is really from these conversations that we have with people, conversations around ethnicity and race and gender and these big issues, and it really drives changes in the product just by having these conversations. So I encourage you to consider going where you're rare and bring your skill sets and everything that you are to make another place like the federal government so much more amazing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Todd to close us out.
So just to reiterate what Kathy was saying, if you are an engineer, if you are a designer, if you are a UX expert, if you are a product manager, and you've had a few years of experience breaking bones, shipping product, we need you. We are looking for a few good women and men to come serve our country. And if you're excited about veterans getting the care that they deserve, if you're excited about helping immigrants make it to America to live the American dream, if you're excited about helping students access education and changing their lives and helping them change the lives of others and more, please go to usds.gov/join and apply. It takes like 20 seconds, super fast. Even if you're not of that profile, engineering, product, UX, design, but you know people who are, please tell them to apply. Because basically, right now, demand for USDS services across government is off the charts. And we are actually only constrained by the number of souls we can deploy to help. So please please sign up. Please encourage others to sign up. And are we 17 minutes early?
We are.
Yeah.
That's like never happened in the history of conferences, I don't think. Do we have 70? So what I'm going to do is I'm calling audible. And what I'm going to do is ask Jennifer to come up stage. And actually, the 5 of us will just be sitting here. And so we're going to have an impromptu reception, right, for like the next 15 minutes. Yep. So if you want to come and ask us more questions about what we're doing or talk about how you might serve, if it's okay with the conference organizers, we'll just hang here for 15 minutes and chat with you all. But thanks so much for your time and attention. And God bless you. God bless America. Thanks. And we'll be here.
Hello, is this working now? Can you hear me? Super, thanks so much. We're about to have our startups showcase in just a moment. And again, this is really exciting for me. If you take the last presentation and this presentation, it really becomes about how we integrate diversity and inclusion truly into the ecosystem. And those kinds of things really get me excited. I know at Autodesk, one of the things that we're trying to do is to share the profile, because we're a very acquisitive company. About 90% of our products came originally from startups that we purchased. And for us, what we're doing is sharing our profile with different venture funds that focus on women and minority-owned startups. So for me, I'm going to be listening closely to this, because this is the kind of thing where potentially we can have somebody that we have technical assistance with, or that becomes a true part of our ecosystem, perhaps through acquisition and investment. A couple things I'll just mention real quick. One is to, again, we're talking about integration of the business. We'll continue with the diversity quiz. So here's a question for you. Between now and 2050, the fastest growing region of the world is either A, Asia, B, Latin America, South America, or C, Africa. How many people would say A, Asia? Raise your hand. Okay? Don't be shy. Don't be shy. How many would say B, Latin America, South America? Okay? How many would say C, Africa? Okay? The answer is C, Africa. It's being driven heavily by the rise of Nigeria, which will be the 5th largest country in the world in 2050. And this type of information has implications for organizations as businesses. And so that's the kind of thing, again, when we talk about looking at diversity as a strategy, you can take any business decision and say to yourself, diversity and inclusion are implicated or involved in this in some way. So that's one of the things, again, that I'm excited about today. So our startup showcases pitches will be pitches from different startups that have come today in a variety of areas, including fintech, edtech, and people tech. We have a star-studded panel of judges who are about to come out and join me on stage here. We have Elizabeth Reynolds from Accenture. We'll also have Monique Woodard from 500 Startups, John Lyman from Google Ventures, as well as Ryan Hoover from Product Hunt. Can the judges come out and join me now? Thanks so much. Let's give them a hand as they come in. All right, let's give them a hand as they come in. And as they come out, I'll just tell you the format. The different startups are going to have about 5 minutes to pitch. And then our judges will have a back and forth discussion amongst themselves, as well as with the startups that are pitching, for about a 3-minute period, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, that makes sense to everybody? And then I think we'll have some time afterwards potentially for some Q&A, but I'm really excited about this. Again, this is the culmination to me of true diversity and inclusion and integrating it into how we do our work. With that, let's have our first startup. Our first startup is called and by the way, if you wanted to see the descriptions of the startups, they're near the back of your program. You'll see their bugs there. And I'm going to go through, we have 5 of the 10 that are listed there, okay, if you want to see their short descriptions. The first one is called WeFinance. I'll let you read the description yourself. And the person who will be presenting from WeFinance is Willie Chu. Willie, can you come out and join us now? Thanks so much. They've done a lot of work to get selected, so let's give them some good applause here, okay? Willie's coming. Probably getting mic'd up right now. Yeah. Are people enjoying the conference, by the way, so far? Judges, have you been here most of the day? Enjoying things so far? Okay, excellent. Okay. All right, Willie, super. The stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Willie. I'm one of the co-founders of WeFinance. And I want to talk to you about a problem today that's affecting 45 million Americans. And that's the problem of not having a credit score. On top of that, if you look at the issue of not having credit history, it disproportionately affects blacks and Hispanics, as well as low-income neighborhoods. Yet, at the same time, if you look at today, we're living in a time when there's more information than ever about our networks, who we are, who we're connected to, our behaviors, and none of that is currently being used by our financial system to assess risk or offer financial products. So how can we do that today? What we've been doing at WeFinance is starting out by making it easy and comfortable for someone to reach out to their community and ask for a loan. Then, on top of that, we can actually observe some really interesting behavior. Who in these people's networks actually comes forth, lends money, how close-knit are they to them, and how much are they lending? And then lastly, we can actually observe full cycle the behavior of whether or not these borrowers are repaying their loans. So the way that the product exists today, we've created a loan crowdfunding platform. So if you think about a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter, that's what it looks like today. And we have additional features where borrowers can actually ask their networks for endorsements. They can tell their story in detail about what they're doing, why they need the funds, and why they're reasonably going to be able to pay it back. If you look at today, we've chosen to start our growth really with the coding bootcamp space. If you were there earlier at today's session, at the Coding Bootcamp KPI session, you heard Aubrey from Telegraph Academy talk about how we've been able to help students both at Hack Reactor and the Students of Color Focused Telegraph Academy raise loans from their network, but also Hack Reactor's alumni, employee network, and as well as their mentors. The reason why we've gone after this space, first off, is that it's non-traditional education. So the funding options for this space are relatively limited. On top of that, we've definitely found that the problem of either running into expensive loans or straight up not being offered loans at all is disproportionately affecting students of color, students from minorities, minority groups, and other represented groups in tech. So it's been awesome that we've been able to really expand and really build this ecosystem around the borrower themselves. Make it easy for them to reach out to friends and family and really access this whole new broad network of alumni, other borrowers who have used the platform, community supporters, people who are vested in these people's interests. But there's the next step, and that's what our vision is here, which is actually teaming up with tech companies who are here at this conference to be able to offer additional funding options. There are a lot of folks that are already reaching out today and offering scholarships, grants to a lot of these students, particular groups, but we can see the impact even greater if we can actually offer a matching loan product, recycle those funds, and even potentially allow lenders to earn a return on those funds, and really bolster our ecosystem to be able to allow funding to really get to some of these underrepresented populations and really increase the pipeline for a lot of these tech companies to get access to these candidates who are going through these programs. We've got a really kick-butt team working on this. My co-founder is a behavioral economist who used to work at Facebook on ads, and I have experience working at Kiva in the crowdfunding space and Credit Karma in fintech. We're really excited about really turning the way that people understand and think about financing around and increase the access for people who are going through programs like coding bootcamps, but more broadly overall, who don't have credit history, don't have access to credit, to be able to have a channel to do that and then translate that into people understanding that people can be relatively low risk, but as long as they have the right ways to express it. So check out more at wefinance.co. Thanks.
Okay, super. Thanks so much, Willie. You ready for some questions from the judges?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, super. All right, judges, anybody want to go with their first question for Willie?
So you started off talking about how people in low-income communities, and especially Black and Hispanic users, don't have a credit history, but I maybe missed the part about how this actually helps them get a credit history. Is it about helping them get a credit history or providing an alternative to credit? And if it's the latter, then how is that different from GoFundMe, and how is it better?
Those are great questions. So there's two parts to answer that. The first is that this is an alternative. That's the starting point today. So this is a way that you can actually get access to credit that you might not have felt comfortable asking for in the first place. So the channel to do that, similar to a GoFundMe, only the structure is one where the borrowers are actually repaying the loans. The reason why that's important is that we do run into borrowers who don't want to be seen as charity cases, and especially for something like a coding bootcamp, where basically you're saying, I want to educate myself and be able to go earn significantly more income. It's hard to say, just give me money to do that. So that makes it easier for us to do that. But later down the road, what we do want to do is actually take this repayment data that I was capturing, that we were talking about earlier, either use that as a way to report to credit bureaus to help build credit history, or even use this as supplemental information for other financial institutions, or even us ourselves, to lend additional capital on our own.
And as the loan is, thank you for that. But as the loan is it repaid directly to you, and then you disperse those repayments to the people who provided the capital?
So today on our platform, all of our lenders are real people. So all of the payments, what we do as a platform in terms of automating them, they're going directly from user to user. So we're actually the payment rails for all of our users, and we're actually moving the money directly from the borrowers back to the lenders and from the lenders to the borrowers originally.
See if we can get a couple of other questions. Okay, yes?
So if I'm a potential borrower, what first attracts me to the site? Is it lower interest rates? Is it the social aspect? Is it building a credit history? What do you think is going to draw most people in?
Yeah, number one is definitely the lower interest rate because a lot of the folks that are using the platform are either being offered loans that are far too expensive or are being turned away outright. And then the second piece is by working with these coding boot camps, they're basically plugging into this community in advance of them joining it and actually being able to access alumni early and actually having people who might be hiring them down the road be invested in their future. So there's multiple aspects on that side that attract our borrowers.
And my apologies, I think we only have time for one more, so we flip a coin between the two of you. Either way, okay, thank you.
So is your market really just primarily students who are looking to fund their education, or are you thinking about broader applications across different use cases?
Yeah, our vision for this goes far beyond education. The reason why we started there is that people are most comfortable talking about debt centered around education. It's something that's a positive investment. Most people can agree that education is a good investment in oneself. So that's been the easiest one for us to get over the hurdle. When we first started this idea, everyone was like, no one's going to want to talk about debt with their network. It's really embarrassing. But we've really been able to get over the hump because it's education. But our vision down the road is to be able to say, hey, someone who's trying to pay for expenses associated with moving across the country or having a new baby, all of these are things that should be out in the open and people shouldn't be embarrassed about. And our vision is really for the platform to be able to be an open channel across a lot of different use cases, but we're starting with education today.
Super, we promised to get you the first question on the next one, okay? Willie, thanks so much. The only thing that I can guarantee you lost a point for as a Stanford graduate is that you spent time at Cal also. So I can guarantee you just lost a point on that. Let's give Willie a hand, please, and we finance. Thanks so much, Willie.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. A couple details that I wanted to mention. You're probably wondering what happened before we bring up the next group, what happens after this. There will be a showcase outside during the reception where all 10 of the startups that were evaluated at the back of your program will be showcasing. In addition to that, at the end of the conference tomorrow, I think about 5 o'clock or 5:45, the winner of the showcase will actually be announced. So just to give you an idea of where all this ends up. Okay? Our next startup is Generation Games, so the top left-hand corner of your program if you're following along, making video games that teach standards aligned with math along with social studies and language arts in English and Spanish. Sounds like something I could use, actually. Our presenter for Generation Games is Maria Burns-Ortiz. Maria, can you join us? Let's give Maria a hand. Thanks so much, Maria. Thanks so much, Maria.
Hi, I'm Maria Burns-Ortiz, co-founder and CEO of 7 Generation Games. What if parents never had to fight with their kids about doing math homework again? What if in all that time your kid was spending on their phone, tablet, or computer, they were actually learning instead of watching videos of random people opening boxes of toys? If you have children, you know that's a thing. What if we could close the gap when it comes to math performance in this country so we didn't live in a society where 3 out of 4 high school graduates lack math proficiency? 7 Generation Games does that. At 7 Generation Games, we make video games that teach standards-aligned math using historically accurate storylines integrated into virtual worlds where math matters to survival. So it's not just, what's 160 divided by 8? But it's 160 miles to your next set of supplies, and you have 8 days to get there. On average, how many miles do you need to cover each day? And that's because our games are games. They're not just digitized versions of worksheets or flashcards packaged as an app. We know drill and repeat doesn't work, which is why in our games, repeated wrong answers lead to adaptive learning modules that teach the skills necessary to advance in the game and in life. And we're building our games to compete graphically not just with other educational games, but with all video games vying for kids' attention, meaning things like when you canoe on the river, the water looks and flows like water. We spent 2 years in development, usability, and efficacy testing, during which time we collected data that shows our games work really well. In fact, kids who played our games for an hour a week for 8 weeks improved 300% over the control group. And those results were replicable. Through applying artificial intelligence principles, we've created games that model what good teachers do to produce positive outcomes. And now we're scaling user growth. We have 5,000 users to date and are used in 40 programs across the country. We're on track to see those numbers double in the next 4 months as we roll out to 30 more sites between now and February. And just this month, we released our first tablet app directed to the individual consumer market, because 70% of parents are willing to spend money on apps for their kids, and educational value is the #1 factor in that decision. Now, we're taking a simultaneous B2B, B2C approach because it's been incredibly effective for other educational game companies. Kids ask their parents to get them the games they're playing at school, and parents tell schools, you should check out this game I bought for my kid. We think that'll help us become a player in the $2.5 billion educational games market, a market that is rapidly growing, having doubled in size in the last 5 years, and on track to do that again. Moreover, because our games both teach and provide analytic data reporting, we can simultaneously compete for shares of the K-12 test and assessment market and the digital curriculum market, with more than doubling our potential market size. And we're already generating revenue. That's on top of the $1.6 million in funding we've gotten to date, of which $1.35 million is in the form of non-dilutive capital. That gives us 18 months runway, and we've already built out a line of games on top of our proprietary platform, games that are in both English and now bilingual English-Spanish language games, making us the only company on the market right now developing bilingual math video games. We have the people it takes to make this happen, bringing a combination of creative, educational, and technical expertise. I'm CEO. I come from a writing and digital media background, having previously worked on a startup as well as written a New York Times bestseller. Our president is a statistician with a PhD in educational psychology who's taught math at every level, from middle through graduate school coursework. And our CTO brings 30 years development experience in the defense industry, creating simulation software. Together, we lead a 15-person team, 7 full-time, 8 part-time employees, in bringing 7th-generation games to life. And all of our development is done in-house. Now, for years, people have been talking about the transformative impact games could have on education, especially when it comes to math. But it hasn't happened. If it had, math scores would be going up, and they're not. Now, improving education is not an easy nor overnight process. But the stakes couldn't be higher. And we need to do something about it now, because already too many kids, 3 out of 4, are learning too late that they lack the math skills necessary for the 21st century. And the return is there. Upping math proficiency from 1/4 to even half of US students would have a projected $1 trillion annual impact on our economy. At 7th-generation games, we have a quality, engaging, getting better everyday product and the resources we need for development there. But we don't want to end up with a bunch of really great games no one knows about, and our non-dilutive grant funding is restricted to R&D. As such, we're currently raising $500,000, primarily for sales and marketing, to get our games in the hands of as many kids as possible. Because whether it's your kids, or my kids, or kids whose parents don't even care about how they do in math, kids deserve better. So at 7th-generation games, we're making better educational games. Games that effectively teach math. Games that make you smarter. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Maria. Okay, you ready for some questions?
I'm ready.
Okay, first one, I promised you.
All right, so now I'm the first one. So I used to work in the gaming industry, and I think looking at how games can be applied to education is super interesting. I'm curious to learn more about who your target demographic is in terms of the age and the student itself, and why you're focusing on that, and also where you're going longer term. If you look out 5 years plus, how do you see the company evolving in terms of your target demographic?
So we are focusing on 3rd grade and up, primarily late elementary through middle school. That's really the age where you start to lose kids. That's where if you don't understand some very basic things, you don't understand how to multiply, you don't understand fractions, you cannot go on. It's not like you can go back and, you didn't read a book, you can reread it. So we're starting at that. That's a key age of intervention. That's when we've talked to a lot of teachers, and that's where they see the need. So we've started there. Our goal is to build up through middle school. We think that's really the key, and just kind of go from there. We're building out a line of games, so we're starting with specific concepts, base 10 operations, fractions, and going from there.
Okay, thanks so much. Next question.
So your pricing model for your direct-to-consumer, I noticed there was quite a range there. Can you talk a little bit more about how you're going to price that?
Yeah, so we have several different types of games. We have iPad apps, and then we have Chromebook games, which are web-based, and then we have download installs, which is where you can really do the really strong quality 3D gaming engine. We do use Unity WebGL, which allows you to do it online, but right now, especially depending on where you are, there's a long download time. So we have several different options. So that's why per product, it depends on what it is. The app is about $2, the Chromebook version, web-based version is $5, and then the full download version, which they're all different games, but is the $10 version.
Super. One more, maybe? one more question.
How often are you releasing new games, and how are you combating game fatigue?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the
How often are you releasing new games, and how are you combating the game fatigue?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're releasing a new game. We're getting faster. So our first game took us about 18 months. The next one took us 12. Now we've gotten it down to about 9 months, and we think that's the maximum we're going to be able to get it down to, or the minimum we're going to be able to get it down to, because we create hundreds of educational elements that go into each game. And because we pick what what subject we focus on, what part of the standards, each game inquires, we can kind of reuse some of the code and build out on the platform some of the front end stuff, but all of the content has to be completely new. So in about 9 months per game, and what we do is they're different games. So one game's a first person game, one's the third person game, some has 2D elements, some has 3D elements, and we try and keep it intentionally changing so kids don't get bored and they don't go, oh, I played this game and now you've just swapped it out and you put in different characters. So every game is different, and even within games we change it up. So we have one game where it's 2D and then 3D and then first person. So we want to make sure that kids don't feel like they're playing the same game over and over.
Super. Thanks so much, Maria, and good luck to you. Let's give her a hand. Maria Burns-Ortiz. Super. And before we bring our next company out on stage, our next startup on stage, I just wanted to make a note. I really wanted to thank the sponsors for the Startup Showcase, Capital One, and I'm a Capital One customer. In fact, I need to make my payment, I think, now, as well as Accenture up here on stage. So I'd like to thank both of those organizations for sponsoring. Let's give them a hand, because without the sponsors, it doesn't happen, okay? Super. Okay. Super. Okay. Our next one, again, a little bit further down in the program here, number four, the fourth one down on the left side is Civic Eagle. Civic Eagle. And the representative from Civic Eagle that we'll have pitching us today is Damola Ogundipe. He was very impressed that I pronounced his name properly the first time. He did a double take, and he paused, and I asked him, why are you pausing? It's because nobody ever gets my name right to begin with. So let's give Damola a hand and welcome Civic Eagle to the stage.
I gotta watch those steps. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Damola Ogundipe. I am the CEO of Civic Eagle. We are a data and mobile technology company increasing civic engagement in the United States, which is a $125 billion industry. All right, so I'm sure a lot of us here are pretty sick and tired of government and politics and what's going on. And we have a lot of issues with what's happening at the national level of politics. And I know this election cycle isn't really helping the matter. I know for me, at least, it isn't. But when we started working on our platform, we asked the question, how can we make civic engagement at the local and state level better? And there was no better people to ask that question to than those that are the most civically engaged. And the people that are most civically engaged are people that actually work in government, which seems to be something that we miss a lot of the time. So when we did a lot of, during the year process that we interviewed individuals that worked in government and tried to figure out how we could help them better engage with the people that they serve, we found three main issues, three main problems. The first was that they wanted, there was a lack of data analytics and data visualization tools that were built specifically for them, specifically for local and state government entities. The second was that there was no industry standard for digital civic engagement. There was nothing like, what good user interface, user experience looked like from a civic technology perspective. And third, there was no comprehensive mobile solution for civic engagement. So we, after analyzing these problems, we recognized that there was obviously an opportunity here to build a company. And the company that we decided to build was a company that focused on 365-day engagement between local and state government and policy organizations and the people that they serve in the communities. And when we did a lot of digging into this industry, we found out that it's a huge one, a $125 billion industry. So we wanted Civic Eagle to become the premier data analytics company that empowers civic and government leaders to better serve us, the people of the members of the public, and get better public sector outcomes. So how do we do this? Well, we have two different platforms that we've built. One is called Flight, and Flight is a platform for local and state government and policy advocacy organizations. It serves a few main purposes, but the primary ones are it provides them with proprietary data analytics and data visualization through a software as a service platform, and also gives them mobile engagement tools like virtual town hall meeting capabilities, where they can actually, as a mayor, launch a virtual town hall so that they don't have to rent out a huge communal space. They can actually send information out to their constituents through a virtual town hall, as well as targeted mobile messaging. So we started working on that. It's still under development. We started working on it about a year ago. You can go to www.civiceagle.com/flight to check out our prototype, and I'll come back to that in a moment. The second platform that we built and that we already launched is called Eagle, and Eagle is for the American public. We recognize that if we built a platform, a SaaS platform for government, for local and state government, and there was no communication medium for them to be able to interact and engage with their constituents and with members of the community, it would fall on flat ears, would fall on deaf ears. So we built a mobile application that serves as a social network as well as a communication medium for members of the community. Now, it's been an award-winning platform. We launched it in February of 2016. It's been featured across national publications, and primarily because of our premier feature, our debate section, where users can actually go in and debate on social issues and civic issues that they care about. So our biggest debate issue so far was Beyonce's Super Bowl halftime performance back in February of 2016. But we've also had debate topics ranging from things like, do you support or oppose Hillary Clinton, or do you support or oppose paying student athletes? So we range from civic issues and social issues, which allows us to incorporate a lot of different and diverse opinions and people that may not otherwise be engaged in local, state, and national politics. It's a free app, and you can download it on iOS, on Android right now. So how it works is that Flight integrates with Eagle and provides our civic leaders with both a communication medium as well as leverage to be able to interact with them in a really advanced proprietary way and increase civic engagement, subsequently increase civic engagement. Flight, on our splash page, we've already seen over 100 people, entities that have signed up for our Flight platform, again, for local and state government, that are looking to use a platform like ours, which will generate over $100,000 worth of revenue per year just from the pipeline that we have for our beta subscription sales. We've been featured, again, in those national publications. All right, and how do we know that this is the right thing to do right now? Well, eRepublic Labs did some research and found that now was the right time, with technology and social trends reshaping the landscape of government, to do exactly what we're doing. We have a great team, myself included. We also have Shantara Hardy. She's the former chief of staff for our governor in Minnesota, as well as the commissioner of the Minnesota Deed, a great designer, a great CTO, and discover your voice, be heard. I'm short of time. Thank you.
The one thing I ask is that you promise not to put this in the hands of Donald Trump, because who knows what he would be able to do with this, okay? So promise me that.
We're a nonpartisan organization, so I cannot promise you that.
Okay. All right, let's go to the panel. First question here. Yeah.
So I think I understand the use case for the user app. What's the use case for the local government official, and particularly why are they going to pay for it? Are they surveying their constituents? Why aren't they using SurveyMonkey for that, which is free? Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so there's been a groundswell of local and state government entities that are looking to use data analytics and data visualization to better serve their constituents, as well as policy advocacy organizations to improve outcomes. So relying on surveys, relying on just binary polling isn't something they're looking to do anymore. They actually have line items, ranging in the millions to the hundreds of thousands for smaller municipalities, specifically for constituent engagement. And they waste that money right now on things like landline phone calls or door-to-door knocking, just to get the pulse of the community. We're able to reduce the cost that they spend right now by using technology and using especially ubiquitous connectivity to be able to help them do that.
Thanks so much. Next question.
So specifically for the Eagle product, a lot of these conversations are already happening on Twitter, on Facebook, on other social platforms. How are you incentivizing the user to kind of open up another platform? How are you thinking about getting people to have those conversations specifically on the Eagle product, as opposed to where they already are, having those conversations in place?
Yeah. So civic engagement has actually went down since the invention of Facebook and Twitter and those types of social media platforms, and the primary reason is because they weren't built to facilitate social and civic discourse. So actually, back in the early 2000s, local engagement, especially local voter turnout, was in the 20%, so around 22%. Right now it's at 18%, some say 16%. So we know that it's not working. Now, in terms of people actually...
But that's voter turnout, that's not conversation.
Yeah,
the conversation is happening.
Yeah, so good point. But it's really important to also point out, now when it comes to conversation, we are seeing a lot of those conversations happen on Facebook and Twitter, but people don't want to have those types of conversations on there. We took a poll right now. I bet you a bunch of people are like, I'd rather see dogs and cats and pictures of my friends' kids and have the type of vitriol that we see on Facebook and Twitter, because it's not a space specifically built for that. So the people that usually are on there talking the loudest are the people whose voices most people don't want to hear. So creating a space where people are able to go on, and most of our users are people that were already on Facebook and Twitter. So they're removing themselves from that place of discourse and moving it to our platform because it has the tools built for them to actually work on civic engagement.
Since I took 10 seconds of your time, I want to get one more in.
Yeah, quick question. So how the hardest thing is getting people to download another app and also then switch behavior from, as you mentioned, speaking on Twitter and Facebook to this new app. How are you acquiring users?
Yeah, so we're partnering with organizations. We haven't spent a single dollar on marketing. We don't want to. We don't think we need to. So what we've been doing is going to policy advocacy organizations and affinity organizations and saying, hey, look, the value proposition here is that your members will be able to use an application specifically for civic engagement. There's a lot of great features on there for them. We'll be able to provide some information on how they're interacting on the application back to you. We get users. They get to look really cool because they're investing in technology. Their members get a platform that's specifically for civic engagement that they can interact with other members as well as people that are that also care about the same issues that they care about. So we've seen great traction from that. That's how we've gotten every single one of our installs. It hasn't been from, and also obviously word of mouth, a whole kind of organic growth. But that's our growth strategy, is to specifically invest in national organizations. So we've already started talking to organizations like the DNC, the NRA, et cetera, nationally. Once this election cycle is over, we'll see a lot more commitment from them. So that's how we plan on growing.
Super. Thanks so much, Damola. Let's give him a hand. Civic Eagle. Let's give him a hand. Thanks so much, Damola. All right. Super. All right. Monique, you're the follow-up person. I know you're the king of the follow-up question. I'm starting to know your routine. You usually make sure you're holding the mic after everybody's done too. Okay. Okay, our next one coming up will be Literator. So if you look in your program again, Literator is the second down on the right column, Literator. And the person speaking on behalf of Literator will be Michelle Ching. Michelle, can you come out and join us? And please, let's give her a big round of applause. These startups really work hard to get this far in the competition. They've really worked hard. They're obviously working hard on their product too, so let's really be supportive of them. All right? Come on out, Michelle.
Hi, my name is Michelle Ching. I'm the founder and CEO of Literator, and I'm here to tell you all about it. So, I felt overwhelmed standing in front of my second grade classroom looking at 7-year-olds whose future outcomes depended on my ability in that moment to teach them how to read. Whether or not they could read by the end of the year would have a direct impact on whether or not 10 years down the line they would graduate from high school. If a student isn't already reading at grade level by the time they leave 3rd grade, they're already 60% more likely to drop out. And 90% of high school dropouts struggle with literacy. I was determined not to let literacy be a barrier to my students' future potential. But my students' needs were drastically different. I felt like I couldn't be prepared enough, have enough time or resources to meet their individual reading needs. And this is not a challenge that was unique to me. This is a struggle that teachers across the country are faced with on a daily basis. I sought out best practices, I looked for other resources, but nothing felt natural or unintrusive. We didn't have a solution that worked, and it didn't exist until we built Literator. So, what is Literator? Literator is a mobile app that comes pre-programmed with the hundreds and hundreds of skills and behaviors that students need in order to be successful readers, and a way for teachers to track and assess and collect data on their literacy growth. All they have to do is enter in their students' names. Here's how it works. A student will sit with a teacher, and as they read, the teacher will be immediately prompted by Literator to see exactly which skills and behaviors they should be working on. And then they're also given a way to track that data. So before, teachers might be juggling notebooks, trying to use binders, resources, flipping through, and not being able to be present. Now, they can simply watch the student. And as they watch, they swipe to capture data. Literator takes those insights and immediately gives feedback and next steps to those teachers so they know exactly what to do to provide help for their students. The best part is it's free for teachers. Our business model is to charge schools and districts for a more robust data dashboard, taking those same insights from those teachers and giving schools and districts something they've never had before, which is the ability to see reading growth over time on a daily basis, plan professional development for their students for their teachers based on the student needs, and for the first time, predict student outcomes so that they can provide the interventions long before there are problems. We're just getting started. We won't be finished until we've closed the literacy gap, a gap that disproportionately affects students of color and students in poverty. Right now, we started a pilot of our mobile web app in January, and since then, taking the feedback from that pilot, we've launched a native iOS and Android app, and we're now serving over 1,000 teachers, which ends up being over 20,000 students whose individual literacy needs are being met because their teachers are using Literator in their classroom. I've been working with an incredible team to do this. Jing is an ex-Apple designer, and Jeff is an expert engineer with experience from GE and Visa. Together, we're changing the future for students who have traditionally been left behind because they were considered too far below their grade level in reading. I'm doing this for Terrence, one of my students in my first year of teaching, who was resilient and brilliant in so many different ways, but was 9 years old in second grade and still reading at a kindergarten level. I felt hopeless trying to help Terrence, and I felt like there must be a way, and now there is. Literator is here to support teachers who will be faced with students that they desperately want to help, so that they feel like they have the resources to do so. We're currently trying to build out our team. We have over 1,500 schools who are interested in bringing Dashboard to their sites. And so we need more developers and a sales and support team to manage all of this. For that reason, we're raising a seed round. Thank you.
Super. Wonderful. Thanks so much. Okay, first question from the panel. I think you didn't get one last time, so go ahead, Elizabeth.
So thank you. I think this is a fantastic endeavor. But my question is, since we're seeing school funding be cut, we see a lot of teachers that are having difficulty just buying basic supplies or having their classrooms properly outfitted.
Yeah.
How is this product going to be paid for by those schools?
Yeah.
And do you have a model to help those schools maybe get more funding or use this as a way to kind of increase their funding or viability?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So one of the things that is really important to think about is the way that we've built Literator is so that it fits perfectly into the school systems as they are, so that they don't need extra hardware. We're being really considerate and thoughtful about the way that we're rolling it out to schools that are already strapped for cash. Another thing is this falls into the world of curriculum, not just software. This is something that we're already talking to school district leaders and principals about, and they're already telling us that this is something that is missing and that they're all in desperate need for.
Super. Next question.
I have a question around the pricing. So you're charging for the non-free product $8 per student per year, which is not very much money at all. It seems undervalued in some ways. My question is kind of around how did you get to that pricing, and furthermore, how are you selling into these schools and convincing them to put money out? Schools are traditionally not very fast to adopt new technology and behaviors like this.
Yeah, not only are they not fast with technology, they're slow to pay for things. But for that reason, we've actually started to think about moving away from per student funding. That was an initial thing that we're using, but we're also charging per school site, which is making it a lot easier to serve bigger districts or bigger contracts. And also, we're working with nonprofits now, not exclusively like schools and districts, but also organizations that equip tutors to support students with literacy.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Next question. More? John?
Can you tell me a little bit more about the product? So students are reading on their phones, and then teachers also have an app that's allowing them to understand and get data and analytics on what the students are reading. Can you walk me through that?
So students are reading whatever books that they have, whatever resources are available in their classroom. They're reading the books at their level. This is a guide so that the teachers have whatever resources they need to support that student as they're reading with that student in the moment.
And Monique, she finished early, so we've got about 40 more seconds. Yeah, and I'm giving you a hard. I'm actually being genuine this time. Do you have another question
Monique
for us?
has asked me questions before.
my question is around the sales cycle. How long is the general sales cycle for you to sell into either a school individually or a district?
Yeah, so with the schools, it's a lot faster. We're seeing now that it could be up to 3 months. We're talking to schools right now and working to close that. With the nonprofits, it's a lot faster because they don't rely on that annual budget. And then the districts is something that we are still working through. Yeah.
Super, thanks so much. Let's give Michelle a hand. Michelle Ching with Literator. Thanks so much, Michelle. I think you hold on to the microphone going down that way. Yep. Okay, and we'll have our final startup now. Inclusive, so the second to last one on the right-hand column, Inclusive. We got a fan up here in the front row. Global P2P property sharing platform, which eliminates discrimination. Okay, so really excited to see this. Inclusive, and our speakers today will be Rohan Gilks and Dara King. Let's give them a hand as they come out, okay? Inclusive.
Hi, I'm Dara, and this is Rohan, and we are from Inclusive. So we went from being discriminated against to building our own short-term rental platform to our first paying customers in less than 5 months. Here's our story.
All right, crazy story coming up. First, some uncomfortable truths. So a Harvard study on Airbnb found that guests with distinctly African American names were 16% less likely to be accepted to stay at a home. Put this another way, 1 in every 6 African Americans would have issues on Airbnb simply because their names suggest that they might be black. So discrimination in the sharing economy is a real issue. And it's one of the reasons that African Americans and other minorities have not fully participated in the sharing economy like their numbers would suggest. My story. I was trying to go to Idaho for vacation. Who goes to Idaho for vacation? And I found a place on Airbnb that I really liked. I requested to book it, and I was told that it was not available. One of my white friends booked the same place for the same dates and time, and they were approved right away. I decided to tell my story on Medium. I wrote this article, and it ended up going crazy. So basically, 450,000 people read it. I woke up to over 2,000 emails of people expressing some of the same issues that I had been through. Discrimination based on race, sexual orientation, gender identity, even the assumption of Muslim-sounding names, and so on. So this is a systemic issue. And we felt like we could step forward and do something to solve it. But it's not just a social issue about discrimination, it's also an economic problem. There are billions of dollars being left on the table because guests are unable to book homes, or people from marginalized communities just do not feel welcome and comfortable enough to take part in the sharing economy. And these are the reasons why we built Inclusive.
So Inclusive is a short-term rental platform that connects travelers with fun and affordable places to stay. We truly are an inclusive platform that welcomes everyone while ensuring that folks from marginalized communities can travel and experience without the weight and uncertainty of discrimination. Of course, there's some leaders in the space. Airbnb boasts revenues of $900 million, and HomeAway and VRBO was recently purchased by Expedia for $6 billion. Mr. B&B, a marketplace for gay travelers, that was also born out of a discrimination experience with Airbnb. They now boast over 60,000 properties and recently raised a seed round of $2 million. With a target market smaller than ours, they have proven that targeting marginalized communities is a viable business model. And of course, the space is rapidly growing, and we believe that there's room for all of us. Last year, 1.2 billion people rented a place to stay. That led to $550 billion in revenue. 55 billion of those dollars were short-term rental stays. That's about 10% of the market. Some projections say that by 2025, short-term rental stays will be about 50% of the accommodation sector.
So we're talking about a huge market, and we believe that from our efforts, we can actually grow this market by bringing new entrants that would new participants that would otherwise not participate in the rental sharing economy. Just by looking at our own data, we have spoken to folks that signed up for pre-launch on Inclusive, and 22% of them tell us that Inclusive.com will be the first time that they're actually using a participant in the sharing economy. Just like Mr. B&B, we have started and gotten some traction primarily with folks from minority communities. And if you look at just one section of minority communities, like African Americans, we're the fastest growing segment of the travel market, with sales approaching $50 billion per year. We believe that we understand this community better than some of the competition. We're able, through branding and good storytelling and engagement, to push this company forward and solve these problems for communities that have otherwise been ignored by the travel industry. And if you also look at what we're doing around technology, so it's not just a branding play. We're saying that we can use technology to solve some of these problems. So on Inclusive, for example, photos and names are not shown to the host until after the booking is confirmed. This is one suggestion. Oh, I'm there?
Yep,
okay, I'm sorry.
One
okay.
last sentence to close this out.
One last sentence.
So we are a team of seasoned entrepreneurs, and we've all moved in together into one house. That's right, 9 people in one house to make Inclusive a reality. If you're interested in hosting, investing, or traveling with Inclusive, come see us after the presentation, as we would love to meet you.
Super. Thank
Cool.
you both.
All right, thank you.
Quick hand.
So I was really interested to hear where you're going, so I want to ask you a question that allows you to finish this. I think I understand how you would market this differently, but what are the other product differentiation pieces that you would have beyond the pictures not being shown until after the booking?
So our early adopters are people from marginalized communities. They've kind of been the low-hanging fruit that are very excited about an alternative to Airbnb. So that has helped us in terms of getting 50,000 pre-launch signups and also securing 100,000 properties. We know that those are the people who are going to be our brand ambassadors. After that, we've gotten a lot of interest from people who have had a not so great experience with other home sharing platforms. So improving on that experience has been one of the things that has really worked for us. Also our branding, and then expanding further down into experiences that are truly unique to our company is how we're going to grow our market.
Super.
Sorry, I'll take one quick follow-up. Are there any other product pieces that are different other than the picture not being shown right now?
There are a few other things that we're working through, because right now we're in live beta, and the photo piece is there, the name piece is there. We're doing some things around experiences and so on, but there are a few other things that we have to kind of get going before we launch next month.
Yeah, super. All right. Next question.
So how many, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, how many of you have a demand side and the supply side of lodging?
Mm-hmm.
On the demand side, I can see a huge interest and opportunity there. Are you seeing the same as far as people who are wanting to list their properties on your site, or are you finding that to be a point of difficulty?
Yeah, so you asked about how many people want to list. Okay, so yeah, we found that hosts are hosts whatever the platform is. They're excited to just welcome more people into their home. So we're launching with over 100,000 properties, and we hope within the next 12 months to have about 500,000. And we're quickly moving in that direction.
Oh,
So I think my question is really piggybacking off of John's question a little bit, because I really don't feel like we got to a good answer. So a lot of people have different biases. So if I'm fine with another black person staying in my home, I may not be fine with a Muslim person staying in my home. How do you make, from a product level, what are you doing to make it so that those biases are not inherent in the product? And how do you view some of the changes that have been happening with Airbnb? Does that make it even more difficult for you to gain user share just because Airbnb is seeming to address some of their issues already?
Right, so we think that Airbnb did not address the main issue. If you give people the opportunity to to see what some person looks like, they make decisions based on that. They take shortcuts. It's just a human thing. And so like what Uber did, they removed the profiles of the rider so that the driver would not make decisions based on who they carry. And we think that that is the one solution that is going to take us there. And it's something that Airbnb has expressed that they will not be doing, and no other company has done it either. So I think that that one piece will be a differentiator for us for some time.
And another issue is if they choose to make other moves after the fact, they've lost kind of favor with communities that have, experienced discrimination. And we speak to those communities, and they have spoken to us saying that they want our solution.
Okay, Rohan and Dara, thanks so much. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, a couple housekeeping things before you go. The first thing I'd like to do is thank our panel. So again, we have Ryan Hoover, we have Monique Woodard, Elizabeth Reynolds, and John Lyman. So let's give them a hand, first of all. All right, did a great job with great questions. The second thing is I'd like to highlight our startups again and make sure that you visit them. So we've got Generation Games, Civic Eagle, We Finance, Literator, and Inclusive that were all finalists, in addition to the other ones that you'll see here. So make sure you visit with them. We're on a short break, and at 4 o'clock in this room, we'll start up with 2 presentations. The first one will be a solo talk on the state of tech in Puerto Rico, and that will be followed by Latinas empowering Latinas. So we hope to see you here at 4 o'clock. Take a short break and then come on back, or just take care of your business here in the room. Thanks so much.
Test, test. Oh, hello everyone. Hey, we're almost there, into day one, almost there, day one. Just want to make a brief announcement right quick. We have a small typo in the program. We have a solo talk that's about to start now, then a great panel, Latinos Empower Latinas, Latinas Empowering Latinas, and you also have lightning talks in the theater. So this is about to start now at 4 o'clock, and then everybody come back here for the closing keynote after that at 5. So thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. And one thing I'd like to do real quick is give Wayne and Melinda, again, a round of applause. I mean, they've done an amazing job. I don't know how many of you came last year to Galvanize, but this is the scale that they've gone to is amazing. A couple questions to get you started. Now that we have we're moving themes a little bit. The next thing we'll have in just a moment will be the state of tech in Puerto Rico with Lucien Gigante. But I'd like to ask a couple questions first to get you started. So my first question for you, this is a tough one, another diversity question for you. Who was the first Hispanic to win the Pulitzer Prize? Okay, you have 3 choices. Ángel Inínguez, Oscar Huelos, or Isabel Allende. How many say Ángel Inínguez? Raise your hand if you say Ángel Inínguez. Anybody? That's good because he played on my son's soccer team. Oscar Huelos. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many would say Isabel Allende? It's number 2, Oscar Huelos. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes. The book was called The Mambo Kings Play Songs of Love, and he passed away, unfortunately, in 2013. Okay? I'd like to call just a moment to the stage our speaker, Lucien Gigante. And she has a couple of different lives, actually. One part of what she does is around investing in tech startups that are led by women. And another part of her work is related to something else that I think will be somewhat of the focus of some of the things that she'll talk about now, as well as in her panel. So again, solo talk, the state of tech in Puerto Rico. I'd like to welcome to the stage Lucien Gigante. Let's give her a hand, please.
Pero yo no me había dado cuenta que ya le habían dado.
You have gone so big.
I don't know. We're
I'm Lucien Gigante. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a Latina. I'm from Puerto Rico. I was in the corporate world, in banking, for a long time. Not that long. Then I left to start 2 women economic development platforms.
I mean, I have a problem.
Who has been to Puerto Rico here? Who knows about Puerto Rico? Who has been to Puerto Rico? Okay. In Puerto Rico, Melinda asked me to talk about a little bit on what's happening in Puerto Rico in tech, what's happening in Puerto Rico with the ecosystem. And what we've been hearing about Puerto Rico lately is the recession. We've been to the 8th year of an economic recession. We have 70 billion in debt, and we recently got a law to appoint a fiscal board to help us restructure that debt. But at the same time, there's been an intense transformation out of necessity and out of the need to do things differently that has sparked the tech ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, with immense opportunities. In the past 40 years, more than 400,000 jobs have been created. 73% of them, women, are the ones who are creating these jobs. Yet, 60% of women in Puerto Rico in the labor force live below poverty levels. That's an opportunity. At the same time, we have the millennials graduating, we have them starting their own businesses, and we have a need for capital injection. So women and diversity and tech has become a solution and a driver for Puerto Rico's transformation and economic development. what has happened since. Accelerators have popped up in Puerto Rico based in tech. New companies are coming in investing in Puerto Rico, tech-based. So in the past 4 years, there has been an incredible injection of opportunity, of accelerators, of startups that are offering this new space to start companies. The government has created 2 laws, Act 2022, to offer opportunities for companies to start up in Puerto Rico, for tax incentives to start up in Puerto Rico. And that has brought in more than 3,000, this is the ecosystem, brought in 3,000 new companies, mostly tech-based, to open shop in Puerto Rico. That has brought in more than $30 billion in investment in Puerto Rico. So you have this island, Caribbean island, with 3.5 million residents, with $70 billion debt, and in capital injection coming in, offering these opportunities, these seeds of opportunities that are available for entrepreneurs. So how can I take advantage of that? How can you take advantage of that? Where there are more than 7 accelerators at this point. Parallel 18, Access Latina for Women, Guayacán, and many others who are trying to lure and offer resources and capital for new businesses to start in Puerto Rico, to be part of the ecosystem, and then hopefully stay in Puerto Rico or part of the company in Puerto Rico, and or also leave, make alliances, and then go back to where they were first. So what we're seeing then is betting on, again, diversity, inclusion, and investing capital and resources in women and in startups to drive the change of a country. What you're going to see in the next 3 to 5 years in Puerto Rico is the result of that betting into that ecosystem. What are they doing? This is a slide of the solutions that we're trying to accomplish through to start up Puerto Rico's economy. And it's basically aerospace, creative industries, film, startup economy, tech-based, because Puerto Rico, the economy was based in manufacturing, service industry, and tourism, but it was not sustainable. So how about we change that? And that's when they created at the top the law, Act 20 and Act 22. And that's where the opportunities are. So what I invite you is to learn a little bit more about Puerto Rico. Go look at these laws that could help you, or friends of yours, or any startup company with capital injection, with tax incentives to start your company, to take advantage of the location, take advantage of the bilingual workforce, take advantage of the higher education. We have many engineering schools and STEM programs that are just luring. So what you're finding is a fertile ground to explore for new companies. Any questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Lucienne. And this is really fascinating to me. You know, when she talked about language and bilingualism, I know for me, again, for some of you maybe in this room for the first time, my name is Danny Guillory. I'm the head of Global Diversity and Inclusion at Autodesk. And I recently visited one of our offices in Switzerland, actually, and did a little exercise with them. And I'd like to do the same thing with all of you here, but it means a little bit of physical work, so bear with me a little bit. I'd like to ask everybody to stand up for just a moment. Just stand up. I know you hate these things where a speaker asks you to do something, but just going to ask you to do it once, all right? Because you're going to be sitting for the next 40 minutes after that. Everybody, we got a couple in the back. You can put down the computer for a moment, maybe. Just for a moment. Okay. So the exercise that I did was, the first thing I'd like to ask you all is stay standing if you were fluent in at least one language. Okay, good. Everybody's still standing there at least. Good. All right. 2 languages. Stay standing if you're fluent in at least 2 languages. Okay. 3 languages. Okay. 4. Okay. We have 1. Anybody else? 5. What are the ones? Can you say real loud what the languages are? Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. You know, what I find is that language is such an embedded part of culture, and they go hand in hand with each other. I know for me, I speak German and French and English, and I physically feel different when I speak them myself. And so one of the reasons why I really enjoyed that presentation that we just heard, as well as the panel coming up, is that even though language isn't the focus of it, it's just kind of an element, it to me is a large part, again, of diversity and inclusion, and goes hand in hand with culture. The panel coming up now will be Latinas Empowering Latinas, and it's moderated by Carolina Echeverria. She is formerly with Univision and is now working in development and external relations with Innovate Public Schools. She'll also take the time to introduce the panel to you, but I'd like to welcome Carolina and the panel on Latinas Empowering Latinas. Let's give them some applause. Thanks so much, everybody.
Ya se quedaron
¿Ves lo que te dije?
Hello, everybody. How are you? Okay. Please have a seat.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Okay, so.
Wait, let's move one. Échate para allá.
One more. Perfect. So we're going to do a shout out so everybody that is around comes here. Are you guys ready? This is happy hour around here.
Yeah.
So if you all can say this is happy hour starting in the main stage, come over, we'll get more people to come. Are you ready? Nice. 1, 2, 3. Happy hour is starting at the main stage. Come over. Woo! Okay, we might get more people around here. I have 4 amazing Latinas. My name is Carolina Echeverria, and I work for Univision. I'll be starting a new gig pretty soon next week on Innovate Public Schools. So public schools can also be disrupted, but we're here to learn more about them. They're amazing, so if you have any questions or anything, please come on over and we'll get you engaged in the conversation. So why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves? What are you doing right now? And let's just start talking about what empowerment means to you. As a Latina, as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, what empowerment means to you?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Andrea Wendelman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a new social media platform for Latino millennials called Be Visible. And so we are a career platform to connect Latinos to opportunities and to each other. What empowerment means to me is exactly what I'm able to do today, which is to have created a place in the internet, in the web, for us, a digital platform where Latinos can voice their own, voice their thoughts, their concerns, where they can be themselves, and where you really have an opportunity to express yourself freely with the things that you really you care about, and it will let you basically take you to the next stage of your career.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andrea. Del?
My name is Del Medina. I'm the director at Code 2040 of the residency, and I'm really lucky to be able to work on entrepreneurs and residents across the US. So we work with tech CEOs of color and helping them get to the next step. I have a really hard time with this question, I'll be perfectly honest, in part because I think that the word empower connotes that you are disempowered. And that is not the space or place that I come to or from. I think that the question that, as I like to reimagine it, is, what is power to you? And I think power to me is culture and opportunity and those places where it gets to meet, where we get to redefine culture on a daily basis or on a weekly basis or whatever basis you want, because culture is a living, breathing thing. It is not a monument. It is not a statue. It is a thing that we all get to co-create together. And that's what I think power is.
Wonderful. Thank you, Del Del.
I was just here. I'm Lucien Gigante. I have Access Latina, which is an accelerator for Latinas in STEM, social innovation, and agriculture. Animus, an economic development platform for Latinas. And Golden Seed's the largest angel investor in women. And empowerment or empowering, for me, it means deciding your own destiny, being able to actually be brave enough to make that choice, follow it through, and live that life that you decided to live.
Wonderful, thank you. And the last one. I'm the last one of the spicy girls here. First of all, I want to say thanks to Wayne and Melinda. Let's give them a big applause.
Yeah.
Bringing all of us together another year. I'm still waiting for my mojito, though. I'm Micah Hill. I'm the founder and co-organizer of the San Francisco International Women Entrepreneurs Forum. And I'm also the founder of Heroica. Heroica is a digital platform for women to connect based on what they're doing, and we're going to be actually launching by the end of the year. And if you're a woman and you're going to be naughty and find out what other women around the world are doing, please go to heroica.com and leave your email, and you will be part of our beta testers. After this tiny moment of marketing, I can say that the San Francisco International Women Entrepreneurs Forum is the biggest alliance of organizations with program initiatives and events for women entrepreneurs. And among our members, besides these amazing women that have been collaborating, and they're going to be collaborating in the future with me, we have Almas Negash. She's the founder of the African Diaspora Network. And I don't agree too much with the name of this panel, just like Delta was mentioning, because my friend Almas, she said to me once, you know, Micah, women, they don't need to be empowered. They were born empowered. The thing is that we're not able to exercise these powers because of religion, social issues, legislation. So basically what we need as women to do is actually start collaborating, getting to know each other, and actually educate each other about what we are doing so we can actually inspire each other and move on and create new initiatives. Because the world is full of opportunities for us right now, and it would be so sad if we don't start gathering together and actually creating things that we want to do. So I actually want to follow up, because we have been discussing this in tech inclusion. So how do you include, how do you discover the power of others so as you go out there and you create your own initiatives? Did someone actually help you, or are you collaborating to be where you are? Are you pulling others up? Are you, it's just, what I'm trying to say, Del was talking about culture. How do you be inclusive? How are you diverse? And how do you really accomplish things, including men? One of you was saying, like, I'm having an issue or I'm having a problem by including men into my development or what I'm doing, my initiative. So how can we be more inclusive? How can we embrace diversity and empower everybody, or not empower? If they're already powerful, just discover them and make them part of our initiatives.
Yeah, I think it's kind of very easy with, at least in the Be Visible community, because millennials, young people in this country, are essentially like multicultural and essentially inclusive. So I think the problem is with the older generations more than the younger generations. Like, so I think that the issue is more like for our generation, Generation X, I would say, it's like how do we become that we're kind of still running the world, or we're still in positions of power. How do we include basically from both sides? We have to include the mainstream. We have to become the mainstream, but it's a process that I don't know what comes first, the chicken and egg. We can't stay in silos. We are not let in. But at the same time, we have to let them. Maybe we have to let them in first, and then they let us in. I really don't have the answer. But I think the problem is with my generation, not with the younger generation.
Yeah. I think we're in the process of figuring that out, and I don't think that there is only one road. So this idea that there only has to be one way of doing this, I think, is a faulty idea. I think as I've traveled across the U.S. With Code 2040. The way things are done in Durham, North Carolina are very different from Detroit, are very different from Austin, are very different from Chicago and Minneapolis and here in San Francisco. And as a result of that, you have to honor the ways and spaces in which culture navigates. Having said that, I think that there are a lot of structural systems that have been created that I think at this moment in time are at a breaking point, and that this is a great opportunity for all of us to be able to get in there and actually fix these structural issues or create brand new structures that have nothing to do with what's been done in the past. And that to me is what's exciting about technology, is that you have the ability to build something in a way that has never been built before, and be able to capture folks that have been underserved. And unwanted or unrecognized, and that's the opportunity we really have with technology, is that we can hone in on a very specific demographic, or we can be huge generalists. Either way, there is a marketplace for it, both in ideas and in creating actual workable products.
Yeah, and the era of silos, it's
over.
Done. Let's start from.
But we still live in silos.
And
but it's
it really doesn't matter what type of demographic or culture. Collaborations drive growth, right? Drive success, or whatever we define success as it is. So alliances are a crucial part of growth. Of discovering or pivoting or listening, and it really doesn't matter whether you're a Latina or not a Latina, or it's really about inclusion and thinking differently and listening to other people's way, talking about of looking at things, and that's that path of where we're looking of growth. And it's really not about women versus men or one versus the other. It's how can we all together find a better solution to a specific problem or a specific situation or a specific pain if we're talking about a product or a company, right? But coming back to the beginning, always look for alliances and collaborations. And sometimes it's just as simple as just ask. Write that email, ask for that advice, and probably they will give it to you, and you'll be very useful.
Let me change the question for Micah so she doesn't fall asleep. No, one of the things, because they have companies or they work for organizations that are, in case of Micah, that she's working with women. And so in order to be inclusive, so why work for, why really help other women, and then what happens to the rest? Or are you dividing the inclusion? Are you just, and in all of your cases, like Latinos versus non-Latinos, should we be more inclusive too? Or why do something for women that then will be inclusive? Or how do you address that issue, Micah?
Great question.
That's a very interesting question. if you want to pass.
No, what I want to say is that I think that I'm not a talker, I'm a doer.
So when I see that there's something out there that doesn't work for us, and even though this panel is Latinas, first of all, I'm a woman. I mean, you have noticed that, of course. But when I see Latinas, non-Latinas, the rest of the world, I see that what I was mentioning earlier, I think that we all have to collaborate. And a great example of this is this year I had the opportunity to look around and participate, actually, promoting and being one of the organizers of the America Summit. And this was quite a challenging experience for me, because for the first time we were doing something oriented to the Latino community, but at the same time I was also organizing a day that was extremely special, that was the International Women Entrepreneurs Day under the America Summit. And what I wanted is not only to give visibility to the Latinas that were in the room, but also give visibility to all the women around the world and see how Latinas can also get this visibility worldwide. So it's a win-win situation. And I think that we need to think a little bit more global, and because there are not only initiatives that are being created here for Latina that actually we can take to other parts around the world, but they also, we can learn so much from other initiatives that are being created right now around the world and that can benefit our communities. If you are African American, if you are Latina, or if you are an alien. So what I'm hearing, and it has to do with you, visibility. So when you do an effort to make women visible, or make Latinas visible, or that's what you're doing, is not excluding the rest, but you're making them visible to the others so they can collaborate. Can you expand on that?
I think that's exactly right. And I really love your question, because I think it's a question that really, how do you expand? So you start with a niche. You have to start small, right? I mean, to have influence, to make a change. And I think any activist in the room might be able to vouch for what I'm saying, is that you start really small. You start with a group of people that you can have an influence on your community, and then you start growing. It's a movement, right? So we started, for example, Be Visible started with women. At the beginning, it was only women more or less my age. You know, that was kind of the group I knew. Then we expanded to the 30-year-olds, the millennial. Then we expanded to men and women. Now we're expanding to men and women in colleges. Now we're also expanding to more people that are like interested in collaborating with the community, but they're not Latinos. Maybe we would like to expand to all diverse people in the country. I mean, but you start with something and you grow and you grow
and you create that movement from that first step.
Exactly.
Dil, can you tell us about the movement that Code 2040 is actually leading?
I'm going to do that, but I'm going to add on to something that you said, which I think also gives it a specific lens to this question. If you Google the word Latina, good luck. I mean, it's horrendous what it means to be Latina in this country if you were to Google images right now. It's sad and it's upsetting, and I specifically don't want my kid to grow up thinking of themselves in this narrow, stereotypical way. And so that when you're saying why this demographic versus that is, it's because we have a power. And we get to define ourselves in a very different way now than before. We don't have to wait for a big media company to tell us who we are and what we're about. And so that's what's interesting and important about the work that all of us are doing, is that we get to redefine that, and that allows you to have a freedom to be a whole human being and not just a stereotype. So that's one piece of it. And in terms of the work at Code 2040, what's exciting to me is that I get to work with founders that are Black and Latinx across the US that are creating tech products that they see as needed. And as a result of both their experiences of who they are and where they come from, what their skill sets are, their education, you see things that are very different from a stereotypical product that comes out of Silicon Valley. And that's exciting to me, because that means to me that we're also in this place where we are taking our power in terms of our skill sets and abilities to create products for ourselves by ourselves. And that means that tech products, as we know them, will change drastically. The reason Code 2040 is called Code 2040 is because in 2040, this country will be very, very different. And that is exciting, and I think that we're on the verge of that moment right now. I think that the political situation in which we're all held hostage under right now shows you that the road will be crunchy for a while before it gets smooth, but we're all gonna smooth it out together. I mean, there is no doubt in my mind that as we're looking at this demographic shift, it is also a great economic opportunity for us to have true ownership in this country, and that one of the ways and spaces and places in which we can have ownership in this country is by being owners of our own businesses, being the own founders of our own businesses, meeting the needs of our own customers that has nothing to do with pattern matching a stereotype that's been created by someone else.
Yeah, wonderful. And Lucien, I want you, yeah.
I love when Del Dep talks about ownership, because I think she does it so well, and I love it.
No, and I'm hearing visibility, defining ourselves, not letting others to define us. And Lucien, can you talk also, you were talking to me before we came on stage about the role of women and why you're empowering or giving visibility to women entrepreneurs. So.
At the end of the day, it's really about numbers and opportunities, right? It's not about hope. It's a hope, but at the end, it needs to make economic sense. So investing in women's economic development and growing their companies and scaling their companies makes economic sense for any country. Because what's happening now is only 4% of VCs are investing in women-owned companies. We're opening 1,200 businesses a day, contributing 97 billion, right, to the economy, yet where's the scale? Where are these multi-million-dollar women-owned businesses? And when I talk about women-owned businesses, I mean, it doesn't have to be 100% women-owned. Partnerships. Golden Seeds defines it as 20% women-owned, but a woman needs to be at the table, making the decisions in collaboration with men and others. But we find more and more that not in government or in the companies or in the boards, we are not sitting at the table where the decisions are made. So that's why we need to concentrate more in what are the gaps that need to be filled to get more women, more diversity, making the decisions that at the end will be best for the economy, for everyone.
I just want to add something that she's saying. Also, I think that we also deserve to challenge the current system and process for women to get access to capital. Because let's think about the history of the funding and VCs here, around here. Anyway. If we think about it, this process was created for, and excuse me, my apologies for what I'm going to say next, for guys that were in a dorm drinking Red Bull and wearing shorts. Look at us.
I look cute in shorts.
We want mojitos. And the truth is that if we want to bring more women into entrepreneurship and actually tell them, and yes, you can get funding, we actually need to push. With all our initiatives and all of us and our work, we're trying to change how we are perceived as well as entrepreneurs. And by doing so, we're also challenging how things are being done. So in the recent years, we're starting to see more women that are saying, oh, I'm going to go with crowdfunding. Other people are starting to say, oh, look, equity crowdfunding, could be an option for me. Other women are saying, I'm going to get into this group that give loans. The thing is that many women are starting to gather together and trying to redefine the ways of access to capital. So I will ask all of you in the audience to come later, talk to us, inspire us, so we can continue working and doing everything that we're doing, but at the same time, you can help us as well to challenge how things are being done right now.
I have to answer this question, this thing too, because, I mean, we see it in the presidential election. You have Hillary Clinton, I mean, I don't care what is your she had to prove 100,000 times her worth, versus someone that doesn't have to prove anything. So what is our situation as women entrepreneurs or as women anything is just the situation of women in the world. And
Which is, I think, your point of alternative modes of funding is the way that it's going to go. I don't believe in the current paradigm is a paradigm that works for us. The numbers are low, and they're low on purpose. So that rather than trying to chase a carrot that's not made for you, go get your guayaba. You know what I mean? Like, go get some mangoes. Like, go find your fruit or vegetable of choice. You don't have to eat a carrot if you don't want one, and if you want to go chase that, but be very clear what you're chasing after. And I think that that's the problem with pattern matching is that you want to mold yourself into something that you can't. I mean, I think I spent most of my 20s trying to be a dude, and that's not possible. Because I thought, oh, if I do this, and if I act this way, and if I am this way, then they'll accept me. And the reality is that was wasted effort, time, and energy. Like, there was no reason for that. Like, we are enough, and you have to know who you are, where you come from, and what your abilities are. And once you know that, like, good luck stopping you.
So what's your vision? What's going to happen from where we are to where we're going? What's your vision? And where do you want to, where do you want to be in 10 years? How the future looks for all of us in 10 years? Or how would you like that to look?
Well, first of all, I think that the future is extremely bright for diversity and for people of color, for people that are doing, that are working in this space. I think there's going to be a huge amount of influx. Because even though the venture capitalists are behind right now, the companies are not. Companies and brands are understanding that we have a tremendous amount of power, and they will be increasingly desperate to connect with us, to fund us, to want to work with us in creative ways. So I am extremely hopeful that all our efforts here are going to be, and I don't know who else is working in startups or whatever. They're going to be well-funded. It's going to be an asset class that will have extreme amounts of money and resources. We just need to have a little bit more patience.
Now, that's the U.S. Is that going to happen?
That's the U.S. No, I'm talking about the U.S. I live in the U.S.
I have a crazy idea.
Oh. Sign me up.
Let's say that we, Melinda, I don't know where you are, but I'm shouting this out to you. Probably later you're going to kill me, but anyway. Let's say that we gather again here next year, and we will show to all of you how we have been actually not only talking in events, but actually doing different things for the community. And we're going to create some kind of presentation where anyone that is here in the audience with us today can join us in this crazy journey. Carolina's going to be providing the mojitos. And we will present it next year. We will show you the journey and how we are not only just talkers, but we're doers, and how we are actually trying to bring more women and give visibility to our communities. What do you think about it? Yes?
Yes, okay.
There you go. Sign me up, you said.
I'll sign up, I'll do it.
Lucian, how do you see the future?
The change is going to, when it starts, it's going to be fast. Because somebody's going to figure out, they already done it, that when you have women as part as the leadership team and as the head, companies perform better. And diversity companies perform better. And then you're going to start seeing more investments in women-owned companies, growth, visibility, and all that combined, what it's going to create is profit margins for owners, for funds. And when that starts to happen at a faster rate, then is when the wave, you start surfing the wave. And then we're talking about cultures that are changing, that there's no more silos, or that fear of it's wiped away. So it's going to be a tsunami type of change very quickly. What
how do we ride the tsunami? How do we make sure we're part of that movement? How do we get included?
You're part of the conversation, and you're part of the action, more importantly, than the conversation. And you make an effort of looking for that talent, of promoting that talent, and of actually buying the products, looking at the companies, and making sure that your investment and your time is in companies that promote diversity, that have women at the, they don't have to be the CEO, sometimes they are, sometimes they don't, but that the diversity is at the leading at the table, and that will really result in economic growth, in complete change of communities. If you, we can even go through sometimes eradicate poverty in some areas. We can even go that far ahead.
And I want to add that I just, in another conference, somebody said, just realize that we're all investors. You are an investor. You have the power to invest in whatever you want. If you have a savings account, that savings account can be an investment in impact social projects that are women behind or that are doing something good. So we all have the capacity to be an investor. So let's stop thinking a bit about those big investors and let's become community investors and invest in whatever we believe in with authenticity. So, you know, like look at what's out there that you want to be part of because we can. Did you have something, Del?
I would just say like my vision was always a room like this. Like 5-6 years ago when I got started in this journey around diversity and inclusion, it was crickets. It'd be like I'd go to the meetings and people would take out their phones. It'd be like, everything's fine, Silicon Valley's a meritocracy, we're good, money's being made, don't know why you want to rock the boat. And so that I think of spaces and places like this and many others that people are creating as a way of saying like, this room is only going to get bigger. And that all of you that are here, like that's my vision, is that all of you find your own power to be able to create the products and see the change that you want to see, but that you have to be invested in yourself first, and that you have to know who you are and where you come from to be able to amplify that. Without it, it's just we're going to be rickety patulecos, you know, like not quite walking right? So it's like, we're going to have instabilities that are unneeded. And so that I would say that when you invest in yourself first, that alone counts. And I think that so often we think of others in your community as a way of serving, when you should be thinking of how do you serve yourself first to be able to see the change that you want to see, to be able to model the change that you want to see. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to, you know, we're not going to be able to really own our power until then.
So I'm going to give the power of words to you guys. If you can find one word that is your favorite word right now that really exemplifies that movement or that power or what you're doing, and just tell us, you know, the word, and if you want to describe a little bit of why mojitos,
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for that.
Tell us why. So the power of words, one word that is your favorite word that really exemplifies or that really excites you about this movement, and if you want to explain it a little bit. Anybody can go ahead.
Latinx, which is our new word of describing the inclusive Latino community, but also inviting everybody else. You know, maybe Latinos, not Latinos, everyone that identify with the struggle. But I want to say that, what Del said about, and this is part of like getting to know ourselves too, and our identity. We're all different, but we have, you know, for example, the discussions that we've been having at Be Visible. We might be all different type of Latinos, but discussions are like, you know, ¿y tú quién te crees? Who you think you are? Like, these are discussions about like where we come from, like, you know, all these things that are holding us back. So until we're not able to collectively, you know, sort of like get over the traumas we have and the, you know, I think our ability to empower ourselves is limited. I totally agree with Del.
Great. Favorite word?
Oh, my word. 2 words, think big. I think we need to find those big ideas and start small, but think big. We need to find in Access Latina, where are those high growth potential Latinas? How can what are the pain and how can I use the tech-enabled businesses to scale? Because sometimes we just think too small. And that vision alone will drive the north. So think big.
Great.
2 words.
Mojitos.
I'm just going to say, allow yourself to be uncivilized.
Oh, I like that.
Which means go back to the roots, to your own nature. You know, we have many accessories, you know, but when you become a little bit uncivilized, you are like, I'm going back to my own nature. And sometimes we have become so extremely politically correct that we are forbidden even ourselves to be creative, to enjoy, to have fun, to challenge each other and actually question each other. So please be uncivilized.
And really, I think that a lot of times we ask for advice, or the mentors or the sponsors tell us, and people are so nice to you that they don't tell you the truth. And it's like, what I need is really be nice, but tell me the truth. You suck, or you're doing this wrong. But if we don't tell each other the truth, then who is going to do it?
Yeah.
So really be honest with each other kindly, but be honest. Just say what you really think about what you're experiencing. Otherwise, we don't learn from each other. So thank you, Micah.
Absolutely.
Lucien, you already said think big. Del.
Ay, Dios mío. I hate choosing one word because I'm a multisyllabical kind of person. But I would say that it's ownership. Like, what is it that you're going to stake ownership in? And really finding that entry point in which you really feel that you own something. So whether you're working at a company right now and it's a project that you've decided, my boss didn't tell me I'm the owner of this, but I'm going to make myself the owner of this, and I'm going to make sure that everybody else knows. Or whether you start your own company or you have a side hustle or 3 side hustles, that you really own these things, that you own your pain, but you also own your joy. That when you have true ownership, you are able to move in a way that otherwise it's disassociative, it is unreal, and you never really get to bring your power into it.
Mm-hmm. Any closing thoughts? We have 3 more minutes. Any closing?
I think that it's important to surround yourself with people that you feel comfortable with. And from the very beginning, for example, I surrounded myself with people like Dale and others here in this room, and even Melinda and Wayne. I mean, so this is like this finding people that are nice, you can be nice in business and still succeed, there is possible. Like, we have to just surround ourselves with the nice people and hope for the best.
And the best does happen. Yeah. Any closing thinking? So we'll change the title for sure.
Yes.
We'll meet again next year.
Yes,
That's
for
the second
sure.
thing. And we'll have more inclusiveness, so you guys can come up and also share your thoughts and your ideas and your experience.
I have one thought. Stop thinking about it. Do it.
Yeah.
Okay? And join us. And take this conference as an opportunity to get to meet so many people that can help you out or can inspire you and open doors for you. So, do it.
Yeah. I also heard a lot of alliance, collaboration. Don't be afraid to ask. They might say no, but they have someone. Be disruptive and then ask. Ask the ones that been there, that they can connect you with someone else. So do it and then ask and invite others. Invite those that are nice, that can join you. So don't feel like, oh my God, I have to wait until I have the full idea. No, start and go for it. So, Del? Or Luciana?
Go ahead, Luciana. Apply to Access Latina.
Well,
You know any Latinas who are owners of their own company, 20%, that are in STEM, social innovation, agriculture. We are offering more than $150,000 in capital and resources and mentorship just to accelerate your business. And I heard earlier today that accelerators are the cheapest funding you're going to get. But it's not only funding, it's mentorship, it's those key help that you need at those early stages. So accesslatina.org, shameless plug. And as Access Latina, there are many others available. Women-led, not women-led, so just collaborate, find out, look up the resources, because investing in women and in startups are, I think, a key of unlocking economic growth.
Well, then I'm going to plug mine, too. Yeah. So Code 2040, we're in our call for entries process right now. It ends this Friday, and we're looking for entrepreneurs and residents across 8 cities in the US. So go to the Code 2040/entrepreneur and find out about that. But the last thing I would say is, like, I'm hugely grateful to everybody that's on the stage and everyone that's here, because I think this is what drives me, that when there's moments of, my God, the work that we're doing is really hard, of trying to change the way that the tech industry thinks about us and considers us. It's not easy work, but it's always wonderful to be in community and to be able to see all of you and get to know you and be inspired by the work that you do. It just chips away at it in a way that sometimes you feel really lonely of, like, why are we doing this? So it's lovely to be here. So thanks to Wayne and Melinda and the whole crowd at Tech Inclusion for having us here.
So thank you all for coming. A big applause for this amazing woman. And please do catch them up on the way out.
Yes. All righty.
Everybody. All right, again, just to say hello again, my name is Danny Guillory. I'm with Autodesk. And really excited again to be here today. It's been a fascinating experience. You know, one of the things that Melinda said early on was to challenge ourselves with discomfort periodically. And that's really what the answer is. I was sitting in Leslie Miley's talk earlier, and he talked about and put up a slide from the US military from 40, 50, 60 years ago that talked about the fact that having groups interact with each other on a one-to-one basis is really the key in terms of breaking down barriers between each other. And I can share even an example of that with you for myself recently. So one of the things we did at Autodesk is that to help with the recruiting process, we are actually mobilizing some of our local volunteers in our local offices who are passionate about diversity and inclusion to go on campus to different places. And the woman who is running our committee in the Boston area is a white woman. And it was interesting because she was preparing to go do a presentation to the National Society of Black Engineers chapter at MIT. And as she was doing that, she asked me a couple questions. The first thing she asked me was how she should refer to African Americans, if she should call them Black or African American. And the second thing that she asked me was she wanted to invite people in the office to attend the recruiting event on behalf of Autodesk, but felt nervous about it, because she wasn't sure how they would feel if she was just asking them because they were Black. And what I love, and I really appreciated those questions, because what that does is, again, it's forcing these kinds of tensions and interactions that we don't naturally engage in ourselves. One of the things that I usually issue as a challenge to my coworkers when they ask, okay, what can I do to create inclusion in the workplace, is I use something called either the Facebook test or the social media test. What I encourage people to do is, in the workplace, it's an engineered, curated community. It's not something that we choose. We're kind of stuck with each other. And so what happens is that you have a little bit more diversity there than you might in your curated community, which you'll see in your social media. And so what I ask people to do and encourage people to do is look at your Facebook community and pick somebody who wouldn't fit there. And that's exactly the kind of person that you want to interact with, because that's where there's learning and that's where there's tension. Because usually when I look at my friends' Facebook communities, they're very mono something, whether it's ethnic, whether it's gender, whether it's political preference, whether it's socioeconomic class. And so as we do things, I think one of the things that's incumbent upon us as champions of diversity is to continually challenge ourselves. I know for me, I was the first kind of introduction to that as soon as I got here was the restroom. And what I did like about it after my second or third time, because I drink a lot of water of going to the restroom, is that it became a much more civilized place, I found, sharing it with women than it is just with men. So anyway, there are a lot of long-term benefits once you get over the initial shock of things. Couple things that I've been doing. So as some of you know who have been in the sessions that we've done on the main stage this afternoon, is that I've been challenging people with diversity questions, again, to see how much we know. So I'll do a couple of those and then introduce our speakers. We've got a great set of panels to take you into the evening and the cocktail hour. So I really hope you'll be fully present and participating. Let's see here. The first question I have for you, I like this one a lot. Who was the first African American to win a gold medal at the Olympics? I'll give you three choices, and then I'll look for a show of hands. Jesse Owens, John Taylor, or George Coleman Pogue? Okay, those are your three choices. Jesse Owens, John Taylor, or George Coleman Pogue. How many people say Jesse Owens, the first to win a gold medal? Okay. How many people say John Taylor? Okay, and how many people say George Coleman Pogue? All right, who said John Taylor? Anybody? Nobody, I think. All right, so nobody got it right. It was John Taylor in 1908. Actually, the first person African-American to win a medal was George Coleman Pogue, and he won the bronze 4 years earlier, actually. So one piece of history that hopefully you'll take home with you. And I've got one more for you. This is a fun one, actually. This is a really fun one. In which country, and this is a recent one, in which country did women protest being told not to smile in public by flooding Twitter with images of themselves smiling? Three choices: Saudi Arabia, Turkey, or India. How many people say Saudi Arabia? Raise your hand. Okay. How many people say Turkey? Okay. And how many say India? Okay. The answer is Turkey. The Deputy Prime Minister made a comment, and this was relatively recent. This was obviously because Twitter's around. So this was recently, like within the past 3 or 4 years, that women spent too much time laughing and shouldn't show that in public. And this was the response that they made. So fascinating. I'll give you one more, and then we'll go to our speakers. At a 2014 press conference, President Obama, God, I'm going to miss that guy. So I know we're Hillary. Most of us are probably Hillary supporters here, but I'm going to miss the guy. All right. Anyway, at a 2014 press conference, President Obama made history when he A, intentionally called on only women, B, read a poem that he penned on feminism, or C, announced the White House Pay Equality Initiative. How many people say A, intentionally called only on women? Okay. How many people say B, read a poem that he penned on feminism? Okay. And how many people say C, announced the White House Pay Equality Initiative? Okay. The answer is A, intentionally called only on women at the press conference to make a point. And there's a recent, actually, article on the Contra side that you can check out in the Washington Post that talked about some of the steps that the women in his cabinet and on his staff actually started to take to become more recognized at meetings, because they found that they were being talked over and that their contributions in meetings, even in a place like the Obama White House, where probably the efforts towards inclusion were probably on the higher side, but steps that the women started to take themselves to make sure that they were recognized and had the opportunities to speak. With that, let's move on to our speakers. So the first one that we have is a 10-minute talk, and it's called Experience, the Power of Age and Perspective. This is one I appreciate. I don't know if you heard some of my questions before, but I was talking about Linda Carter, and I remembered her as being Wonder Woman. So you can start to take a guess as to my demographic. The speaker is Ellen Petrie, and she's with a company called Work in Progress. She does coaching and teaching at the intersection of neuroscience, design, and mindfulness. Sounds absolutely fascinating to me. So please, if you can take a moment, share some applause for Ellen Petrie from Work in Progress. The power of age and perspective. Thanks, Ellen.
Hey, everybody. It's been a great day, right? And we're in the home stretch now. So I'd love to invite anyone who would like and who feels comfortable participating to do a little exercise with me. If you'd like, please stand up. Thank you. So stay standing if you remember this moment. About 16 years ago, the pop when the tech bubble burst. If you remember this time, please stay standing. If not, please be comfortable and have a seat. Going back a few more years to around 1991, when this fellow, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, slid a disk into a next machine at CERN, double-clicked, and launched a thing we now call the World Wide Web. If you remember that change, please stay standing. Otherwise, have a seat. Now, what about this? This moment in 1984, where the audacity of the Macintosh not to mention its creator, Steve, changed the world. If you remember 1984, please stay standing, otherwise, have a seat. In 1976, the year I graduated from high school, America was introduced to a word we'd never heard before. It was called energy independence. It changed the way we thought about resources, fuel, power, consumption, and certainly the way we drove our cars. If you remember the sorry no gas sign, please stay standing. Otherwise, have a seat. 1969, we landed on the moon. Have a seat if you don't remember that moment. And look, we're thinning out. In 1960, there was a time when someone would get the mainframe to whir and lights of entire buildings or even entire cities would go down. Please stay standing only if you remember those days. So look at who remains standing. That's great. Thank you so much. My name's Ellen Liance, and I'm talking with you today about experience diversity and the importance of all we learn and all we see in the rearview mirrors as we look back. And the game of life is long. And I've found that the experiences we collect as we play this game tend to bring us lessons we couldn't get anywhere else. In fact, maybe some of us who remain standing will know that it almost feels magically designed sometimes, how we get exactly the experiences and lessons that we need to move through our lives, to continue to contribute for all of the years that we work, all of the years that we are part of communities, all of the years we try to create something bigger and better with our lives. And yet there's this thing in tech that says only certain types of mystical creatures, very rare ones, have these gifts to contribute, have a way to pay it forward and add value to the world of tech. Only a few have what it takes to fly. Young people are simply smarter, said a famed tech leader. He regrets it now. But even today, we see things like a call for speakers, for veterans of the tech industry. Veterans of the tech industry means people more than 35 years old. I want to mention to you that 35 years is exactly how many years I've worked in this world of tech. Now, every year has taught me something different, and year by year I found satisfaction building upon each ring, each ripple that has come my way simply through the time and through the experience of working in this industry. Yet we tech people think that growth stops at a certain age. It gets chopped down when we hit a certain point in our time or our career. And this really bothers me. It bothers me for two reasons. First of all, the lessons, the network, the perspective, the insights of the decades give me strength I couldn't have gotten in any other way. But it bothers me for a bigger reason. And that is because for those of you who sat down early in this talk, you are facing the most powerful, the most contributory, the most insightful and badass years of your career, and yet you're being told when you turn X, and that number could be 35, it could be 30 I've seen, it could be 40, when you hit that, you have nothing more to deliver. If you remember one thing from this talk today, please make it this: that is not true. And if we fall into that belief system, we do ourselves a disservice, and we lose something precious that allows us and our industry to thrive. Look to nature. Different types of trees, different ages and stages of trees. That's what makes an ecosystem strong. And a diverse ecosystem of experiences, life lessons, and cycles of change, that's the ecosystem we need to help tech thrive. Yet, there's an elephant in the room. While the median age of workers in the United States is 42, the median age in tech is 28. Reportedly at Google, it's 26. And in many startups, it's much lower than that. How does this reality bias the priorities and experiences we develop in tech? How does it change the way we view our audiences and the impact that we wish to create with them? Now, once upon a time, I had all the ideas, spirit, and energy. As a fledgling Apple employee back in 1981, I faced the world with the enthusiasm and experience of younger leaders today. And it was thrilling. I could take leaps of faith and enjoy the success, those rare times when they actually landed where they should. But I didn't have the grit, the tenacity, the perspective, the road rash, and the school of hard knocks wisdom that I have today. Nor did I know the satisfaction I could find in sharing it with the next wave of rising leaders. Now, I'm not alone. This is one of my sheroes, Francine Hardaway. Does anyone here in this room happen to know or follow Francine? Oh, John, good. Well, some of you might consider changing that for a unique perspective on inclusion and innovation. Francine brings more than 4 decades of experience growing tech companies to her leadership as a coach and startup advisor. And again, as I said, you can follow her on Francine, and I'm shouting her out right now. But yet voices like Francine's, with all the brilliance they bring, and even voices like my own, are often discounted in tech because of our bias toward youth. Now, at 58 years young, I've never felt more energized, more passionate, more prepared, or more ready to contribute to this amazing world of tech than I do today. And I want to share the how-tos, the twists and turns of the roads in ways that make the navigation easier for this next wave of rising stars. The view in the rear-view mirror gives me a unique perspective I could have only got through this long drive I've been on since 1981. And it gives me perspective in ways that bring value I couldn't have earned any other way. These maps are confusing. So many of us in tech face questions that can't be answered, ideas that we don't even know will ever become real or not, risks and twists and turns. The perspective of people who've driven these maps before is invaluable in building our courage, our confidence, and our contribution as we build the tech industry of tomorrow. Like those trees in the forest, and this is that moment where the wrong slide is here, but this is what I want the road to look like, rather than the twists and turns that I would have seen if I hadn't had people who helped guide me in this direction. We're stronger together. This is something that's been true since the dawn of time. And when we bring together different voices, different strengths, we have something we can't get when we're in that echo chamber of only one type of thinker. In every human society since the dawn of time, we've called on our elders to enrich us, to empower us, and to drive the rising generation of leaders forward to their next level of achievement. Now, we are stronger together. And although an older hand might look different than the hands we see in this image here, it would bring a strength and support across the full stack that can't be had in any other way. And we benefit from all of that diversity. Consider the advantage you could gain by bringing experience, diversity from a range of ages, experience, and stages to your work as you build your path to success. Thank you, and I look forward to our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ellen. Thanks so much, Ellen. We're going to have a power-packed panel in just a moment, but I wanted to just give you a little sense of my journey because it relates to the panel of women who are about to join you in just a moment. Just so that you know, in terms of diversity and inclusion, my journey really starts with my parents. My father he graduated from Dillard University in New Orleans, a historically black college. My mother graduated from Howard University, also a historically black college in Washington, D.C. My father then did his PhD work at Cal and was one of the first 3 African Americans to graduate with a PhD in chemistry from Cal. And his first kind of professorship was then working at Howard University, which is how he met my mother. He went up the ranks in terms of being a chemistry professor and taught at Howard and then at Drexel and then at the University of Utah, where some of the people talked about I was the only African American in my whole school, except for Tim Green. I still remember Tim Green to this day. He was the other one. But he left that career in the mid-1980s because he was really interested in what was happening and the struggles that he saw with African Americans in chemistry and the sciences at the time, because they would go out into industry and would start to struggle. And this was really at the point where the whole diversity movement started. So in 1985, the US Department of Labor put out a booklet called Workforce 2000. And it was the first time we saw projections in terms of the entrants and leavers into the workforce. And people saw that you'd see a significantly larger number of women, as well as people of color entering the workforce. And that was when corporations started to pay attention to this. And so my father, William Guillory, again, who I owe a lot of what I know about this industry to now, started doing work in diversity and inclusion before it existed. So a lot of the people who you'll see coming out as diversity directors or heads of diversity or vice presidents of diversity, those roles didn't even exist in the mid-1980s. And so things have changed, and at the same time, things haven't changed. Because what we also saw, it's interesting because people talk about it in terms of technology as if diversity is new. It's something that we've been working on for a long time in other parts and in other industries. But when you think about technology, the birth of the technology industry is so recent. I mean, companies like Google have only been around since 1999, Facebook since 2004, Twitter, 2007, 2008? So it's new for them, but it's something that I think the United States and other parts of the world and other parts and other industries have been working on for a long time. What's exciting to me is that we've got a set of women here who are on the forefront of leading that work in technology. Our moderator will be Rachel Williams from Yelp. We'll also have Dominique de Guzman from Twilio, Ellen Petrie again, who will come out again, LaFawn Bailey from PayPal, and Aubrey Blanche from Atlassian. Okay? Let's welcome them to talk about trends in diversity and inclusion in technology. Thanks so much.
Oh, there's no armrests? Okay.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, yeah.
So good to see you guys. It's been a long day today. We're gonna have a different style of panel. I told these lovely ladies up here that we're gonna do kind of the talk, the view, and live in color mixed in. So we're gonna have a good time. This panel is about trends in diversity. We have now gotten to a point in tech where we can have trends. Things are happening, things are changing, the conversation of diversity is changing, and so we want to talk about what was and what will be. So let's start off. You guys want to introduce yourselves maybe? Or
Sure.
I mean, you guys can all, I'm assuming you all can read, but we'll probably tell you a little bit more than that. Let's go, LaFawn.
All right. So I'm LaFawn Davis. I actually run culture and inclusion at PayPal, but I've been in the D&I industry for a little over a decade. Used to work for Google, also Yahoo, eBay Inc. And so I've seen kind of the trends change in the Valley. I'm also from San Jose, which is rare to meet people from the Bay, still in the Bay.
That's right.
So I have a kind of
Bay.
unique perspective on that. We have Bay people still in here? Anybody from the Bay Area?
That's right.
All right.
Here, born and raised.
So I have the fun job of figuring out kind of how we can live our values every day at PayPal, and inclusion is one of the 4 values we have. So we have wellness, inclusion, collaboration, and innovation. And so diversity can sit on top of inclusion as opposed to being some diversity program that sits off in the corner in HR.
Nice. You're a real inclusionist, right?
I'm an inclusionist.
Everybody in here is an inclusionist, right? Everybody changed their LinkedIn profiles? Hit it, Dom.
So I'm Dom. I work for a company called Twilio. I work on the infrastructure and security teams there. I'm probably the only one on this panel who has not had a full career in D&I work. I'm actually, I've been doing this on the side as a part of my, just a passion project. And it's been at Twilio, about 3 years in, I've been at Twilio, and we started this as an email, kind of chatting about diversity trends, and it's now grown into this full-blown diversity program and an inclusion program, and it's been a lot of fun to help lead that, and I'm actually looking forward to hiring somebody to fully take that position on and kind of take what we've grown as a grassroots effort and make it into a full-fledged program. So Twilio is hiring. I'm going to say that right now.
Your candidate might be out there.
I know.
Your next head of diversity and inclusion is probably sitting here right now.
I hope so. I really do. It'd be a lot of fun.
Hey guys, you guys all remember me, crazy lady from this morning, Rachel Williams, head of diversity and inclusion at Yelp. I am going to talk less about me because this is not about me or Yelp, but I will say Yelp is always hiring as well. Use the app and keep a sister employed. And now I'm going to turn it over to my friend over here.
Hey everyone, I'm Aubrey Blanche, and I am the head of diversity and inclusion at Atlassian. Snaps for Jira. Anyone? No?
Yeah,
Cool.
sure.
Rachel stole my line. We're also always hiring. Let me know. I have jobs. You seem awesome. But I am Atlassian's first hire into the focus on diversity and inclusion, and I started about 1.5 years ago. So we've been building out our sort of an internationally focused diversity program, a little bit different than some of our peers in that we're not an American company. And so we kind of started off thinking about it intersectionally, and I'm really interested in those kinds of issues too, and kind of thrilled to be on stage with all of these wonderful people.
Cool. Great. And hi, everybody. I'm Ellen Leantz, and I have worked in technology since 1981. Currently, I work as a coach and advisor to early-stage technology teams, and I also teach design thinking and organizational development at Stanford through the Continuing Studies program. And I have a commitment for the last 6 years to having at least 50% of underrepresented groups as my coaching clients and as the companies in my advisory portfolio.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Cool, thanks. Well, I just want to point out before somebody else points it out and tweets about it, this is a diverse panel, but not completely inclusive because we're missing a few folks, a few genders. So, my bad, next year. So, the conversation in tech, I would say new tech companies, started about 5 or so years ago, right, LaFawn? You think, yeah, sort of, a little bit. Thanks, Jesse Jackson, for writing some letters and a few other folks getting this conversation restarted in new tech companies. How do you think the conversation's changed over the last few years? Anybody want to jump in there?
I mean, I'm full of opinions. I think, always. I think that sort of, right, we all know the big smashing moment was when Google kind of said, here are our numbers. But I really like to think that we're actually moving the conversation past those numbers, or at least past the corporate level diversity statistics. Because what I always say, right, representation does not equal diversity. I can hire and make 10% of my workforce African American, but I put them all in the same department, and they're not actually interacting in my business. That's not actually diversity. I'm not actually approaching inclusion, and I'm probably not also getting the business benefits of that diversity. So I've seen, and I think even diversity reports are starting to evolve to focus on more metrics, being more nuanced. We actually release our team level statistics. You can check them out online, but I'm really excited that companies seem to be kind of pushing forward and be thinking about what they're measuring more than just counting people, which is a huge revolution.
Yeah, I mean, right, those numbers were all dictated by the EEOC, and they're all very, non-white, Hispanic, and like, who made this stuff up? And it doesn't encounter, intersectionality, which we always talk about, the whole human, right? Don't know if you're LGBTQ, if you're mixed race, like all of these things. Yeah. Disabled, so I would love to see those.
Do we all know what intersectionality means in its simplest form? See a lot of heads yes, some no.
Some no.
It means we're layered, right? So say your company has a program for women in leadership. That's great, but I actually identify with being a black woman first. So you're discounting part of my identity. It just means you have layers. Intersectionality is how we're all connected and how we all have different layers.
We're all intersectionalists too. Might want to add that to your LinkedIn profiles. Ellen, you had something.
Yeah, you know, one thing I'd love to add about the last few years in diversity is how brain science is showing us that diversity really is what it takes to build excellence in any sort of company, business, or any sort of goal-oriented opportunity. What bringing different voices to the table does is it allows us to slip out of or move out of our routine code that we run in the System 1 parts of our brains, the System 1 sorts of thinking, and into the much more generative, creative, and innovative System 2 thinking where great ideas really form. In fact, I was speaking with Danny back there before we all came out. He's at Autodesk, and he was saying that they're looking to elevate respectful conflict. He had a much better term, which I wish that I remember. I'm going to have to ask him for it later. But really bringing different people together and having techniques that actually let people conflict with each other based on different experiences, perspectives, and backgrounds is really what allows the best ideas to rise. So I love seeing that elevate in the tech conversation, but it's not happening fast or fully enough.
Yep.
Also, I want to reference back to the awesome talk you just gave, but I think we're actually starting to talk about this sort of elephant in the room as we've been really focused on gender and race, which are important, but like also ageism is a thing.
Yeah.
And it's a really rampant problem in tech, and so I love that you addressed it, but it's also, we released it, I know that GitHub also released an age breakdown of their workforce, so we're starting to think past the EEO categories, which is great.
Right.
There's so many other categories.
Right, I'm a threefer for sure.
Yes, hashtag diversity.
Yes,
Yeah?
hashtag threefer. So what I'm hearing is that we're moving away from the numbers, probably moving more to being more inclusive, but what about more programs around inclusivity? Anybody doing anything interesting in their companies?
So it's hard to talk about what the first wave of tech or the older companies are doing or how I've visioned them because I was a lot younger then. But from what I understand, and
Millennial.
I'm a baby, but for when we were talking backstage and we had this discussion about what the differences were because I wanted to be knowledgeable. And one of the things that we kind of talked about was how before it was a lot of reactive work. It was just responding to things and being like, okay, we're either being sued or we are being called out on these things, and we're going to be responsive. Yeah. But now it's not only is it proactive, it's proactive, and a lot of it is from the grassroots. So at Twilio, we started this with 2 engineers who were sitting at lunch or having coffee one day, and it turned into an email that added everybody else in R&D, and then we turned it into this is a really long email, let's sit down and have a roundtable. And what we thought was just going to have the people from, like the people who identified as female in R&D sit down in a room and kind of talk about this. Actually, it turned out that hiring managers were there, engineering managers were there, people from finance came, the CEO came, and it got to the point where I was like, I did not order enough pizza. And
meeting over.
Yeah, meeting's over, we're done, no more pizza. But it was so cool to see how passionate people were, because it was no longer about how am I going to get my career forward? I want to make sure that the doors are open for me. People are coming in and saying, you know what? I want to make sure that the doors are open for the future, whether it's my children, my siblings, people that I've taught in the past, or I interact with on a daily basis. And I think that grassroots effort and coming from like the bottom up has an entirely different effect and a different feel to it than if a company came in and was just like, hey, y'all, we just hired a consultant, and we're just going to have all the diversity stuff be on just them, and then that checks us off. It's completely different. I mean, your employees will hold you accountable, and it's an amazing feeling.
So I Generation X, but I think there is a big difference in the approach of companies now, where startups used to really focus on just the product, getting things out the door, making money, and now it seems like there's a little bit of a shift where startups kind of on the ground floor are starting to think about this before they become 10,000 employees, 20,000 employees. And I think it does start from a grassroots effort with a lot of employees saying this is important to us, but also having that leadership, that's important too. You have to have that, otherwise your grassroots kind of fizzles out. right? There's a lot of efforts that happen, but that can only go so far without your leaders also having that same passion and understanding and making sure that they get not only diversity for numbers' sake, but inclusion, because if you don't have an inclusive work environment, diversity is not going to stay.
Right.
We can recruit all the diversity candidates we want that comes in the door. They're not going to stay if it's not an environment that is actually conducive to growing a career there, to an environment that they want to be in.
One of the things that we've been doing at Yelp, got to talk about it, I do work there, is that there was a report that came out. You're right. Inclusion is kind of the first thing any company, I think, should work on before going out and seeking the diversity. You want to prepare the company for and creating a welcoming environment, prepare the hiring managers to be able to talk intelligently about cultural things that go on. And so I have been using, and any of the employee resource groups leaders here know, I've been using our employee resource groups to really create kind of little communities where people can interact with folks that they wouldn't normally interact with. Every single one of us in this room goes back home and on the weekends and interact with people that look like ourselves, right? Most of our own networks are 80% like us. And so I figure, if you're going to be at work 40 to 50 hours, at some point in that day, you should interact with somebody that you wouldn't normally interact with, and I'm going to be the curator of that interaction and use the employee resource groups to do that. They don't know they're working for me, but they're working for me and doing those things. So that's kind of how we've been doing it, giving people an interaction with someone they would normally have an interaction with, so they can start to create that empathy muscle, start to get in there.
I love hearing you talk about that because that is design thinking. You have a specific intention in mind.
Look at me.
And you're looking to create. Really, I mean, we could do the lecture right here. Right? But that is the first step to intentional design and these are the hacks that really create a difference in people. And what I love about what you said, Rachel, is, saying we're going to have a diversity program, right? Diversity program is such a subset of what this opportunity really is.
Totally.
Because if you're going to do this, there's never going to be really that full integration that leads to success. It's going to be a checklist type of thing.
Right.
Kind of the difference between, say, people talk about culture at a company versus perks. Everybody knows the difference between culture and perks, right? Big difference, right? And really,
someone said no.
Yeah. Oh, what culture is, so perks, those are the little
benefits,
bags of gummy bears
the food,
in the snack room. That's a perk.
Massages.
Right? That's the massage or whatever it is, or the offsite. These are perks. Culture is really why you do that. It's really to create that environment that lets people be the best they can be in alignment with the values that your company
values of the
believes
company.
in. Values.
Yeah.
Values. And when values drive a true inclusion program and it really integrates people and allows them to bring out the best in each other,
right,
that is when you get the benefits that we're all reaching for. It's not going to happen with a checklist and, oh, look, now, I mean, it's like some company could hire someone like me and it could skew their entire media image, I mean, really, there's value in that. But it's not going to do anything unless the intention for doing that is values driven.
That's right.
That's where we get an effect. And by the way, that is true with all forms of inclusion. And then we get the ability to bring out the best in each other and really create impact.
Yeah. LaFawn, you mentioned something earlier, which has been on my mind as another trend that seems to be happening right now, is that a lot of C-suite CEOs are coming out and speaking out, tweeting about Black Lives Matter, tweeting about their support for LGBTQ.
Yeah.
Good thing, bad thing, helpful
necessary
for the
thing.
Necessary thing.
Necessary thing. The conversation has to happen. And more and more people, especially generationally, want to be a part of a purpose-driven company.
That's true.
And if you don't have a CEO or your C-suite or leadership who's willing to have the conversation, even if they don't have all the answers, because I don't think any of us have all the answers, otherwise we wouldn't be up here and we wouldn't be having conferences
Job
like this.
security.
Right. Would love to work ourselves out of a job. But I think more and more CEOs coming out and taking a stand and kind of being activists in a way, or just saying, I'm human and I get it. I know I run a company, I know we're a business, I know we're supposed to make money, but we're human.
Yeah.
Right.
And some of these things that are happening in our society are not okay, some of the things that are happening around the world are not okay.
Right.
And sometimes it's great just that some of these CEOs and other leaders are just saying that. I understand that as a company, we are people, and it is affecting you all in this way. It is affecting me in this way. And I don't have all the answers, but I think it starts there.
I think that there are two ways that C-suite, and I think you touched on both of them, that C-suite can be really, really beneficial and absolutely necessary. And one is to help be that sounding board, because your voice only goes so far. Whether it's your voice as an engineer, your voice as a D&I person, or your voice can only go so far. And your CEO should be your loudest, your biggest loudspeaker, and come in full support. And the other side is coming in full support internally. So just like you were saying, having someone come around and say, I understand, this is hard. One of plenty of examples is particularly when Orlando happened. People were hurting. People didn't know how to process their feelings. And people didn't know who to turn to. And so a couple of us are actually in this in an email group where we kind of learned from each other, and everyone was sharing that their CEOs had come out and said, "This is a really hard time. This is something that happened, and we don't want to ignore it." And having that acknowledgement, having somebody know that this is not a normal, "Hey, how's your weekend?" or "Hey, happy Monday." It's not a happy Monday. People were hurting, and this is valid for a whole bunch of other issues as well. But having somebody kind of understand and and be there for you, and kind of make that a public announcement to the company is amazing. And on the subject of invisible minorities, there's something to be said if your company does something for Veterans Day. That is a minority that we don't talk about a lot, and one that is not easy to talk about because you don't know what someone went through. And so if you have Veterans Day, have your CEO do a thank you or acknowledge that it was a day that we take aside to thank people. So it's things like that, doing it internally and also doing it externally, that make a difference. And it makes people want to join, not only join your company, but makes people want to stay in your company because they feel like the CEO invested in you as well.
Yeah, it sets the tone, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, now we got it.
I'm gonna stay on topic. We're here. Watch this. Watch this. So one of the other trends that I'm loving right now, there you go,
Nice.
is like white male allies is like the coolest new trend. Yeah.
Yes.
Like I
White
brought it
male
back.
sponsorship.
It's so important. And we talk about CEOs. Like, let's be real. We're mostly talking about white men. In the Valley, that's just a fact. But you're starting to see sort of this separation of CEOs who are willing to say something, and obviously we should always couple voice with action, but at the end of the day, even saying something is such a radical departure from business as usual in the Valley, and such a strong sense of behavioral modeling, right? Because it's really great, me as the head of diversity, to be like, you need to care about it, but at the end of the day, like, I'm LGBT and Latina and a woman, so like, people have been socialized to ignore my voice. And so when my CEO says, well, I don't want to say, I'm like, just say what I said, because someone else is going to listen to you, and they say yes, like, I'm going to retweet you.
Retweet.
I'm going to actually listen to you and learn, and then take that message for you to the people who are going to hear me speak. That is so powerful. And I'm seeing it happen not just at the leadership level. I was just telling someone backstage that I had this really amazing moment in a candidate interview last week, and it happened like 2 months ago. But so I do a lot of interviewing, but I never tell anyone what my job is before they meet me, because it freaks like majority group people out, and then other people think they're being tokenized, and it's just all stressful. But I actually had a man who I know because we hired him, who identifies as white, straight, cisgender, said, I really want to know what you're doing around diversity and inclusion, because it's really important to me that I join a company that cares about that. And so I think that's the other thing is we think, as we talk about this diversity and inclusion, it's like, oh great, we're going to attract more underrepresented minorities. You're also going to attract people from majority groups that have a strong empathetic orientation to others, which is what makes strong teams. Google did all the research for us. Turns out kindness is actually the thing that makes teams function. So that is the other thing I want to say is, like, I'm seeing it both at the leadership level and sort of those loud voices and the little things that are happening day to day and those allies, and we need to say, like, awesome, keep with us, let me give you a cookie, now take the next step and learn the next thing. And so I'm seeing this shift that's really, really cool.
Yes.
I'd love to build upon what each of you had said, and I think I'm going to double down, and I think especially for people who are white, and I am white, I think we have a responsibility to stretch our own comfort zone and catalyze others to do the same. So if I were considering a coaching client or even a company that I would advise, and certainly we talk about this in my classroom settings, but I will will actually say, what are you doing to stretch your comfort zone and think differently about the people you hide?
Nice.
What are the specific actions you take to keep from locking yourself in an echo chamber?
Wow.
Because if you're locking yourself in an echo chamber, your business is not going to be good enough for the standards I want it to reach. And so really creating that sort of healthy discomfort, or there's a really cool coach named Kim
Allen
talks about radical candor, about talking about this very uncomfortable topic and saying the old way is over.
Yep.
And if you are stuck to that old way, you are a dinosaur. And I'm not wasting my time with a dinosaur, but I'm really interested in companies that are ready to think different, stretch themselves to new levels of expectations of themselves, and bring more voices together in ways that allow the good to rise. Then we have something to talk about.
Nice.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's a trend too, I think.
What's that?
I think that's a trend as well, right? Is people
exactly?
feeling like they can bring more their authentic self
Yeah.
to work. I will not say bring your whole selves to work. I don't believe that. You guys don't need to know all my business. However,
That's true.
I will thank you.
I don't want to know.
But
One on Saturday night.
I do believe in bringing your best self to work and bringing your authentic self to work. And I've said this in other forums. Being my authentic self has never worked against me.
Yep.
Never, ever worked against me. There might be opportunities that I did not get because I was my authentic self, but I don't know about them, so they weren't for me. So I don't care. But I think that's what changes the conversation. I have had very real conversations with my colleagues. I am a black woman. I am a mother of a 17-year-old black young man. I come to work with different thoughts and fears than a lot of my colleagues do. I go to sleep with those fears. I wake up with the same.
That's right.
And I was able to tell my colleagues, you know, sometimes on a Tuesday, I'm not going to be here for it. Right? I may be worried about some things and you don't understand where I'm coming from because you don't have to have those same perceptions and those same ideas. But I was able to talk to them about it so that they understood. They had no idea because they don't have to go through the same thing that I am right now. That alone, having the conversation, them saying, you know what, we didn't know, thank you for telling us. Now at least I feel like I can be even more authentic with my team. Now I feel like I can bring more of my authentic self to work because I let them know this is what I'm going through. And I think that's a new trend as well, that we're able to have more of a voice to say, things are different. It's not just about business. I'm a person, and I do come with a lot of things.
Things are complex. Speaking of fears, just want to switch gears a little bit. I feel like this political season is dredging up a lot of fear for me. I don't know if it is for anybody else. It feels like the tale of two cities, the best of times and the worst of times, right? We have a female candidate and we have that other orange person. And there's been a lot of conversations internally. It's been stirring up a lot of conversation internally that, you know, about race, about religion, about gender, about all of this. And a lot of that stuff gets funneled to me and I'm like, I don't know what to say. Anybody else experiencing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
I was going to say, Rachel, I'm about to tell people things that we have said in private, so sorry.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
No, but Rachel and I were talking about sort of what's the changing role of the head of D&I, and I believe you said I am both an organizational strategist and I'm a therapist, and I'm like just walking around throwing empathy everywhere. That was a direct quote.
It was.
But it's true, and that and I think one of the things that I've been great with our leadership team is we accept and we think about the ways that the outside, like Atlassian doesn't exist in a vacuum. We believe in collaboration as a company, but that means that we are also starting to wrestle, both at the leadership and the individual level, with what is bringing your authentic self to work means. It means that we don't come to Atlassian with equal opportunities, perspectives, or chances to focus sometimes, and how do we recognize that? And the big thing that we've been coaching right now is it actually doesn't have to be about politics, right? Because we all have a lot of feelings and thoughts about that.
Yeah.
Y'all can probably guess mine. But we say it's not about that. It's not about whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat or conservative or liberal. It's, hey, I'm here for you as a person. And I recognize that you might be hurting or you might be struggling, or maybe you're not, but the door's open and I'm here for you. And we can do that as colleagues, kind of the Michelle Obama, like we're going high, we're going over it. We're talking about the fact that we're all humans, we're all at this company, we care about our values and our mission. And so let's set the politics aside, but recognize your very real experiences, like living in the world right now.
I'm with you, and I think it's important to remember psychological safety is a requirement in the workplace.
Yeah.
And often the agenda behind the things that are brought up or talked about is what can disrupt psychological safety even more than the actual content.
Right.
So if we look at something, and I'm being very mindful of my words here because I could be this close to sort of going off on some of the things happening in the election, and it probably wouldn't. Yeah.
All right, my bad.
All of us could.
My bad.
But
Stepped on a
yes,
phone.
if we have a need to prove something or to be right about something, and that is the agenda we bring, we are going to disrupt the atmosphere of psychological safety, and that is going to cause problems. So cultures that can be inclusive of different opinions, different mindsets, while still helping guide healthy boundaries around the way we bring these things in, and teaching people even the skills to say, I'm out, this probably isn't a discussion I should have, just like we might in our personal lives, right?
Absolutely.
That's a very healthy and inclusive thing to do.
Yeah, I think there's something to being able to have an environment where you can have a healthy debate as well.
Yep.
Yes.
And this isn't just about politics, because we all know that can get a little can go left. But being able to have healthy debate about your culture, being able to have a healthy debate about a product, being able to have a healthy debate about your team and the way you work. I mean, you should be able to have a healthy debate without being scared to say something, without being worried that someone's going to take one of the words and be like, oh my God, I feel like this is,
Or retaliation.
yeah, an unsafe work environment, and then you got HR all over the place. So there's something cultural about that as well, being able to kind of sit down and just talk. I don't have to have the same opinion as you, but we still should be able to have respectful conversation.
For us, it's interesting because I learned that. I mean, I guess I learned that on the job as well, but I learned that in engineering, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to not want to put that in the sprint. It's okay not to do these things. And then I'm on a team of mostly men. And
What?
I'm
In
an engineer, but I am, and they're some of the best allies that I've ever had. Where if they notice that I haven't talked in a little bit, they'd ask like, "Hey, you haven't said anything. Do you have any input on this?" And they actually stop. Like, you ever see an engineer stop typing to listen to you? It's super powerful, and it's like it started in my engineering team. But it started to make me feel more comfortable outside of just my team and feel like I can actually express these things and I can disagree on things that are not engineering related and feel like my disagreement isn't a personal attack on you, it's not a personal attack on me, but it's a disagreement. And it's not easy to foster that type of environment. Yep. But once you do, if you start small, if you start large, it doesn't matter, but once you foster that type of environment, you'll be really surprised on whose voice comes out that didn't think that their voice mattered before.
Yep.
Cool. I'm going to switch gears just a whole lot. So another trend that I've been noticing is a lot of technology has come along to support our D&I efforts. We've got Blendor, we've got interviewing.io, we've got Jopwell, we've got
Unitive.
Yeah, we've got a lot.
Yeah.
Anybody using anything that's been helpful in mitigating bias and all that good stuff?
Not using per se, but one thing that really hit me hard and hit me well was when Slack did the one brown hand. That was such. Are people familiar with that? When there was an icon that they shipped for the API, and rather than having it be the usual, was it a thumbs up? I think it was a thumbs up.
I think it was a thumbs up.
Rather than being usual, yellow or white.
Where's Leslie?
All of the, yeah. Leslie's here. I think it was all of the hand gestures.
It was such a beautiful, proactive and powerful message. And I've worked with a couple of companies since then that have been, how will we design our website and sort of coming with an ideology that reflects their values and cultures. And we've really followed that example to make sure that the header photos that we show on the website are almost aggressively diverse with all kinds of different people. And it's amazing because, when white people look at these, they notice that it's a nice website, right? They don't really notice that it's, wow, I only saw one person who looks like me. It sort of slips by. But when people
it's called
of
privilege.
different backgrounds, right? What did you say?
It's called privilege.
It's all yeah, right?
Don't even notice that nobody.
But it's kind of awesome that they don't notice. They say, oh, nice website. right? But people who don't feel as recognized by the tech industry, they form an affinity with that company in a way that advantages the company. Everybody wins.
Totally.
Totally. I was going to say, this is my favorite story. Everyone knows this. Is we did a little, well, like from a marketing point of view, our brand team just wanted to make our icons more inclusive. And so one of the things we added was cultural elements, like we have little icons, we call them meeples. But we added a hijabi meeple. A hijabi meeple.
Oh, nice.
And so I actually wrote a blog post about something else, made a little group of people, included the hijabi meeple, and I've gotten more feedback on Muslim women really excited that there's a hijabi meeple in tech advertising than anyone cared about a word that I wrote on that blog.
That's amazing. Amazing, boss.
I mean, I didn't do it. Actually, the amazing thing is that was my designers. And I see little things like that, and we actually invested really aggressively in bringing diversity into our marketing teams, and that kind of happened magically, which is cool. But back to your tech question.
Yeah, hello.
We're big, big lovers of Textio at Atlassian. Hi, Karen. But we actually use it for our job ads, so it's really great. It surfaces both high-impact language and structure, but also gender bias. So we've actually been able to remove the male-gendered language from our job ads, and that's something we're continuously doing. And magically, we have more female applicants.
Like we're looking for a rock star?
Yeah.
Ninja.
A ninja.
Which the thing about rock stars is they don't show up work till 11, and I need someone that's going to show up when their team has meetings.
And not trash the hotel room.
Right. Like hotel rooms are expensive. But the thing that I've actually really loved about tools like Textio, and there are a lot of them out there, is that it starts with job ads. That's sort of the wedge that gets it in. But what it's actually doing is retraining people's behavior and thought processes. So the people that are on hiring teams and interacting with this and thinking about their job ads are now thinking about the language that they're using in other parts of work and how it impacts the people around them.
Yeah.
So it can seem like a small use case, but the amount of cultural and awareness and behavioral change that you can get from those tiny little interventions are huge.
Yep.
And they're things that you don't need a head of diversity to try, right?
Yay, something we don't have to do.
Right?
I think it's
but that's really
also
cool.
it's also a way to actually remove bias, right? So big trend, unconscious bias, right? I get it.
I'm so tired.
I get it.
Bias.
I get it.
It's racism. It's sexism. Stop calling it unconscious bias.
It's all bias isn't bad. A lion came in here right now. Nobody's going to go pet the kitty.
That's true.
However, I think you have to systematically remove bias. So people can be trained and learn about their own bias. So it takes it from unconscious to conscious. Doesn't mean they're going to change it. It means they're aware of it, which is great. But I think when you're looking at hiring and promotion and developing people and recognizing them and all that kind of good stuff, I think you systematically have to remove bias. I don't think that's because you have rolled out unconscious bias to every employee and everybody knows, and so all of a sudden, magically, you're not going to have any bias in your hiring process. I don't think that it can stop there. And that's where this trend of unconscious bias, while I think good, there has to be more. And so a lot of these technologies, I think, are seeking to, in a systematic way, remove bias from processes, recognizing words, whether they're male or female words, or recognizing that you have X amount of applicants coming in and they're all falling apart at the phone screen stage. It's just a way to systematically remove bias in a way that we as humans, we can't move that fast. We can't change our bias that quickly.
I wish.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
No, I was like, it's like, we call ours an unconscious bias mitigation program. Step one of which is like training. And then it's also things like this year, we actually moved so that direct reports and managers do their assessments at the same time, because we know that women and women and anyone who identifies as an additional or other minority group are less likely to rate themselves highly than their majority group counterparts. And we found that managers could anchor on those ratings, which could produce a skew we didn't want, which is really easy. It turns out that by getting people to do their assessments at the same time, it both removes that bias, shortens the entire review cycle, which is less pain for everyone, and it's just more efficient. So a lot of the things we're talking about to remove bias or promote inclusion are actually just smart business practices.
Right.
Like we don't do them because of diversity. It helps diversity, and that's amazing. But we do them because it's good for the company.
Nice. Yeah. Well, we only got a couple more minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick about it.
All right, be quick about it.
Well, I'm just saying that the theme that we've all kind of been talking about here is while those programs and they're great and they are helping systematically move those biases, your best tools are educated employees. And I can say that because Twilio...
So glad you said that now.
I mean, I'm glad that you are all here, but there's a difference between, really knowing what an unconscious bias is and then, or being an ally and being an active ally, being a passive ally and being an active ally. And there's a difference in how you set the tone in your meetings, if you are educated in that space or not. For example, there's a lot of invisible minorities. One of the ones that come to mind right now is English as a first language. That's tough. You ever have English is not your first language and you are in a room full of Americans?
Right.
We speak fast. That is amazing that it can pick up how fast we are talking.
I know, right?
Right?
Yeah.
But for somebody else, they have to translate something in their head and translate back. And by the time that they do, we've moved on. We're on a new topic. And it silences their voice.
Yeah.
And so the VP of engineering, who English isn't his first language, actually brought that up in a meeting, and he started implementing a rule. He was just like, look, if you haven't spoken 3 times in a meeting, I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak. If you've spoken 3 times in a meeting, I'm going to ask you to sit back and start to listen.
Nice.
And that's really important. Having that from the top down was really important. Having my manager, when we're in a sprint planning meeting, or I'm in any meeting at all, implement I call it the no Kanye rule, which means you do not interrupt.
Stop it.
Leave Kanye out of this.
Nobody wants to be called Kanye. But
being his authentic self.
Having
He doesn't need to bring his whole
Not
self.
his whole
though.
self.
He doesn't. We don't need that.
But it's having somebody else. I guess for all of us, we can say this. This work is tiring. This work is something that we do a lot, and it has to do with our identities, it has to do with our passions, and it's tiring. And the moment you have somebody else in the room be like, don't talk over her. She doesn't have to be the one to take the notes.
Right.
You don't know what that person is going through. The moment you have someone else help and speak and echo your voice and help elevate it means so much. And so everything that you've learned here, whether it's from our panel or anywhere else, I definitely encourage you to bring that back. Do a small presentation, do a tech talk, do a lunchroom talk at your companies. And help people understand that this is something that they don't need to hire somebody for. They need to have everybody be involved.
Wait a minute.
I mean, yes, you do, but I'm still hiring. But
It's like what?
What do we chop liver up here? Come on.
We need help in this work.
Yes, we do.
Well,
Can't do it on our own.
Dom already started what I was going to ask each of you to do, which is just kind of talk about one takeaway you would want people here to do, or to help with our efforts.
Okay. So, as Dom mentioned, we can't do this by ourselves. So, I think understanding is good. Speaking up is better, but acting is the best thing that you can do.
Yeah.
I pretty much already said mine, but you can come and see us if you're looking for a job. Twilio is hiring.
And scene. Okay, so I would say I really would love for white males to use their power, their privilege, and their position on behalf of someone else who does not look like them. So that is my one thing. If you know a white male, tell him to go and help some brown person, some disabled person, anybody else. Just tell him to help.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in the power of networks, so I actually want everyone here to commit to going and looking at your LinkedIn and looking at your Twitter and committing that in 365 days, you will have a racially and gender balanced networks. If you are a minority, yeah, right? So this is actually a thing. If you are a white man and you connect with me on LinkedIn, I will not accept you until I have someone with a minority identity that also asks me for a connection. And that's because so much of my network was skewed in one direction. And my Twitter is actually intentionally diverse, so I expose myself to different types of people.
I'm accepting white
But you
men.
can all do that, and it's fun. You can literally Google black women in AI to follow on Twitter, and you will get lists. People have made them use them.
That's true, yeah.
It's awesome.
We're on a couple of those lists.
Now you know my secrets about what I Google.
I'm going to do a big plus one to that, and I started that process about a year ago, and it has so changed the tone of information that I get, and all for the better. It's really given me like advantages I couldn't have gotten anywhere else. The thing that I would recommend would be to become very curious about ourselves and our own biases. So having that sort of courage and radical candor with ourselves that says, what if I were wrong about this? What assumptions or privileges am I bringing to this table that I'd be better off leaving at the door? How can I change my old habits so that I think more inclusively and with more open-mindedness about what the best outcome might be here? I think the more all of us turn that into ourselves, we want it from everyone else. Let's begin by being the change we want to see in the world. Turn that into ourselves and enjoy the incredible thing that happens as our minds begin to open and we start to see a fuller and better picture, as simply as asking those questions to ourselves.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank my fellow Real Talk members and talk show hosts. I want to thank all of you for being here, inclusionists. It's time to go drink. Let's get down. Woo!
I think we have to hang out with Wayne and Melinda for a second.
No.
No?
No. We're supposed to go.
Oh.
We done? Yeah. We're out of here. Cool. Peace, everybody.
Yes.
Two more items real quick. Just 2 more items real quick. I know everybody. 2 more things before you get to your cocktails. Promise, they'll still be there. We promise. Couple things. First of all, I want to thank our illustrious panel that just came up. One more round of applause for them. They did a great job today. All right. Again, real leaders on the vanguard. A couple of other things I'd like to mention. Housekeeping. One is cocktails will be out there immediately afterwards. Tomorrow morning, start with breakfast at about 8 a.m. and the programming starts at 9 a.m. 2 other things I just wanted to mention. For me, 2 big takeaways that I had were, one, the emphasis at this conference on all elements of the ecosystem is what excites me. So not only working in a company, but also becoming a venture capitalist, doing a startup, or being an advocate for diversity. There are lots of roles to play. The second thing is understanding our role, and that neutrality is the equivalent of promoting the status quo. So neutrality is keeping things as they are versus being an active change agent. That's something that I think we always need to remember for ourselves in terms of pushing ourselves for opportunities to explore areas of diversity that we may not be comfortable with. With that, let me give it to Melinda Epler before we close today. Again, great job, Melinda and Wayne, putting this on. It's been fantastic, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you, Danny. You're the most amazing MC ever.
Yes. Everybody was, all of them was great.
Yeah. Thank you all for being here for this full day and opening yourself up to change and opening the industry to increasing change. We have happy hour out here, and all the startups will be demoing their products as well. So there are 10 underrepresented entrepreneurs. Please go find out what they're doing. And the happy hour is sponsored by Credit Karma. Thank you, Credit Karma.
Yeah. Again, just can't say thank you enough. It's been an amazing day. A lot is going on. Good is better than perfect. And we have another day tomorrow, bright and early. Doors open at 8. We get started at 9. And continue to build relationships, connect with each other, empathy, compassion, listen, with a mindset, change the world, change the tech industry.
Change the world. Thank you.